Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry inherited the Black family's forgotten magical arts at 11? The cupboard door slammed so hard the thin wood rattled. Harry flinched anyway, even though he knew the sound by heart. Bolt, click. The pause where Vernon held the handle like he was waiting for Harry to beg. Then footsteps, heavy and satisfied, moving away. You stay there, Vernon called through the door. No breakfast. No dinner. Maybe you'll learn. Dudley snorted somewhere in the hall. Petunia made that sharp little noise in her throat, like she was swallowing words she did not want to say out loud. Harry pressed his forehead to his knees. The air in the cupboard smelled like old shoes and dust and the sharp bite of cleaning stuff Petunia poured over everything. His glasses kept sliding down because he was sweating even though it was cold. He was always cold in here. He tried the thing he always did. Count the cracks in the floorboard. Listen for the television. Guess what time it was based on footsteps and voices. Anything to make the hours smaller. But today the sound that lived under everything was worse. It had been there for weeks, maybe months. A high, thin whine, like a kettle left on the stove forever. Sometimes it went quiet for a few minutes, then came back twice as loud. Harry did not have words for it. He just knew it was in his teeth and behind his eyes. He knew it made him want to crawl out of his own skin. He covered his ears. It did not help. From outside, Vernon barked, Petunia, I want the boy silent. If I hear one peep, I swear I'll nail that door shut. Petunia answered in a tight voice, Of course, Vernon. Harry stared at the cupboard wall, at the place where someone had once scuffed a shoe and left a black mark. His stomach twisted. He was hungry in a way that felt like being hollowed out. He could do this. He always did this. Then something in him snapped, sharp and simple like a string breaking. Not because of hunger. Not because of the cupboard. Not even because of Vernon's voice. Because Dudley laughed. It was a normal laugh. A kid laughing at the telly, or at something Vernon said. But it hit Harry like a shove. Like the whole house was leaning in to remind him he did not belong. Like they could take everything from him and still laugh. Harry's hands curled into fists. The whine in the air spiked. It became a piercing note that made his vision blur. His skin prickled, like cold rain was falling in the cupboard even though it was dry. Stop, Harry whispered. But it was not really to anyone. The darkness around him moved. At first, he thought it was his eyes going funny. The cupboard was always dim, even in the day, light leaking in under the door. But this was different. The shadows in the corners did not just sit there. They slid thick and slow like oil. They gathered. They pooled at his feet. Harry sucked in a breath and tasted dust. His heart hammered too fast. What? He said, and his voice cracked. The shadows rose, not up the walls like smoke, not like the weird tricks he had seen on telly. They rose as if they had weight, like something alive lifting its head. They pressed against the inside of the cupboard door, and the wood creaked like it wanted to give. Harry's throat went tight. His instincts screamed at him to stay small, stay quiet, stay still. But the whine stopped. The moment the shadows moved, the noise cut off so suddenly it left a ringing emptiness behind, like someone had turned the world mute. Harry blinked hard. Relief hit him so fast his eyes stung. He did not even realize he had been holding his breath until he exhaled in a shaky rush. The shadow at his feet rippled again, as if answering him. Harry stared down. His fingers trembled. He reached out, slow, and touched it, cold. Not like air, like touching the inside of a freezer, like touching stone in winter. He jerked his hand back. His skin tingled. The shadow did not react like a normal shadow. It did not care about light. It did not care about shape. It moved when it wanted. Harry swallowed. Something in the dark shifted again, and for a second, he had the stupid thought that it looked like a serpent. Not a real one, not scales, just the suggestion. A curve. A coil. A head that was not really there. His heart slammed harder. The cupboard door creaked again. Harry's eyes flicked to the handle. He knew that handle. He had watched it turn too many times. Turned now. Vernon yanked the door open like he expected to find Harry crying. Instead, he found an empty cupboard. Harry was not in the cupboard. Harry was falling. For a split second, there was nothing but cold and darkness and the feeling of being pulled through something too tight. Like the world had grabbed him by the ribs and dragged him sideways. His stomach lurched hard enough he thought he might throw up. Then his feet hit grass. He stumbled forward, hands out, and caught himself on a fence post. His palms stung. His glasses nearly fell off. He dragged in air like he had been underwater. The backyard was bright. Too bright. Gray clouds, pale sun. The smell of damp earth. The sound of a neighbor's dog barking somewhere far away. Harry blinked rapidly, adjusting. He turned, because he had to, because if the cupboard was behind him he needed to know. The back door of number 4 flew open. Vernon barreled out, face red, mustache bristling. Petunia trailed behind, apron still on. Dudley was half in the doorway, gaping. "What did you do?" Vernon shouted, voice cracking with rage. "What did you do, you freak?" Harry's chest rose and fell too fast. His hands were shaking. He should have been terrified. He was terrified, but the wine was still gone. The quiet under everything stayed. Harry straightened slowly. His mouth was dry. He could still feel cold in his bones. "I didn't," he started. Then stopped because he did not know what to say. He had no explanation. He had never had explanations. Not for the hair that grew back. Not for the glass that vanished at the zoo. Not for why things happened around him when he got cornered. Vernon's eyes darted around the yard like he expected to see smoke or flames. Then they landed on Harry again and narrowed. "You think you can run?" Vernon spat. He took 2 big steps, fist already coming up. Harry's stomach dropped. He knew that fist. He knew the belt. He knew the feel of being shoved into a wall until his breath left him. His body moved before his brain could catch up. The shadows in the yard shifted. They were not thick, not like in the cupboard. It was daytime, but they were there, under the fence, under the bushes, under Vernon's own feet. They slid forward, fast, and rose, not into a wall, into shapes, serpents. That was the only word Harry had. Long coils that curled up out of the ground, heads lifting, silent, watching. Vernon froze so hard it looked like he had run into an invisible barrier. Harry felt it too. A pulse in the air, cold and sharp. It made the hair on his arms stand up. Petunia made a small strangled sound behind Vernon. Dudley backed up into the house so fast he nearly tripped. Vernon's face changed. Anger did not leave, not really, but something else pushed under it. Something older. Fear. Harry looked at Vernon, and in that moment he felt different. Not stronger exactly, just not small. His eyes stung. The world sharpened. Colors flattened out like someone had turned down the brightness. He could see Vernon's hands trembling. He could see Petunia's mouth open and close like she wanted to scream but could not. And he could feel the shadows, like they were part of him. Like they were waiting for a command. Vernon swallowed, throat bobbing. His fist lowered a fraction. "Put it away." Vernon hissed, and he sounded like he was begging but angry about it. "Put it away right now, boy." Harry's heart hammered. He did not know how to put it away. He did not even know how it was there. The serpents leaned closer, silent. Harry's breathing slowed, not because he was calm, but because the quiet in his skull made it easier. He stared at Vernon. He felt his own eyes go strange, like they were not the green Vernon always hated. He caught Petunia looking at him, and her face went white. Really white. Gray. A tiny voice in his head said, "His eyes are gray." Harry did not know where the thought came from. Vernon took a step back. Just one. Then another. He backed away from Harry like Harry was a bomb that might go off. The shadow serpents did not strike. They did not hiss. They only watched. Harry swallowed hard. He forced his fists to loosen. "Leave me alone," he said. His voice came out low. Too low. Like it belonged to someone older. Vernon's lips peeled back. His eyes flicked over Harry's face, then down to the shadows. "You..." Vernon started, then stopped, because there was nothing to say that would make this normal. Petunia's hands clutched her apron so hard her knuckles looked bruised. "Harry," she said, and her voice shook. "What have you done?" "I don't know," Harry snapped, because that was the truth and he was sick of being punished for things he did not understand. The serpents rippled. The shadow at Vernon's feet twitched. Vernon went pale, and Harry felt something in him tilt. A sense of control that was not really control, more like a door cracking open. He exhaled slowly. The shadows sank. They did not vanish. They slid back into the yard's normal darkness, thinning out until they looked like ordinary shade again. The cold in the air faded. The wine did not come back. Harry stood there for a second, breathing, staring at the Dursleys like they were strangers. They stared back like he had finally become what they always told everyone he was. A freak. Problem. Something wrong. Vernon found his voice again, but it sounded weaker. "Get back in the house." Harry's mouth twisted. "No." Petunia flinched, like the words slapped her. Vernon's face went purple. "You will." Harry's eyes flicked to the yard's shadows again, and Vernon saw it. He saw the movement that did not quite happen. He saw the threat that Harry did not even mean to make. Vernon's jaw clicked shut. For a second, nobody moved. Then a heavy thump hit the yard, like something landing from above. Harry jumped. Petunia squealed. Vernon swore. An owl sat on the fence. Not a small one. Not the brown owls Harry had seen in documentaries. This one was big and pale and calm, and it stared at Harry like it knew him. Around its leg was a metal tube, shiny, sealed with dark wax. Vernon's eyes widened. "No," he said, like he could refuse an owl and make it go away. "No, no, no. Not here." The owl clicked its beak once, unimpressed. Harry stepped closer to the fence, cautious. The owl did not move. It held out its leg as if it was delivering post like this happened every day. Harry's fingers shook as he reached for the tube. The wax seal was not like the Hogwarts one he had imagined from the stories Dudley made up to scare him. This seal was a circle with a strange shape stamped into it, sharp and old. Harry did not know what it meant, but it made the cold in his bones stir. He pulled the letter free. The owl stayed, watching. Harry unfolded the parchment. The paper felt thick and expensive. The writing was neat, black ink, and it was addressed to him like someone had always known where he was. The heir of Black. Harry's throat tightened. Vernon lunged forward. "Give me that," he snapped, hand out. But he stopped halfway because the yard's shadows shifted again in a way that made him flinch. Harry ignored him. He read. It did not welcome him to Hogwarts. It did not talk about school supplies. It did not explain anything gently. It informed him. He had been identified as the legal heir of the most ancient and noble house of Black. Gringotts Wizarding Bank required his presence for immediate confirmation of inheritance. Transport was enclosed. Failure to appear within 12 hours would result in the vault being sealed until his majority. Harry stared at the words until they blurred. He read it again, slower. House of Black. Gringotts. Transport enclosed. The letter ended with a signature. Not a person's name. A title. Senior Inheritance Clerk. Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Harry's fingers tightened on the parchment. He looked at the owl again. It stared back. Then it dipped its head toward the metal tube again. Harry looked down. The tube was heavier than it should be. He opened it and tipped the contents into his palm. A small stone. Smooth. Black. Cold. It looked like a pebble, except the surface shimmered faintly, like oil on water. Harry's skin prickled the moment it touched him. The cold in his bones answered it. Vernon's voice went shrill. "Put it down. Put it down right now," Petunia whispered. "Vernon, don't." Like she already knew shouting would not help. Harry stared at the stone. His heart beat hard. Too hard. He was 11. He was alone. He had no idea what Gringotts was, really. He knew the word from Dudley's mock stories about goblins eating children. He should have been scared. He was scared. But the wine that had eaten his brain for months was gone. And for the first time in his life, something felt like it was opening instead of closing. Harry closed his fingers around the stone. It pulsed once, faint, like a heartbeat. A word came into his head. Not heard, just known. Portkey. Harry swallowed. He looked at the Dursleys. Vernon's face was tight with panic. Petunia's eyes were shiny. Dudley watched from the doorway like he wanted to run but could not stop looking. Harry's mouth went dry. He could stay. He pictured the cupboard. The bolts. The hunger. The way Vernon's fist had risen. He could stay and nothing would change. Or he could go, and everything would be unknown. Unknown sounded better than cupboard. Harry lifted his chin. I'm leaving, he said, and his voice sounded steadier than he felt. Vernon made a noise like he was choking. You are not. Harry looked at him. The shadows in the yard did not rise, but they seemed to listen. Vernon's eyes flicked down and back up, and his protest died. Petunia's voice cracked. Where will you go? Harry almost laughed, sharp and humorless. Somewhere you can't lock me in a cupboard. Dudley whimpered. Mom. Petunia did not answer. She could not stop staring at Harry's hand, at the black stone. Harry's heart hammered. He did not know how to use it. The letter had not told him instructions. It assumed he would know. Harry looked at the owl again. The owl blinked slowly, like it had all day. Harry took a breath. He held the stone out in front of him, fingers tight, and said the first thing that came. I accept. The world yanked. Harry's stomach flipped up into his throat. Cold slammed into him, then heat, then a kind of pressure like hands all over his body dragging him sideways through the air. He had time to think one stupid thing. I'm going to die. Then his feet hit stone. He stumbled forward and hit a wall with his shoulder. Pain sparked down his arm. He gagged, bent over, and threw up onto the ground. The smell of it mixed with something else. Smoke, old bricks, wet pavement. Harry wiped his mouth with the back of his sleeve, breathing hard. His glasses had shifted crooked. His hair was in his eyes. He straightened slowly. He was in an alley, not the neat street near Privet Drive. This alley was narrow and damp. Brick walls close on either side. Rubbish bins overflowing. Somewhere ahead he could hear voices. Not normal voices. Words he did not recognize said too fast. Laughter. The clink of glass. Harry's skin crawled. He looked at his hand. The black stone was still there, cold and quiet. He looked up at the sky. It was not the same as Surrey. The light was wrong. The air tasted different. Harry turned slowly, taking it in. His heart was still racing from the Portkey. He could feel sweat cooling on his back. He was alone. No Hagrid. No friendly giant. No adult telling him what to do. Just him, in a strange alley, with a letter calling him heir of Black. The whine tried to return. Not as loud as before, but it whispered at the edges. The alley had magic in it. A lot of it. It buzzed in the bricks, in the air, in the very ground. Harry's head throbbed. He gripped the stone tighter until his knuckles hurt. The letter said Gringotts. Bank. Goblins. He had to get there. Harry stepped out of the alley. The street he emerged onto was crowded and loud and impossible. People in robes moved everywhere, talking, pointing, arguing. A witch walked past holding a cage with a squawking bird. A man argued with another man about something called a cauldron thickness. Two kids ran by and almost knocked Harry over, laughing, while their mother shouted at them to slow down. Harry stood still for half a second and felt his whole body tense like he had walked into an oncoming storm. The magic noise slammed into him. A high-pitched whine again, but layered now. Hundreds of little notes. Spells in pockets. Charms on shop signs. Wards in the air. It scraped against his skull. Harry's hands shook. His vision blurred at the edges. He swallowed hard. He forced himself to move. He walked like he belonged there, because looking lost felt like blood in the water. A sign swung overhead, creaking slightly. He read it because he needed to focus on something. Gringotts Wizarding Bank. The building was white and sharp and tall, like it had been carved out of a single block of stone. Wizards and witches moved up the steps, some confident, some nervous. A few glanced at Harry and then away again like they had decided he was not their problem. Harry climbed the steps. Each footfall echoed. Inside it was cooler. The air smelled like stone and metal and something faintly sweet, like old parchment. The noise in his head changed. It did not get quieter exactly. It got organized. The magic in Gringotts felt old and structured. Heavy, like rules. Harry swallowed and walked up to the counter. A goblin stood behind it. Harry had never seen a goblin in his life. It was shorter than him, but it did not feel small. Its eyes were sharp. His fingers were long. Its smile looked like it belonged on a knife. The goblin looked Harry up and down. Name. Harry's throat tightened. Harry Potter. The goblin's eyes flicked. Just a fraction. Recognition. Interest. Then it smoothed back into cold indifference. You have an appointment, the goblin said, like it was a statement, not a question. Harry pulled the letter out of his pocket. It was crumpled slightly from being stuffed in there, but the seal was intact. He held it out. The goblin took it with 2 fingers. Its nails were pointed. It broke the seal without asking, scanned the contents, then looked at Harry again. The heir of Black, the goblin said. Harry's stomach twisted. Yes, Harry said, because if he hesitated, Vernon's voice would come back in his head and make him feel small. It says I need to confirm inheritance. The goblin's smile widened a fraction. It was not friendly. Follow. Harry hesitated for half a second. The goblin was already moving, stepping out from behind the counter with quick, precise movements. It walked like it expected Harry to obey. Harry did. They moved through the bank, past other goblins who stared openly. Harry kept his face blank, because he did not know what expression was safe. They stopped at a door made of dark wood. The goblin opened it without a key and gestured. Inside was a small office, stone walls, a desk like it had been carved from rock. A lamp burned with blue flame. The light made everything look a bit dead. The goblin hopped up into a chair behind the desk and folded its hands. I am Griphook, it said. Harry had heard the name once, faintly, like a whisper in the world's corners. He did not know why. Sit, Griphook added. Harry sat in the chair opposite. It was too big for him. He hated that. He sat anyway, shoulders straight. Griphook watched him for a long moment. You arrived alone. Yes. No guardian. No. Griphook's nostrils flared slightly. Interesting. Harry clenched his jaw. Can we just do whatever test this is and get it over with? Griphook's smile sharpened. Bold words for a child. Harry met the goblin's eyes. His heart was still racing, but he did not look away. I've had worse than you, Harry said, and his voice stayed steady. Griphook stared. Then it gave a small nod, like it had just decided something. The goblin right is not a test of bravery, Griphook said. It is a test of blood and claim. It is exact. It does not care what you want. Fine, Harry said. Griphook reached under the desk and pulled out a shallow bowl of silver. The metal looked old. The surface was engraved with tiny runes that made Harry's eyes ache if he stared too long. Griphook set it on the desk between them. Then it produced a thin needle, also silver. Finger, Griphook said. Harry held out his right hand. His fingers were trembling slightly. He hated that. He forced them still. Griphook took his hand without asking. His grip was strong. It pressed the needle to the pad of Harry's finger and pricked. Pain. Sharp and quick. A drop of blood welled up. Harry watched it like he was watching someone else. Griphook held Harry's finger over the silver bowl until the blood fell. The drop hit the metal and spread in a thin line, like it wanted to crawl. Harry's stomach flipped. The magic noise in his head surged, then shifted, as if the bank itself had leaned in to listen. Griphook released his hand. Now, it said, and it slid a parchment onto the desk. The parchment looked blank. It was thick and slightly yellow. Harry could smell old ink. Griphook pushed the bowl closer. Touch the parchment. Speak your name. Harry hesitated. Why? Griphook's eyes narrowed. Do you wish to remain ignorant? Harry clenched his jaw. He pressed the pad of his bleeding finger to the parchment. The parchment drank the blood. Harry sucked in a breath. Cold crawled up his arm. Not painful, just invasive. His vision went weird for a second, like he was looking through water. He forced his voice to work. Harry James Potter. The parchment heated under his hand. Ink bled across it, black and fast, forming words in neat, sharp writing. Harry's breath caught. He leaned closer, reading. Name Harry James Potter. Bloodline Potter. Bloodline Evans. Bloodline Black. Heir claim House of Black. Confirmed by blood adoption. Guardian record none present. Vault status restricted. Harry stared at the words until his eyes burned. Black. Heir claim restricted. His throat went tight. Griphook watched him carefully. Do you understand? No, Harry said honestly. Then he swallowed. What does restricted mean? Griphook's smile was thin. It means someone with authority filed limitations on your accounts. It means Gringotts has honored those limitations as binding, until the rightful account holder revokes them. Harry's stomach dropped. Who? Griphook tapped one long finger on the parchment. More ink bled across, forming another line. Restriction authority. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Harry's mouth went dry. He knew that name. He had heard Petunia hiss it once when she thought Harry was asleep. He had heard Vernon call him a crackpot. He had seen the name in a book Dudley had thrown at him, something about famous wizards. Dumbledore. Griphook leaned back. Chief Warlock. Supreme Mugwump. Headmaster. Harry's hands curled. He restricted my money, and more, Griphook said. Vault access. Estate holdings. Property claims. Trust distributions. Certain heirlooms under seal. Harry's chest went tight. Anger flared hot and sudden. Not the helpless anger he felt in the cupboard. This was different. It had teeth. Why would he? Harry started. Then stopped because he already knew the answer in his bones. Because he could. Because nobody stopped adults from deciding what happened to him. Griphook's eyes glittered. You are the rightful holder. You may revoke. Harry swallowed. How? Griphook slid another parchment forward, already stamped with the Gringotts seal. Blood and signature. Harry stared at it. His hands were shaking again. He forced them still. This was real. This was a door opening. If he did nothing, the world would keep deciding for him. If he signed, he would be taking something back. Harry pressed his bleeding finger to the parchment. It drank his blood again. He picked up the quill Griphook offered and signed his name. It looked messy because his hand was not used to writing with a real quill, but it was his. The parchment pulsed faintly. Griphook took it and set it aside like it weighed nothing. Restrictions revoked, it said. Gringotts acknowledges. Harry exhaled shakily. His heart hammered. He did not feel relief yet. He felt like he had just stepped onto ice that might crack. Griphook leaned forward. Now, it said, voice quieter. The House of Black. Harry's eyes flicked up. Griphook's gaze was sharp. The House of Black has been silent for a decade, Heir Potter. It is a house of madness and blood. Harry swallowed hard. A part of him wanted to flinch away. Black meant dark. Black meant the shadows in his cupboard. Black meant Vernon's fear. But another part of him, the part that had stepped out of the cupboard and said no, leaned forward. Harry's voice came out quiet. Then it seems I have come home. Give me the ring. Griphook watched him for a long moment. Then it nodded once. It stood, hopped down from the chair, and moved to the wall behind the desk. It pressed its palm to a stone that did not look different from any other stone. A section of wall slid open, silent. Inside was a small safe. Griphook reached in and withdrew a ring. It was onyx. Pure black. Simple. No fancy crest. Just a band that looked too heavy for its size. The stone caught the blue light and swallowed it. Griphook set it on the desk. Harry stared at it. The magic noise in his head spiked just looking at it, then dipped, like the ring was calling to the wine and telling it to shut up. Harry's breathing went shallow. Black air ring, Griphook said. Stabilizer. Anchor. It will not make you safe. It will make you functional. Harry's throat tightened. Functional. Griphook's smile was cruel. The blacks called it madness. The goblins call it sensitivity. You hear what others do not. You taste magic in the air. You feel wards like teeth. The ring will dull it. Harry's hands shook as he reached for the ring. The moment his fingers touched the onyx, cold shot up his arm, straight into his chest. He gasped. His vision flashed white, then settled. The noise in his head collapsed. Not gone. Not silent. But muffled. like someone had stuffed cloth into the screaming. Harry's shoulders sagged without his permission. He did not even realize how tense he had been until the tension loosened. He slid the ring onto his finger. Fit like it had been made for him. Griphook watched him closely. Better, Harry swallowed, throat thick. Yeah, he managed. Griphook's eyes glittered. Now you will claim your black vault. Harry blinked. I have a vault. Griphook's smile widened. You have more than one. Harry's stomach flipped again. He did not know if he wanted to laugh or throw up. Griphook moved to the door and opened it. Follow. Do not touch anything unless told. If you lose a hand, Gringotts will not compensate. Harry swallowed. Good to know. Griphook led him through corridors, downstairs, deeper into the bank. The air got colder. The stone felt older. The magic felt heavier, like layers of it stacked on top of each other. They reached a doorway that led to the carts. A goblin guard stood there, taller than Griphook, wearing armor that looked like it could stop a dragon. The guard looked at Harry, then at Griphook. Griphook made a small gesture. The guard stepped aside. Harry climbed into the cart. Griphook hopped in beside him. The cart took off with a jerk that made Harry grip the side hard. Cold air whipped his face. The tunnel blurred past, torches flickering. Harry's stomach lurched again. He forced himself not to throw up. Again. Griphook watched him, amused. How many vaults? Harry asked, because he needed to keep his brain busy. Potter vaults, Griphook said. Evans vault. Black vault. Harry's mouth went dry. Evans. Griphook glanced at him. Your mother's line had a small holding. Not empty. Not rich compared to the pureblood houses. But enough. Harry's chest tightened at the word mother. He did not think about Lily Evans often because it hurt. But hearing that her name meant something in a place like this made something in his ribs ache. The cart slowed. It stopped in front of a huge door. The number was carved into the stone beside it. 711. Harry stared. Griphook hopped down. Vault 711. House of Black. Harry climbed out, legs unsteady. The air here was colder. The torches burned with a darker flame. The stone under his shoes felt like it was listening. Griphook pressed its palm to the door. Blood. Harry held up his hand. Griphook took his finger again, pricked it with the silver needle, and pressed Harry's blood to the door. The door shuddered. Locks clicked inside the stone, heavy and deep. The vault opened. Harry's breath caught. The inside was not full of gold like he expected. There was gold, piles of it, but it was pushed to the sides like it was not the point. The center was filled with objects. Dark objects. A silver mask on a stand, empty eyeholes staring. A dagger in a glass case. The blade blackened like it had been burned. A row of rings, each in its own little box. A shattered wand, wrapped in cloth. A locket that made Harry's skin crawl just looking at it. And books. Shelves of them. Old. Thick. Some chained. The magic noise in the vault was a low hum, like a growl held in a throat. The ring on Harry's finger dulled it, but he could still feel it pressing. Griphook's voice was low. Do not touch. Harry nodded, throat tight, but his eyes kept being pulled to one thing. A book on a pedestal. It looked like a grimoire in the way Harry had seen in cartoons, except this was real. The cover was dark leather, cracked at the edges. The metal corners were tarnished. The spine had no title. Harry felt it looking back at him. He swallowed. That, he said, voice rough. Griphook glanced at it. The Black Grimoire. Harry took a step, slow. Griphook's hand shot out, fast, and grabbed Harry's shoulder. His grip hurt. I said do not touch. Harry flinched. It's mine. It is not a toy. Griphook hissed. It has protections. It will take what it wants. Harry stared at the book. The wine in his head rose slightly, like excitement and warning tangled together. How do I claim it? Harry asked, and his voice was quiet but stubborn. Griphook's eyes narrowed. Then it released Harry's shoulder and gestured. Air claim. Your blood. Your consent. It will verify you. Harry swallowed hard. So I touch it. Griphook's smile was sharp. Yes, and if it bites, do not scream. It makes you look weak. Harry's mouth twisted. I don't scream. Griphook snorted like it did not believe him. Harry stepped up to the pedestal. The book did not move. It sat there like it had waited years. Harry reached out. His fingers hovered over the leather. The ring on his finger pulsed faintly, cold against his skin. Harry took a breath and put his hand on the grimoire. The book snapped, not like a normal book, like a jaw. A sharp pain shot through Harry's palm. He jerked back with a gasp, but the book held on for a second, teeth sinking in, then released. Blood dripped from 2 clean punctures. Harry stared at his hand, shocked. Griphook watched like it was entertainment. The book's cover warmed, pulsed once. Then the leather softened under Harry's fingers, as if it had accepted him. Harry's throat went tight. He pressed his wounded palm to the cover again, harder this time, ignoring the sting. The book did not bite again. Ink bled across the cover, not written by a quill, but like the leather itself was producing it. A name. Harry could not read the exact script, but he knew what it meant. He felt it. The grimoire belonged to him now. Harry's breathing was fast. His hand hurt. He wiped the blood on his jeans without thinking and immediately regretted it because Petunia would have screamed at him for getting clothes dirty. Petunia was not here. Harry looked up, and his eyes stung with something he did not want to name. Griphook's voice cut in. Take it. Harry slid the grimoire off the pedestal carefully. It was heavier than it looked. The leather felt cold under his fingers, but not hostile now. More like wary. He held it against his chest. The wine in his head dipped. He could feel the book like a presence, like something old watching him from behind his own eyes. Griphook tapped his long nail on the pedestal. It has taken your blood. It will take more if you are careless. Harry swallowed. What is it? Griphook's smile was thin. It is a record. A teacher. A weapon. The blacks wrote their old arts into it. Ritual. Shadow. Blood. Things the ministry pretends do not exist. Harry's grip tightened. Griphook gestured to the vault. You may take what you can carry today. The rest will remain sealed unless you request transfer and storage under Gringotts' custody. Harry stared at the shelves again. He wanted to take everything. He wanted to wrap himself in it. He wanted answers. But he was 11 and his arms already hurt. What should I take? Harry asked. And he hated that it sounded like asking for help. Griphook's eyes flicked over him. Practical things. Harry snorted, then immediately felt weird about snorting at a goblin. Griphook continued. The ring you have. The grimoire. A small amount of gold. Harry blinked. I'm allowed. Griphook's smile sharpened. You are the heir. Unless you wish to remain poor out of moral purity. Harry's mouth twitched, almost a smile. No. Griphook's expression suggested that was the correct answer. Harry looked around. He spotted a small satchel near a shelf, black leather, plain. He pointed. Can I take that? Griphook nodded. Harry moved, keeping his body careful. The vault felt like it had teeth. He grabbed the satchel, slung it over his shoulder, then scooped a handful of coins from one of the piles and shoved them inside. He did not know what they were worth. He just knew he needed money if he was going to live. He looked at the shelves again. His gaze snagged on a thin book, not chained, sitting alone. It looked newer than the others. The spine was blank. Can I? Harry started. Griphook's eyes narrowed. That is not for children. Harry's jaw tightened. I'm not a baby. Griphook stared at him. Then slowly it nodded. One more. Choose wisely. Harry reached for the thin book and froze when the wine in his skull rose. It did not feel like the grimoire. Felt a harsh. He pulled his hand back. He chose a different one. A small, battered notebook, but the cover was stiff, like it was made to survive. It had no lock. It did not hum. Griphook watched him. That is a household ledger. Boring. Harry's mouth twisted. Good. Griphook made a sound that might have been a laugh. Harry tucked the ledger into the satchel. Griphook gestured. Come. The vault will close. Harry looked back at the vault one last time, at the shelves of dark things, at the cold treasure that had never been his until now. Then he followed. The cart ride back was quieter. Harry clutched the grimoire against his chest like it might vanish if he let go. His hand throbbed where it had bitten him. The ring stayed cold against his skin, a steady reminder. Back in Griphook's office, Griphook slid papers across the desk. Account confirmation, vault transfer options, property registry, estate overview. Harry stared at the stack. It was too much. Griphook watched him and said, almost casually, "You may request a trustee." Harry's stomach flipped. Like Dumbledore. Griphook's smile was sharp. Like someone you choose. Or Gringotts. Harry's eyes narrowed. And what would you take? Griphook's eyes glittered. A fee. Nothing is free. Harry leaned back in the chair. His body was tired, like he had run for hours. No, Harry said. No trustee. Griphook's expression shifted, almost approving. Then you will learn quickly. Harry's throat tightened. I'm going to Hogwarts. I need. He hesitated, because he had never been allowed to need anything. I need supplies. Griphook tapped the desk. You will be provided access to your Potter Vault for standard educational expenses. Your Black Vault remains available by your authority. Harry blinked. So I can buy things? Yes. Harry swallowed. I don't have an adult with me. Griphook's mouth twisted. That is your problem. Harry's jaw clenched. He wanted to yell. He wanted to throw the grimoire at the wall. But he was not in the cupboard anymore. He had to work with what he had. Then I need a room, Harry said. Somewhere to stay. And I need someone to tell me what to buy. Griphook stared at him, long and cold. Then it reached into a drawer and pulled out another piece of parchment. It wrote on it in neat strokes and pushed it across. Leaky Cauldron. You will pay. You will not cause trouble. If you cause trouble, they will throw you out and it will still be your problem. Harry stared at the note, then nodded. Fine. Griphook's eyes flicked to the grimoire. And you will not use black arts openly in Diagon Alley. The Ministry watches. Harry's stomach twisted. Does the Ministry own me too? Griphook smiled, sharp. The Ministry believes it owns everything. Harry held Griphook's gaze. I don't. Griphook's smile widened. A black answer. Harry did not know how to feel about that. Griphook hopped down from the chair and moved to the door. Come. I will escort you to the alley entrance. You are a child with gold. Predators exist. Harry's stomach tightened. Like who? Griphook's eyes glittered. Like everyone. Harry followed anyway. Back outside, Diagon Alley hit him like a wall again. The noise. The magic. The crowd. The ring dulled it, but it still scraped. Harry's head throbbed. Griphook watched him. The ring will help. It will not make you comfortable. Harry swallowed. Great. Griphook led him through the crowd with a kind of casual authority that made people move aside. Wizards glanced at Harry, then at Griphook, and decided not to ask questions. They stopped outside an old pub that looked like it wanted to collapse. The sign read Leaky Cauldron. Griphook gestured. Go. Harry hesitated. You're just leaving me. Griphook's smile was thin. Yes. Harry's jaw clenched. Then he nodded because arguing would not change it. Thanks, Harry said. And it came out rough because gratitude felt weird in his mouth. Griphook's eyes flicked over him. Do not die. Harry blinked. What? Griphook's smile sharpened. It would complicate paperwork. Then it turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd like it had never been there. Harry stood outside the Leaky Cauldron for a second, breathing hard, grimoire heavy under his arm, satchel on his shoulder, ring cold on his finger. He walked in. The pub smelled like smoke and spilled beer and something sweet underneath. It was dimmer than the alley, and the ring helped. The magic noise faded a little. Harry's shoulders loosened a fraction. A man behind the bar looked up, wiping a glass. He had a bald head and a friendly face that looked surprised, like he did not expect to see a child walk in alone. Hello there, the man said. You lost, are you? Harry's throat tightened. Friendly adults were not normal. Friendly adults usually wanted something. I need a room, Harry said. For a few weeks. The man blinked. A few weeks. Harry nodded. I have money. The man's gaze flicked to Harry's clothes. Too big, too worn. Then to the grimoire tucked against his side. Then to the ring, black against small fingers. Something changed in his face. Recognition, maybe, or fear. You're... The man started, then stopped and cleared his throat. Right? Right then. Name. Harry Potter, Harry said. The man nearly dropped the glass. Then he recovered fast like he had practiced. Tom, he said quickly. I'm Tom. Yes. Yes, of course. Room's no problem. You want meals included? Harry blinked. Meals, Tom nodded. Breakfast and dinner. Lunch if you're here. You look. Tom hesitated, then forced himself to keep going. You look like you could use it. Harry's stomach twisted. Hunger made him embarrassed. Like needing food was a weakness. Fine, Harry said, trying to sound like it did not matter. Tom nodded too quickly. Right. Payment up front. Standard rate. You've got. He glanced at the satchel. You've got it. Harry dug into the satchel, fingers clumsy, and pulled out coins. He did not know what he was doing, so he just poured a small pile onto the bar. Tom's eyes widened slightly. He quickly pushed half of it back. That's too much. You only need. He sorted coins fast with practiced hands. This. There. Harry stared. How do you know? Tom blinked like he had forgotten he was supposed to be normal. I run a pub, he said quickly. I count money all day. That's how. Harry nodded slowly. Tom scooped the coins he needed and shoved them into a drawer. Rooms upstairs. Second floor. End of the hall. You want a bath? Harry's face heated. What? Tom coughed. Some kids like a bath after travel. Portkeys are rough. You look green. Harry's stomach flipped. He hated that Tom had noticed. No, he said too fast. Then he swallowed. Later, Tom nodded, gentle. Later's fine. Tom handed him a key. Go on. Get settled. And, if you need anything, you ask. Harry stared at the key. Felt heavier than it should. Like permission. He nodded once and walked toward the stairs. Upstairs, the hallway was quiet. The carpet was worn. The walls were close but not covered close. The air smelled like old wood and soap. Harry reached his room. He unlocked the door and stepped in. The room was small. A bed. A desk. A window looking out over rooftops. A washstand in the corner. A wardrobe. It was not fancy, but it was his for now. Harry shut the door behind him and leaned against it, breathing hard. He did not cry. He did not even really know how. He crossed the room and dropped his satchel on the bed. The grimoire went on the desk. Heavy thud. He flexed his bitten hand and winced. He looked at the bite marks. They were already closing, like his skin was deciding it did not have time to bleed. Harry's mouth went tight. He sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the grimoire. The cover looked harmless now. Just a book. But he could feel it. Old and watchful. He swallowed and opened it. The pages were thick. The ink was dark. The writing was not English. Not fully. It shifted as he looked, the letters changing slightly until his brain could make sense of it. Harry's stomach twisted. He turned a page. The first section was not spells. It was instruction. Not kind instruction. Not gentle. Talked about mind. Quiet. Control. It talked about noise, the way magic could scream inside a sensitive brain until it turned you into an animal. Called that black madness. Harry's throat tightened. So it had a name. He read faster, fingers trembling. It described a technique. Closing doors in the mind. Building a room. Locking it. Called it a clumency like it was a tool, not a mystery. Harry had heard the word once in passing. From a wizard in the alley shouting at his kid. He had not known what it meant. Now he did. The grimoire was telling him how to make the noise stop. Harry's chest tightened. He leaned forward, elbows on knees, book open on the desk, and tried to follow the instructions. It said to sit, breathe, focus on something simple. A wall, a door, a lock. Harry closed his eyes. The room was quiet, but the world outside was not. The alley noise filtered in through the window. Magic pressed at the edges. His head throbbed. He tried anyway. He pictured the cupboard. The cupboard was a door. The cupboard was a lock. The cupboard was a place he could shut. His throat tightened. He hated thinking about it, but it was familiar. Familiar was useful. He imagined the cupboard door closing. He imagined the bolt sliding into place. He imagined the darkness inside, but not the scary darkness. The calm one. The shadow that had moved for him. His breathing slowed slightly. The ring on his finger pulsed cold. The noise in his skull dulled a fraction. Harry's shoulders dropped. He held on to that feeling because it was the first time anything had ever worked. A knock hit the door downstairs, loud enough to carry up the staircase. Harry's eyes snapped open. His heart slammed. Another knock, harder. Voices rose faintly below, muffled by walls. Harry stood so fast the chair scraped. He froze, listening. Tom's voice floated up, tight. "Can I help you?" A second voice answered. Calm. Too calm. Older. "I am looking for Harry Potter." Harry's stomach dropped. The magic noise in his head surged. The ring dulled it, but fear made it spike anyway. He stared at his door. Tom said, "He's a guest here. He's a child." The calm voice replied, "And I am responsible for ensuring his safety." Harry's fingers curled. Responsible. Like Dumbledore had been responsible for limiting his vaults. The voice continued, still calm. "Please inform him that Professor McGonagall is here to see him." Harry's breath caught. Professor. Hogwarts. He stared at the grimoire on the desk, then at the ring on his finger. His hand shook as he reached for the door handle. Outside, the footsteps stopped on the stairs, slow and deliberate, coming up, and the handle to his room door began to turn. The handle turned. Harry did not move away from the door. He did not grab the grimoire either, even though every part of him wanted it in his hands like a shield. He just stood there, back straight, shoulders tight, and waited. The door opened slowly, like whoever was on the other side did not want to startle him. Professor McGonagall stepped in first, tall and sharp in dark green robes. Her hat was in her hand, not on her head. Behind her, Tom hovered in the corridor, wringing his cloth like he wanted to be anywhere else. McGonagall's eyes went straight to Harry's hand. The ring. Harry felt it, the tiny pulse of cold against his skin, like it reacted to being seen. Then her gaze moved to the desk. The grimoire sat there, shut, looking innocent. It was not innocent. Harry could feel it, like a cat watching from a corner. McGonagall's mouth tightened. "Mr. Potter." Harry watched her carefully. She looked like the sort of adult who expected obedience and usually got it. "Professor," Harry said, because he was not stupid. Tom cleared his throat. "I told her I couldn't just give out rooms, but she said she has school authority, and then she looked at me like I was a bad student and I just, well, McGonagall did not look at Tom. "Thank you, Tom. You may go." Tom fled. He shut the door softly behind him like he was scared of making noise. The silence that followed felt heavy. McGonagall stepped fully into the room and closed the door herself. She did not lock it. She also did not take her eyes off Harry. "I was informed," she said, "that you arrived in the wizarding world without an escort." Harry's jaw tensed. "I managed. I can see that." Her eyes flicked again to the ring. "And I was informed there was an incident at your home." Harry did not answer that. If she wanted details, she could ask. Adults always wanted details so they could decide what to do with you. McGonagall's gaze moved to his face, as if she was taking stock. "Are you hurt?" "No." "Have you eaten?" Harry hesitated. Then his stomach betrayed him with a quiet twist, like it wanted to answer for him. McGonagall's nostrils flared. "I will take that as a yes. You need food." Harry held her gaze. "I can pay for food." "I did not ask whether you could pay," she said. "I asked whether you have eaten." Harry's cheeks warmed, and he hated it. McGonagall's expression softened by a fraction. Not kind exactly. More like controlled irritation aimed at someone else. "This will not do." Harry swallowed. "Why are you here?" McGonagall blinked once, as if she did not expect bluntness from an 11-year-old. "Because you are starting school in a matter of days, and you have not been properly briefed, supplied, or escorted." Harry's fingers flexed. "I can buy supplies." "You can," she agreed. "But you do not know what you need, what you are allowed to purchase, or how to navigate the alley without being taken advantage of." Harry's mouth twisted. "I'm not helpless. I did not say you were." She paused, then added quieter. "But you are a child. There are people who prey on children with money and no guardian." Harry's grip tightened on nothing. He hated the word guardian. He hated everything it implied. McGonagall's eyes moved to the desk again. "May I?" Harry did not answer. She took it as a no and did not approach. Instead she held out her hand, palm up. "Your Hogwarts letter." Harry stared at her. McGonagall's eyebrows rose. "You did not receive it." "I got a letter," Harry said. "Not that one." McGonagall's mouth thinned. "Yes, I was told." She reached into her robes and produced a thick envelope. She set it on the desk, not too close to the grimoire, like she did not want to touch that air. The seal was red wax with a crest Harry recognized from Dudley's Stupid Stories. Harry did not pick it up yet. "Who told you?" McGonagall's eyes sharpened. "Gringotts." Harry's stomach dropped. "They told you about my vault. They told the school you had confirmed inheritance status and revoked restrictions." McGonagall's voice went colder on the last words, like she did not like them. "They did not tell me details beyond what was necessary." Harry held her gaze. "Dumbledore." McGonagall's jaw tightened, and that was answer enough. Harry's fingers curled. "So he tried to keep me broke." McGonagall's voice stayed steady, but her eyes were hard. "I will not discuss Headmaster Dumbledore's decisions with you in a rented room above a pub." Harry laughed once, short and ugly. "Convenient." McGonagall's gaze cut into him. "Mr. Potter." Harry forced his breathing to slow. The ring helped, but anger made the old noise push at the edges of his skull anyway. The high-pitched whine tried to creep back in like a bad memory. He clenched his jaw until it faded. McGonagall watched him do it. Her eyes narrowed slightly, as if she had noticed something she did not like. "You are not well," she said. Harry's mouth went dry. "I'm fine." "You are not." She stepped closer, slow, keeping her hands visible. "Do you have a condition?" Harry's throat tightened. Condition sounded like weakness, like something adults could use. He did not answer. McGonagall looked at the ring again. "That ring is not a toy. It's mine," Harry said. His voice came out low. "It makes it quiet." McGonagall's shoulders stiffened. "Quiet." Harry did not explain the whine. He did not explain the way the world screamed when magic was close. He did not want her pity, and he did not want her fear. McGonagall's eyes stayed on him. "Who gave it to you?" Harry lifted his hand slightly. The onyx swallowed the room's light. "Gringotts did. For my inheritance." McGonagall's mouth tightened again. "I see." She looked like she wanted to say more. She did not. Instead she took a breath and changed track, like she had decided the fastest path was control through routine. "We will have breakfast," she said. "Then we will go to Diagon Alley. You will acquire supplies. You will acquire a wand." Harry's stomach did something weird at the word wand. Excitement and fear tangled together. McGonagall's gaze flicked briefly to the grimoire, then away again. "You will not be purchasing anything else without consulting me." Harry's eyes narrowed. "Why?" "Because you do not know what is safe," she said, and the last word landed like a warning. Harry's grip tightened. "I already have unsafe." McGonagall's lips pressed into a line. "Yes, I noticed." Harry's pulse ticked faster. He thought of telling her to get out. He thought of slamming the door in her face. He thought of shadows rising again and making her step back the way Vernon did. Then he remembered what Griphook said. Predators exist. Like everyone. McGonagall was not Vernon. She was still an adult with authority, but she had not tried to grab him, and she had not tried to take the book. She was here because he was alone, and whether she liked him or not, she was doing something instead of watching. Harry swallowed. "Fine. Breakfast." McGonagall nodded once like she expected that outcome. She looked down at the envelope. "Open it." Harry picked it up and broke the seal. The parchment inside smelled like ink and old paper. He skimmed the contents fast. School list. Robes. Books. Cauldron. Wand. Owl optional. He saw the word Hogwarts and his chest tightened in a way he could not explain. Not happiness exactly. More like the pressure of stepping somewhere he was not sure he deserved. McGonagall watched his face. "You will be on the Hogwarts Express. 1st of September. Platform 9 3/4. Harry nodded. He had already heard Tom mention it in passing. He still had no idea how a platform could have 3/4, but he was done asking questions that made adults smirk. McGonagall stepped toward the door. Come. And Mr. Potter. Harry looked up. Her voice went quiet, but firm. Whatever you have been forced to be in that house, you are not in it now. If you need help, you ask. Harry stared at her. He wanted to believe it. He also wanted to laugh in her face. He settled for a nod. Downstairs, the leaky cauldron was dim and warm. A few witches and wizards sat at tables, talking quietly. Harry felt their magic like distant buzzing. The ring dulled it to something he could tolerate. Tom brought breakfast himself. Bread, eggs, something that tasted like sausage. He hovered like he was worried Harry would vanish if he looked away. McGonagall ate like she was on duty. Fast, precise. No wasted movement. Harry ate like he was starving because he hated that it made his hands shake. McGonagall did not comment. She just waited until he finished, then pushed a cup of tea toward him. Harry took it and sipped. It burned his tongue and grounded him. When they stepped back into Diagon Alley, the noise hit him again. Not just sound. Magic sound. 1,000 little sparks and charms and wards in the air, brushing at him like insects. Harry's head throbbed. He breathed in slowly, focusing on the ring's cold pressure. It dulled the worst of it. It was still too much, but it was not the cupboard again. McGonagall led him through the crowd with the same authority she had in his room. People moved aside. Some stared. Some whispered. Harry caught fragments. That's him, Potter, so small. McGonagall's voice cut through it. Eyes forward. Do not stare at shop windows like a tourist. It makes you a target. Harry's mouth twitched. I'm not staring. You were staring with your whole head? McGonagall said. And Harry nearly smiled for real, which felt strange in his face. They bought robes. McGonagall spoke to Madame Malkin like she ran the world. Harry stood on a stool while pins flew around him. He flinched at the first one, then forced himself to stand still. Hold still, Madame Malkin said briskly. Arms up. Harry lifted his arms. McGonagall watched, eyes sharp. When Madame Malkin turned away, McGonagall leaned in slightly. Do you have a trunk? Harry blinked. No, you will need one. Harry nodded. That made sense. His satchel felt suddenly pathetic. They bought the trunk. Harry paid. The weight of spending money that was his made his chest feel tight, like he was waiting for someone to snatch it back. McGonagall watched his hands when he counted coins. You do not have to rush, she said. Harry's jaw tightened. If I take too long, someone will decide it belongs to them. McGonagall's expression hardened. No one will decide that while I am present. Harry believed her. That was the irritating part. They bought books. Harry carried them until his arms shook. Then McGonagall flicked her wand and the stack floated beside him. Harry stared. You could have done that earlier. McGonagall's mouth twitched. I could. Yes. Harry scowled, and she looked faintly amused, which felt like an insult and a gift at the same time. They bought a cauldron, scales, potion supplies. Then they reached Ollivander's. The shop looked like it had been waiting for him. Dusty windows, faded sign, the air inside stale and old. Harry stepped in and immediately felt it. Wand magic everywhere, packed into boxes like sleeping animals. The ring went cold. The wine tried to spike. Harry swallowed hard. McGonagall's voice was low. Breathe. Harry did. His fingers tightened around the grimoire strap inside his trunk, like knowing it was there steadied him. A soft shuffle came from deeper in the shop. Then a voice, thin and pleased. Ah, Mr. Ollivander appeared between shelves like a ghost. Pale eyes, long fingers, a smile that was not quite friendly and not quite dangerous. He looked at Harry like Harry was an interesting problem. Harry Potter, Ollivander said softly. Harry's stomach tightened. Yes, Ollivander's gaze flicked to McGonagall, then back. I remember your mother's wand. Willow. Swish and flick, yes, very good for charms. And your father's, of course. Mahogany. Quite stubborn. Harry's throat went tight at the casual way he said mother and father, like they were customers who might pop in again. Ollivander's eyes dropped to Harry's hand. The ring. His smile changed. It got sharper. Oh, McGonagall's voice went colder. Mr. Ollivander. Ollivander blinked, as if he had forgotten she existed. Professor, his pale eyes stayed on the ring. That is an old claim. It is his, Harry said, because he did not like the way Ollivander looked at it. Ollivander's gaze lifted to Harry's face. I did not say it was not. Harry hated him anyway. Ollivander stepped close and lifted a measuring tape. It slithered up Harry's arm, over his shoulder, across his chest. Harry held still, teeth clenched. Ollivander watched the tape like he was listening to it. Then he turned and began pulling boxes from shelves. Try this, he said, handing Harry a wand. Harry took it. The wood felt wrong. Too warm. Too light. He flicked it. A burst of sparks shot out and hit a shelf. Boxes shook. Dust rained down. McGonagall's eyes flashed. Mr. Ollivander. Ollivander's smile did not move. Not that one. Harry's fingers tightened. His heartbeat was loud in his ears. Another wand. Then another. One made his fingers go numb. One made the shop's wine surge until he nearly gagged. One sent a sharp crack through the air that made the shelves rattle like something inside them wanted out. Harry's hands started trembling. Sweat slicked his palms. The ring was cold, but it could not mute everything. Ollivander watched him like he was enjoying it. Interesting. Interesting. McGonagall stepped closer to Harry's side. Mr. Ollivander, perhaps we could. Ollivander waved her off without looking. Then he paused, eyes unfocusing, as if he had just remembered a box he had not opened in years. He disappeared into the back. Harry swallowed hard. His stomach churned. The wine stabbed behind his eyes. McGonagall leaned down slightly. Keep breathing. Harry forced it. His throat hurt. Ollivander returned with a single box in his hands, held carefully, like it was valuable in a way money could not explain. He opened it. Inside was a wand darker than the others. Not black exactly. Deep brown, almost charcoal, with a grain that looked like smoke trapped in wood. Ollivander held it out. Ebony. Harry's fingers hesitated. McGonagall's voice went sharp. Mr. Ollivander. Ollivander's pale eyes flicked to her. It is not cursed. Harry did not care. He took it. The moment his fingers wrapped around the wand, the shop's wine dropped. Not gone, but lowered, like a door closed in his skull. Harry's shoulders sagged in relief before he could stop them. Cold ran up his arm. Not painful, just clean. The smell of wet earth and iron hit his nose, sharp and familiar, like the cupboard shadows, like the Grimoire bite. Then under it something else. Ozone. Gunpowder. Like a storm about to crack. Harry's breath caught. Ollivander's smile widened. Oh yes. Harry lifted the wand slowly, like he was afraid to break it. He flicked it once, careful. The air in the shop shifted. Not sparks. Not explosions. The shadows between shelves deepened, like they listened. A faint ripple moved across the dust in the air like a breeze had passed, even though nothing else moved. Ollivander's voice was soft, almost reverent. Ebony and dragon heartstring, 11 inches, quite rigid. Harry stared at the wand, then at Ollivander. Rigid. It will not bend for anyone, Ollivander said. It expects you to be decisive. Harry's mouth went dry. McGonagall's voice was clipped. Does it suit him? Ollivander's pale eyes glittered. It suits what he is becoming. Harry's fingers tightened around the wand. McGonagall's posture went stiff. That is not your place to say. Ollivander blinked slowly. I make wands, Professor. It is always my place. Harry's pulse ticked faster. McGonagall turned to Harry. Do you feel ill? Harry hesitated, then shook his head. No, that was not entirely true. He felt like he had just stepped into a bigger version of himself. Like the wand had recognized something in him and decided it liked it. Ollivander watched him. Curious mix, he murmured. Dark comfort and war thunder. Those two do not often sit in the same hand. Harry did not answer because he did not know what to say without sounding weak. McGonagall paid without letting Harry pull his money out first. When Harry glared, she lifted her chin like she dared him to argue. You will repay me later if it soothes your pride, she said. Harry scowled. It's not pride. McGonagall's eyes were dry. Then what is it? Harry swallowed. It's mine. McGonagall's expression softened by the smallest amount. Yes, it is. By the time they left the alley, Harry's trunk was heavy with supplies. His wand sat warm and solid in his pocket, and his head still hurt from the crowd, but it was not unbearable. McGonagall walked him back to the leaky cauldron, then stopped in the doorway. You will remain here until the train, she said. Tom has been instructed to keep you fed, and to send an owl if you disappear. Harry's mouth twisted. He doesn't control me. No, McGonagall agreed. But he can alert someone who will look. Harry's shoulders tightened. Dumbledore. McGonagall's eyes sharpened. If you go missing, I do not care who looks. I care that you are found. Harry stared at her. She held his gaze. You will be on that train. Harry's jaw clenched. I'll be there. McGonagall nodded once. Good. She hesitated, then added quieter. Mr. Potter, Hogwarts is not your aunt's house. If you feel threatened, you come to a professor. You do not handle it alone. Harry's fingers flexed. If I come to a professor, will they listen? McGonagall's mouth tightened. I will. Harry believed her again, and it made him feel exposed. He nodded once and stepped inside. The days passed in a strange blur. Tom fed him like he was scared Harry would blow away. Harry spent most of the time in his room, wand in hand, grimoire open on the desk. He did not cast spells the way normal kids would have. He did not wave the wand around and try to make things fly just because he could. The grimoire did not teach like that. It treated magic like a weapon and a disease. Harry practiced the mental exercises instead. Door, lock, quiet. Sometimes it worked. Sometimes the wine punched through anyway, especially when someone below cast a charm or a ward flickered. When it got too loud, Harry felt the shadows respond under his skin like a cool compress. It scared him and soothed him at the same time. On the morning of the train, McGonagall returned. She did not come alone this time. She came with a stern which Harry recognized from the alley, the one who ran the Floo network station near the pub. You will travel by Floo, McGonagall said briskly, like she wanted this done quickly. Less chance of you being followed by the curious. Harry blinked. Curious. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. You are famous. And now you are noticeable. Harry's fingers tightened around his wand. Because of the ring. McGonagall did not answer. They stepped into a small fireplace behind the pub, and Harry felt his stomach twist in anticipation. He had already been yanked through a portkey. He was not eager to try another method of travel that involved violence to his organs. McGonagall handed him a pinch of powder. Say the destination clearly. Harry swallowed. King's Cross. He stepped into the flames and threw the powder. King's Cross, he said, and the world grabbed him again. It was not like a portkey. It was spinning and heat and soot in his mouth. He gagged and stumbled out onto a dark patch of stone behind a maintenance door. McGonagall stepped out after him, perfectly composed, as if being hurled through fire was a normal Tuesday. The other which followed, dusting ash off her sleeves like it annoyed her. McGonagall pointed. This way. Harry followed. King's Cross was loud in the normal way. Muggles everywhere, voices, footsteps, luggage wheels. Harry felt their absence of magic like a relief and a strange emptiness at the same time. Then they reached the barrier. McGonagall stopped. Her eyes swept the area. Do exactly what I say. Walk straight through. Do not pause. Harry stared at the wall between platforms. It looked like solid brick. He felt stupid for doubting, but he still doubted. McGonagall took his trunk handle. Come. Harry swallowed and walked. For a split second, he felt resistance like pushing into thick cloth. Then it was gone, and he stepped out onto a platform that did not exist. Steam curled around scarlet metal. The Hogwarts Express sat there like a promise and a threat. Kids swarmed, laughing, shouting, calling for parents. Parents hugged, fussed, gave last-minute warnings. Harry stood still, trunk at his side, and felt something tight in his chest he did not have a name for. McGonagall watched him. You have your ticket. Harry nodded. Then board, McGonagall said. Find a compartment. Keep your trunk close. Do not accept food from strangers. Harry blinked. Is that a thing? McGonagall's mouth went thin. It can be. Harry nodded slowly. McGonagall hesitated, then placed a hand briefly on his shoulder. The touch was firm, not soft. Hogwarts will be difficult. But it is not meant to break you. Harry's throat tightened. He hated that she sounded like she knew what breaking felt like. He nodded once. McGonagall stepped back. Go! Harry dragged his trunk toward the train. The crowd parted for him without meaning to, like the air shifted around him. Some kids stared. Some whispered. Some parents watched him with a kind of hungry curiosity. Harry kept his face blank. He hauled his trunk onto the train, arms shaking, then shoved it into the first compartment that had space. He sat down hard on the bench and breathed. The compartment smelled like old fabric and steam. The wine in his head was softer than Diagon Alley but still present, because magic was everywhere on this train. Kids with wands in pockets, charms on trunks, wards on the train itself. Harry pressed his thumb against the onyx ring and forced his breathing to slow. Door. Lock. Quiet. The compartment door slid open. Harry looked up fast, wand half out of his pocket. A boy stood there, blonde, pale, gray eyes that looked like polished stone. He wore robes already, expensive ones, like he wanted everyone to know he belonged before the school even saw him. Harry recognized him instantly. He had seen him in Madame Malkin's, talking too loud about blood and families like it was sport. Draco Malfoy. Draco looked at Harry's wand hand, then at Harry's face. His expression shifted, careful. Not fear exactly, more like calculation. You're Harry Potter, Draco said. Harry did not correct him with titles. He was tired of titles already. Yes. Draco's gaze dropped to Harry's hand again. The ring. Draco's eyes widened by a fraction. Then he stepped into the compartment and shut the door behind him. He did not sit yet. He stood there like he was waiting for Harry to tell him to leave. Harry watched him. What do you want? Draco's mouth twitched. Straight to it. Right. He took a breath. I want to know why you are wearing a black air ring. Harry's fingers tightened. His pulse ticked faster. Who told you what it is? Draco's eyes flicked away, then back. My father knows things. And my mother knows things my father pretends he does not. Harry stared. So you came to check. Draco's jaw tightened. I came because if you are what that ring says you are, then you are not just Potter. You are a problem. Or an ally. Depends. Harry's mouth twisted. Depends on what? Draco hesitated, then said, quietly, depends on whether you plan to be stupid. Harry blinked. Draco's ears went a little red, like he did not like how that sounded out loud. I mean, people will try to use you. People will try to make you pick sides. They will expect you to act like the boy who lived, whatever that means. Harry's throat tightened. I don't care what they expect. Draco nodded once. Slow. Good. Harry watched him for a second. Draco was not being friendly. He was being practical. Harry understood practical. You can sit, Harry said. Draco sat opposite, posture too straight. He glanced at Harry's trunk, then back. Did you inherit a house vault? Harry did not like the question, but he liked that Draco was asking it to his face and not whispering behind his back. Yes, Harry said. Draco's eyes flicked, sharp. Did it come with a grimoire? Harry's fingers went still. He said nothing. Draco's gaze held his. Then he nodded to himself like he had his answer. Right? That explains the way the air feels around you. Harry's stomach tightened. What way? Draco hesitated. Cold. Like the dungeons before you even get there. Like you already belong underground. Harry's mouth went dry. That sounded uncomfortably accurate. Draco leaned forward slightly. I'm not insulting you. I'm telling you what people will notice. Harry's fingers flexed. Why help me? Draco's smile was small and sharp. Because I don't like surprises. And because if you are a black, then you will end up in Slytherin whether you want to or not. Harry stared at him. Draco met his eyes. The hat can argue all it likes. A black does not sit at the Gryffindor table unless they want to be laughed at. Harry's jaw clenched. You act like it's decided. Draco shrugged. It is. Unless you are trying to make a point. Harry's chest tightened. He hated being pushed. He hated being assumed. but he also felt the ring on his finger cold and steady. He remembered how the shadows had felt like home compared to light. Draco watched his face. "Do you even want Gryffindor?" Harry did not answer right away. His throat felt tight. "I want," Harry said slowly, "to not be controlled." Draco nodded once, as if that was a sensible answer. "Then you want Slytherin, whether you like the name or not." Harry's fingers tightened around the edge of the seat. "You sound like you've rehearsed that." Draco's mouth twisted. "I've been hearing about houses since I could talk. It gets boring." Harry's eyes narrowed. "So what do you actually want?" Draco hesitated, then said, quieter, "I want to know if the Blacks taught you occlumency." Harry blinked. That was not what he expected. Draco's eyes stayed on his. "My father says it is important. He says if you cannot close your mind, you will be used like a puppet." Harry's stomach dropped. He thought of Dumbledore's name on the restriction parchment. He thought of McGonagall's warning about predators. He thought of the way the grimoire talked about doors and locks and quiet. Harry's voice came out low. "I'm learning." Draco exhaled, like he had been holding his breath. "Good." Harry watched him. "Do you know it?" Draco's mouth tightened. "I know the basics. My mother teaches me." Father pretends it is not necessary, then complains when people read him. Harry's lips twitched. "People can read minds." Draco looked at him like Harry had just admitted he did not know the sun was bright. "Yes." Harry's stomach twisted. "So anyone can just..." Draco shook his head. "Not anyone, but enough. And the ones who can usually do not ask permission." Harry's fingers curled. "Great." Draco's gaze flicked down to Harry's wand pocket. "What did you get?" Harry hesitated, then pulled the wand out and set it on the seat between them. Draco's eyes widened. "Ebony." Harry watched his reaction. "Is that rare?" Draco's mouth went dry. "It's not common." Harry frowned. "Why?" Draco hesitated, then said carefully, "Ebony is picky. It does not choose people who are indecisive. It chooses people who will do what they think is necessary and not apologize." Harry stared at the wand. That sounded like a compliment and a warning. Draco's gaze flicked to the ring again. "So, Potter and Black. War and Shadow." Harry's jaw tightened. "I'm still me." Draco nodded. "Sure. But the world will not let you be just you." Harry's chest tightened at the truth of it. The train whistle blew, loud enough to make the compartment vibrate. The whole train shuddered as it began to move. Harry felt a strange drop in his stomach. He was leaving London, leaving the only place he had ever lived, even if it had been a cage. Draco watched him, expression unreadable. Then he said casually, "Crabbe and Goyle are in the next carriage. They will not bother you unless I tell them to." Harry blinked. "Why tell me that?" Draco shrugged. "Because if you think you're alone, you do stupid things." Harry stared. "I'm not going to." Draco's mouth twitched. "Good." The compartment door slid open again. A red-haired boy stood there, freckles, round face, looking like he had been pushed into bravery by accident. He glanced from Draco to Harry and scowled instantly, like the sight of Draco offended him. Ron Weasley. Harry recognized him because he had seen him on the platform, surrounded by siblings and noise and the kind of family chaos Harry had only ever watched from outside. Ron's eyes landed on Harry's hand. The ring. Ron's expression shifted from scowl to something sharper. "What are you doing in here?" Draco's smile appeared, lazy and mean. "Hello, Weasley." "Lost." Ron's ears went red. "Shut up." Harry watched Ron, measuring. Ron looked brave in a messy way, like he would throw himself into a fight and regret it halfway through. Ron's gaze flicked to Harry. "You're Potter." Harry did not answer. He was tired of being identified like a label. Ron stepped into the compartment anyway, like he owned it. He pointed at Draco. "You shouldn't sit with him. He's a what?" Draco asked sweetly. Ron's eyes flashed. "A slimy little git." Draco laughed quietly. "That's your big speech." Ron's face went redder. He looked at Harry like he expected Harry to join in, to bond over hating Draco, to be grateful for rescue. Harry did not feel grateful. Harry felt irritated. Harry's voice came out cold. "Do you want something?" Ron blinked, thrown off. "I'm telling you." He's a Malfoy. They're all what? Harry asked. Ron sputtered. All snobby. And they think they're better than everyone because they've got money and old names. Draco's smile sharpened. Not everyone. Just you. Ron's eyes flashed with anger. At least my family's not. Harry cut in because he did not care about their family war and he did not want Ron shouting in his face. I judge by capability, Harry said. His voice stayed calm, even though his skull started to throb from the spike of emotion in the compartment. Not blood. You lack both. Ron stared at him like Harry had slapped him. Draco's eyebrows lifted, impressed. Ron's mouth opened, then shut. His face did something weird, like he could not decide whether to be furious or hurt. Then he saw the wand in Harry's hand. Ron's voice went sharp. You're going to hex me. Harry blinked. No. Ron's eyes narrowed. You sound like him. Harry's jaw tightened. You walked into my compartment and started insulting someone you don't know, then tried to tell me what to do. Why would I want to be your friend? Ron flinched like the words hit harder than a hex. Draco leaned back, looking pleased. Ron's chest rose and fell too fast. Fine, he spat. Enjoy your new best mate. He turned and yanked the door open. As he left, a girl's voice came from the corridor, brisk and bossy. Ron, have you seen a toad? Someone's lost a. She stepped into the doorway, brown bushy hair, books already in her arms like she was preparing for battle. Hermione Granger. Her eyes flicked to Draco, then to Harry, then to the wand, then to the ring. Her expression shifted from polite to suspicious in about half a second. Ron stomped past her without answering. Hermione frowned after him, then looked back into the compartment. I'm Hermione Granger. I'm looking for Neville's toad. Have you? Her eyes snagged on the ring again. She stared like she wanted to ask a question she did not know how to phrase. Harry's head throbbed harder, the whine rising with the pressure of being stared at. Draco's voice was smooth. No toad. Try the end of the train. Hermione's eyes flashed. You're Malfoy. Draco's smile sharpened. Yes. Hermione looked at Harry again, clearly confused. Harry Potter. Harry's stomach tightened. He hated how easily she said it, like she had practiced. Harry kept his voice flat. Yes. Hermione's gaze darted between them. You should know, Hogwarts is a school, not a what? Draco asked, amused. Hermione snapped. Not a place to show off. Harry's pulse ticked faster. The headache pushed behind his eyes like a nail. He did not want to be in a conversation with her. He did not want her staring at him like he was a puzzle. Harry's voice stayed controlled. I'm not showing off. Hermione's eyes narrowed. That ring. Draco's eyes glittered, amused again. But there was a warning under it now, like he was watching for danger. Harry's fingers tightened around the wand. It's mine. Hermione's voice went sharper. It looks like what? Harry asked. Hermione hesitated, then blurted. Like the crest in Hogwarts a history. The House of Black. Draco's eyebrows lifted. He looked at Hermione like she was less annoying for knowing something. Harry's stomach dropped slightly, so people could recognize it. Great. Hermione's eyes were bright with curiosity and judgment all at once. That family is. Harry's head throbbed. The wine spiked. His skin prickled. He cut her off. You're in my doorway. Hermione blinked. Harry forced his breathing to slow. Door. Lock. Quiet. His voice came out colder than he meant. Find the toad. Hermione's cheeks went pink. She looked like she wanted to argue, then looked at Draco, then back at Harry, and decided she did not want to be trapped in a compartment with both of them. She lifted her chin. Fine. But if you're going to be in Slytherin, you should know. Harry's jaw tightened. I didn't say I was. Hermione's eyes flicked to the ring again like it answered for him. She shut her mouth, then turned and walked away, spine stiff. The door slid shut. Silence filled the compartment again, broken only by the train's rumble. Harry exhaled slowly and realized his hands were shaking. Draco watched him. You didn't even raise your wand. Harry swallowed. I didn't want to. Draco's smile was small. Good. People will expect you to. It will scare them more if you don't. Harry stared at him. That's disgusting. Draco shrugged like that was just how the world worked. That's Hogwarts. Harry's head pounded. He pressed his fingers briefly to his temple, then forced his hand down. He did not want Draco to see weakness. Draco noticed anyway. He leaned forward slightly. Headache. Harry hesitated. Draco's voice went quieter. Is it the noise? Harry stared at him. Draco held his gaze. My mother said blacks hear magic like screaming. She said it makes them cruel or it makes them disciplined. Harry's throat tightened. I'm not cruel. Draco nodded once. Then be disciplined. Harry's jaw clenched. Easy for you to say. Draco's expression flickered. Not always. Harry looked away, because he did not want to see whatever was under that. He shifted the grimoire strap inside his trunk with his foot, grounding himself with the knowledge it was there. Draco's eyes flicked to the trunk, like he could sense it. He did not mention it again. That felt like a choice. The train ride stretched. They talked, because sitting in silence made the wine creep back. Draco talked about Hogwarts like it was a battlefield and a stage. Who mattered? Who pretended not to matter? Which professors were fair? Which ones had favorites? Which ones watched quietly and reported to the headmaster? Harry listened and filed it away. He did not trust Draco fully, but Draco's warnings sounded like survival, not bragging. Harry told Draco nothing about the cupboard. Nothing about Vernon. Nothing about shadows rising and snakes made of darkness. He did tell Draco one thing. I won't let anyone touch my mind, Harry said quietly, staring at the window as fields blurred by. Draco nodded, serious now. Good. Harry's fingers tightened on the ring. If someone tries, Draco's voice went low. Then you bite them. Harry glanced at him. Draco's mouth twitched. Metaphorically, Harry's lips twitched. Almost a smile again. They ate sweets Draco bought from the trolley, because Draco acted like buying things was normal. Harry did not know how to be normal about it, but he ate anyway. Chocolate helped the headache a little. Or maybe it was just comfort. When the sky outside darkened, Harry's nerves spiked. The closer they got, the more the air felt heavy with wards. The train slowed. Voices rose in the corridor, excited and nervous. Kids dragging trunks, calling for friends, shoving. Harry stood, grabbed his trunk handle, and immediately felt his arms strain. He had forgotten how heavy it was. Draco's eyes flicked to it, and without comment he flicked his wand. The trunk lifted slightly, hovering. Harry blinked. Thanks. Draco shrugged. Don't mention it. They stepped into the corridor with the crowd. A tall man in rough robes shouted, First years this way. Harry's stomach twisted. The voice was loud, warm, too cheerful. Hagrid in canon, but Harry had not met him. This man was not Hagrid, just a staff member doing the job. Harry followed the stream of first years, Draco moving with him like they had decided this together. Outside, the air hit Harry's face cold and wet. The castle rose in the distance, lit with warm windows against the dark sky. It looked impossible, like it belonged in a painting. Harry's chest tightened again, hard. The first years were herded toward boats. The lake was black and still, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Harry stepped into a boat and sat. Draco sat across from him. Two other kids squeezed in, one trembling, one talking too loud about how his dad said Slytherin was the best. Harry ignored them. The boat drifted. The water's sound was steady, and for the first time in hours, the wine eased a little. The lake had wards, but they were old and deep, like a blanket instead of a knife. Harry's shoulders dropped slightly. Draco watched him, then looked away, pretending he did not. They passed under the stone arch, and the castle swallowed them. Inside, everything was warmer, louder, brighter. Torches, stone, voices echoing. Harry's head started to throb again. A professor with short hair and a firm mouth gathered them in a hallway and began talking about rules, about houses, about tradition. Harry heard maybe half of it. All he could think about was the great hall ahead, the press of hundreds of people, the noise of their magic like a storm in his skull. They were led to the doors. Harry's fingers tightened around his wand in his pocket. The doors opened. The great hall hit him like a wave. Not just the sight, the sound, the smell, the magic. Thousands of tiny sparks of magic pressed at him from all sides. Enchanted ceiling, floating candles, wards in the stone, the sheer weight of so many witches and wizards in one place. The wine in Harry's skull surged so hard his vision blurred. He swallowed bile. He forced his shoulders to stay straight. He forced his feet to move. He walked in with the other first years, head up, face blank, like he was not falling apart inside. People stared. People whispered. Harry felt it like heat on skin. At the front, the teachers sat at a long table. Harry's gaze snagged on McGonagall immediately. She stood beside a stool and a hat, the Sorting Hat. McGonagall's eyes met Harry's for a second. Her expression was tight, controlled, not comforting but steady. Harry breathed. Door. Lock. Quiet. The line moved. Names were called. Kids walked up, sat, got the hat put on their head. Then the hat shouted a house. Gryffindor roared with approval. Ravenclaw clapped politely. Hufflepuff cheered warmly. Slytherin hissed and applauded like they were approving a performance. Harry watched it all like it was happening in water. Then McGonagall's voice rang out. Potter, Harry. The hall went silent in a way that felt unnatural. Like even the candles listened. Harry's stomach dropped. He walked forward. Each step felt too loud. His skin prickled. The wine screamed behind his eyes. He sat on the stool. The wood was cold under him. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. Darkness fell around his eyes, and the noise of the hall muffled. Then a voice spoke directly into his skull. Ah, the boy. Finally. Harry's breath caught. The hat's tone was not kind. It was ancient and curious, like it had seen too much to be impressed by a child. There is more than one thing in you. Harry's jaw tightened. He did not answer out loud. The hat chuckled in his mind. Good. Quiet. That is either discipline or fear. Harry's fingers curled against the stool. The hat's voice shifted, softer. And Harry hated that it sounded like it was listening to his blood. Potter. Brave line. Loyal line. Stubborn as stone. And then, Harry's scar burned faintly, like someone pressed a hot thumb against it. The hat's voice went sharp. A shard. A hook. Not yours. Harry's stomach twisted. His scar throbbed. Harry forced his breathing to stay steady. The hat's voice dropped again, slow and thoughtful. And underneath all that, colder. Old earth. Iron. Parchment. Black. Harry's throat tightened. The hat hummed in his mind. So, Gryffindor would take you because they always do. They would cheer and call it destiny and throw you into danger with a smile. Harry's pulse ticked faster. Ravenclaw would pick at you like a puzzle and call it curiosity. Hufflepuff would try to soften you until you break. And Slytherin. The hat paused, and Harry felt it like a hand hovering over a wound. Slytherin would teach you to hold a knife without shaking. Harry swallowed. The hat's voice went sly. But do you want that, Harry Potter? Do you want to sit under green light and listen to whispers? Do you want to be seen as dangerous? Harry's chest tightened. He thought of the cupboard. He thought of Vernon's fist stopping midair because shadows rose. Dangerous had been the only language they respected. Harry's voice in his head was low and steady. I want control. The hat hummed. Ambition, then. That fits. Harry's jaw clenched. Not ambition. Survival. The hat laughed quietly inside his skull. They are closer than you think. Harry's scar burned again, sharper this time. The wine spiked. Harry's vision flashed white behind his eyes. The hat's voice went wary. That thing in you stirs when you are pressured. It wants. Harry's stomach churned. Harry forced his mind to shut like the grimoire taught him. Door. Lock. Quiet. The hat paused, then spoke again, quieter. Oh, that. You have already started learning. Harry did not answer. The hat's voice shifted into something almost respectful. You will not be easy to bend. Harry's fingers tightened against the stool. Then the hat's voice turned sharp, testing. Gryffindor could give you protection. People would rush to defend the boy who lived if you sit with lions. It would be easier. Harry's throat tightened. Easier meant controlled. Easier meant people deciding. Harry's answer came without hesitation. No, the hat chuckled. And if you sit with snakes, you will have eyes on your back. You will have smiles that mean nothing. You will have hands that will reach for your power. Harry's pulse ticked faster. Good, Harry thought. Let them try. The hat went still in his mind for half a heartbeat. Then it shouted, loud enough to shake the hall. Slytherin! The green table erupted. Applause, hissing cheers, a few sharp whistles. The rest of the hall reacted like someone dropped a stone into water. Whispering surged. Shock, excitement, disbelief. Harry stood. The hat lifted off his head, and the full noise of the hall crashed back into him. His head pounded. He walked toward the Slytherin table anyway, spine straight, face blank. Draco was already there, having been sorted earlier, watching him with a small satisfied smile like he had won a private bet. Harry sat down beside him. The food appeared on the tables, but Harry barely saw it. Across the hall, McGonagall's eyes were on him. The headmaster sat at the center, beard bright in the candlelight, eyes blue and sharp. Dumbledore looked at Harry like he was looking at a chess piece that had moved itself. Harry held his gaze for 1 second, then looked away. He refused to give him anything. After the feast, prefects gathered the first years. The Slytherins moved as a group, not quite a herd, but close. They watched each other the way animals watched, measuring. Harry kept his trunk close. A tall older boy with sleek hair led them down stone stairs into the earth. The air got colder. The noise in Harry's skull eased slightly as they descended. Like the castle's warmth faded and the dark pressed close, Harry's shoulders loosened. Draco noticed. He leaned in slightly as they walked. Told you, Harry's mouth twitched. Shut up. Draco's smile sharpened. They stopped in front of a stone wall with a carved serpent. The older boy spoke a password, and the wall slid open, revealing a common room lit by greenish light. It was underwater light. It moved on the ceiling like the surface of a lake. Shadows shifted in the corners, calm and deep. Harry stepped in and felt his whole body exhale. The wine dulled to a quiet buzz. He had not realized how much he had been bracing until now. Kids scattered, claiming chairs, laughing, talking. The atmosphere was different from the great hall. Less loud, more sharp. Words had edges. Harry stood still for a second, taking it in. Then a girl stepped in front of him like she owned the space. Pansy Parkinson. She was small, dark-haired, eyes sharp as glass. She looked Harry up and down like she was judging the quality of his breathing. You're Potter, she said. Harry's jaw tightened. Yes. Pansy's gaze dropped to his tie. It was crooked because Harry had tied it himself and he was not good at it. Pansy made a noise like it offended her personally. Merlin. Before Harry could move, she reached up and grabbed the tie, yanking it into place with brisk fingers. Harry froze. Touch was not normal for him. Touch usually meant being shoved. Pansy fixed the knot with quick, efficient movements, then stepped back and inspected her work like she was judging a painting. There, she said. At least you don't look like you were dressed by a blind troll. Harry blinked at her. Pansy's eyes flicked to his ring. Her expression did not change, but her voice lowered slightly. That's a dangerous accessory. Harry's throat tightened. It's mine. Pansy nodded once, like that was the only answer she respected. Good. Draco stepped up beside Harry, smug. Pansy. Pansy did not look at Draco. Draco. Draco's smile widened. He's ours. Harry's stomach tightened. He did not like the word ours. It sounded like ownership. Pansy's eyes flicked to Harry's face, sharp. Is he? Harry held her gaze. No. Pansy's lips curved slightly. Not a smile. A challenge. Fine. Then you're here because you chose to be. Harry's jaw tightened. Yes. Pansy nodded once, satisfied. Good. She stepped closer again, then paused, like she was deciding something. Her voice went low enough only Harry could hear. If anyone tries to make you their trophy, you tell me. I'll bite them. Harry blinked. Pansy's eyes flicked to his scar. And if anyone calls you the boy who lived like it's your name, you tell Draco. He hates that. Draco huffed. I do not hate it. Pansy finally looked at Draco deadpan. You hate it. Draco's ears went slightly pink. Shut up. Harry's mouth twitched again. The sensation was unfamiliar, like a muscle he had never used. Pansy looked back at Harry. Dorms are that way. Boys. Stairs. Don't wander. The lake will mess with your sense of time if you stare at it too long. Harry stared. What? Pansy shrugged like it was obvious. It's hypnotic. People get weird. Harry's eyes narrowed. You're weird. Pansy's smile sharpened. So are you. Draco nudged Harry lightly, like he was reminding him to move. Harry grabbed his trunk handle. Draco flicked his wand and the trunk lifted again, hovering. Pansy watched the wand movement, then looked at Harry's pocket. What did you get? Harry hesitated, then pulled the wand out slightly so she could see the wood. Pansy's eyes widened by a fraction. Ebony. Harry's stomach tightened. Everyone keeps reacting like that. Pansy's voice went quieter. Ebony is loyal, but it expects you to be a monster when needed. Harry's fingers tightened around the wand. Pansy stepped closer again and, before Harry could flinch away, she pressed a quick kiss to his cheek. It was fast, light, not soft, not romantic in a dreamy way. More like a claim of welcome, a shock tactic. Harry froze completely. Pansy leaned back and watched his face like she was waiting to see if he would explode. Draco made a choking sound. Pansy. Pansy did not look at him. What? He looked like he was about to bolt. Now he won't. Harry's cheek felt hot. His heart hammered. He did not know what to do with that kind of touch. He did not know whether to be angry or embarrassed or... Pansy tilted her head. Consent. Harry blinked. Pansy's eyes stayed sharp. Was that all right? Harry swallowed. His voice came out rough. Yes. Pansy nodded once, satisfied, like she had just ticked a box in her head. Good. Then she turned away like it was nothing and called over her shoulder. Try not to bleed on the carpets, Potter. They're expensive. Harry stared at her back. Draco leaned in, voice low. She likes you. Harry's mouth went dry. She doesn't know me. Draco's smile was thin. That's never stopped Pansy. Harry rubbed his cheek once, trying to reset his brain. The touch lingered like a brand. He followed Draco toward the stairs, trunk floating beside them. Behind them, the common room buzzed with whispers. Harry could feel eyes. Curiosity, suspicion, interest. He forced his shoulders to stay straight. He was not in a cupboard. He was in the dungeons under green water light, wearing a black ring, holding an ebony wand that made the noise in his head go quiet. And somewhere above, at a table of gold and red, Dumbledore had watched him choose. Harry tightened his grip on his wand and kept walking. Harry did not sleep much that first night in the dungeons. Not because the bed was bad. The bed was fine. Better than anything he had ever had. And that alone made his chest feel tight in a stupid way. It was the castle. The magic in it never shut up. It pressed through stone like sound through a wall. And even with the onyx ring cooling his pulse, the noise still found cracks in him. Every time someone in the dorm shifted, or rolled over or muttered, the air reacted, tiny sparks of lingering charms and wards and old spells humming through the room like a living thing. Draco's bed was the next one over, curtains half drawn. His breathing shallow and controlled like he was doing it on purpose. 2 other boys were in the room, both quiet now. But Harry had heard their names earlier when the prefect shoved them inside and told them not to wander. Theodore Nott had watched Harry like he was measuring a blade. Blaise Zabini had smiled once, polite and distant, then gone back to looking bored at everything. Harry lay on his back, hands folded over his stomach, ring cold against his skin, and stared at the canopy shadows like they might move on their own. He could feel the grimoire in his trunk, like a heavy animal curled up and awake. He did not open it. He did not trust himself yet. Not in a room full of sleeping boys and quiet knives. At some point, the noise softened, not because the castle changed, but because he found a rhythm with it. Door. Lock. Quiet. He built the image in his head and held it until his jaw stopped clenching. It was not peace, but it was workable. When morning came, it came without sunlight. The lake filtered everything into green and dim, and the common room ceiling shimmered with moving water light like it was breathing. Harry woke to Draco pulling his curtains open with a sharp swipe and saying, "Up," like he was giving an order to a servant he expected to obey. Harry sat up fast, heart already racing, and reached for his wand out of habit. Draco blinked at the wand. then lifted his hands in a quick surrender gesture that looked practiced. "It's me," Draco said, annoyed, but his eyes flicked to the ring like he blamed it for Harry's reaction. "We have breakfast and then we meet the head of house." Harry's throat was dry. He rubbed his face with both hands, then shoved his glasses back up. His palms were cold, not from water, but from the ring and from the way the air in the dungeons settled into his bones. Blaise was already dressed, hair neat, posture perfect, like he had never been asleep at all. Theo sat on his bed, tying his shoes, eyes down, but his attention on everything. "Potter," Theo said without looking up. Harry's eyes narrowed slightly. "Not." Theo's mouth twitched, like Harry passing the tiny test amused him. Blaise glanced at Harry's trunk and then at his hand. The ring was visible because Harry did not hide it, and because it did not feel like something that should be hidden. "You're going to have a loud year," Blaise said calmly. Harry stared. "What does that mean?" Blaise shrugged one shoulder, like he was talking about weather. "It means everyone will talk about you, watch you, and try to decide where you fit." Draco snorted. "They'll try to decide where he fits like they get a vote." Harry got dressed quickly, movements sharp and practical. Like the faster he finished, the sooner the day would stop feeling like a trap. He avoided looking at his own reflection too long. The ring made his hand look older than the rest of him, like a mark that did not belong on an 11-year-old. They filed out together because Slytherin did not do solo unless you were stupid or strong enough that it did not matter. In the corridor outside, Pansy was waiting with two other girls, Daphne Greengrass and Millicent Bulstrode, and Pansy's eyes flicked to Harry like she had been expecting him on time. "You were awake half the night," Pansy said bluntly. Harry blinked. "How do you know?" Pansy tapped her temple once. "You look like it." Draco smirked. "He's delicate." Harry looked at Draco with flat disgust. "I will throw you into the lake." Draco's grin widened, pleased, but he shifted half a step back anyway, like he was not fully sure Harry was joking. Pansy leaned closer to Harry, voice lowered. "Headache." Harry hesitated, then nodded once. It annoyed him that she saw it that easily. Pansy reached into her pocket and held out a small wrapped sweet, dark and bitter-smelling. "Eat it." Harry stared at it like it might be poison because in Slytherin it could be. Pansy rolled her eyes so hard it looked painful. "It's mint and something my mum uses for migraines. It's not a love potion." "Stop being dramatic." Harry's mouth tightened, but he took it and unwrapped it slowly. He ate it, chewing, and the bitterness hit his tongue first. Then a cooling relief spread along his jaw and into his skull, dulling the worst edges of the noise. He exhaled without meaning to. Pansy's smile was small and sharp. "Better." Harry nodded, then caught himself and added, "Thanks." Pansy lifted her chin like gratitude was expected and accepted, not cherished. "Of course." They moved together down stone corridors toward the Great Hall, their footsteps echoing, and Harry felt the castle shift around them like it was watching the new pieces settle into place. At breakfast, the whispers hit him again, but less violently than the sorting. People stared, then looked away, then stared again like they could not help it. Some Gryffindors pointed and hissed behind hands, and Harry caught Ron's head turning. Red hair like a flare, eyes narrowed in a way that looked like it hurt him more than it should. Hermione sat stiff beside him, eyes glued to her plate but flicking up whenever Harry moved. She looked like she had not slept at all, like she had been reading until her brain caught fire, and she still did not feel satisfied. Draco leaned in, voice low, amused. "She's going to explode if she doesn't get an answer." Harry did not look away from his food. "Let her." Pansy smirked and buttered her toast like she was sharpening a knife. "Exploding is messy. She'll ruin her hair." Millicent made a small snort of laughter. Daphne smiled politely, like she was trained to never show too much emotion at once. Then the staff table shifted. A tall man in black robes stood, and the great hall quieted in the way it did when someone dangerous took the air in a room and owned it. Professor Snape's eyes swept the hall like a blade moving over skin. They landed on the Slytherin table and paused, just a fraction, on Harry. Harry felt it like pressure behind his ribs. He had heard stories already, from Draco's casual warnings and from Pansy's sharper ones. Snape was loyal to Slytherin, but not kind. Snape punished weakness, especially the kind that begged for mercy. Snape stepped down from the staff table and walked toward Slytherin, robes moving like ink spilling across stone. He stopped behind Draco's chair, then behind Pansy's, then behind Harry's, and the air around Harry turned colder, not from the ring, but from the man's presence. "First years," Snape said, voice low, quiet enough that it pulled attention without needing volume. "You will meet me in the common room after breakfast." His eyes stayed on Harry as he spoke the next words. "On time and properly dressed." Harry met his gaze for 1 second and did not flinch. Then he looked back at his plate and kept eating like Snape was just another problem to solve. Snape moved away, but the cold lingered like a thumbprint on the air. Draco exhaled slowly. "He noticed you." Harry's jaw tightened. "Everyone noticed me." Pansy's voice was dry. "Yes, but he noticed you like a threat, not a celebrity." Harry did not like that. He did not like it because it felt true. After breakfast, Slytherin first years gathered in the common room in a loose line. Not because they were obedient, but because they were careful. Harry stood slightly to the side, trunk nowhere near, wand in pocket, ring cold, shoulders squared. Snape entered without announcing himself, and the room shifted instantly, voices dying, posture tightening, eyes dropping or sharpening depending on how brave the child thought they were. Snape paced once in front of them, eyes moving like he was reading a list only he could see. "Welcome to Slytherin House," he said, and his tone carried no warmth, only fact. "You will be judged by your choices here, and unlike some other houses, we do not reward stupidity disguised as bravery." Draco's mouth twitched like he approved. Snape's gaze flicked to Draco, then to Pansy, then landed on Harry and stayed there. Harry held it, calm on the outside, pulse loud in his ears. "Mr. Potter," Snape said softly. Harry's fingers curled once, then relaxed again. "Yes, Professor." Snape's eyes flicked to the onyx ring. The light from the lake shimmered across it, and the stone swallowed it all, refusing to reflect like normal jewelry. Snape's voice went even quieter. "Interesting choice for a child who has been sheltered." Harry's jaw clenched. Sheltered felt like a lie someone used to make a cage sound like safety. "I wasn't sheltered," Harry said, voice controlled. No tremble, no emotion he did not choose. The common room went still. Even Draco's smugness paused, like he wanted to see what happened when Harry pushed back. Snape stared at Harry for a long moment, black eyes unreadable. Then he leaned in slightly, not close enough to touch, but close enough that Harry could smell potion ingredients and soap and something bitter on Snape's breath. "Do not mistake your recent discoveries for invincibility," Snape murmured, only for Harry to hear. "Hogwarts has buried students who believed they were untouchable." Harry's throat tightened, but he did not look away. "I don't want invincibility," Harry said quietly. "I want control." Snape paused, the smallest hesitation, like Harry had said something that hit a nerve buried deep and ugly. Then Snape straightened and turned back to the group, as if that private exchange never happened. "Classes begin immediately," Snape said. "You will not embarrass Slytherin with sloppy work or public tantrums." His eyes flicked again to Harry. "And you will not start vendettas in my corridors." Harry's mouth went dry. He did not answer because answering would make it a promise, and he did not know what he would have to do yet. Snape swept out of the common room, robe hem whispering, and the air warmed slightly when he left, like the room had been holding its breath and could finally exhale. Pansy leaned toward Harry, voice low and sharp. "That was fun." Harry stared at her. "That was not fun." Pansy's lips curved. "It was a little fun." Draco exhaled and shook his head. "You just told him you want control." Harry's eyes narrowed. "It's true." Theo's voice came from the side, calm and quiet, like a snake speaking from shadow. "Truth is a weapon," Theo said, eyes on Harry now. "You just handed him one, and you didn't even hesitate." Harry looked at Theo. "Do you want one too?" Theo's mouth twitched again. "No," he said, and for the first time he sounded genuinely amused. I'm just noting the shape of you. Blaise walked past, effortless, and said, "We're late." Like being late was the only sin he respected. They went to potions first, because Snape had arranged it that way, and walking into the dungeon classroom felt like stepping into a colder version of home for Harry. Stone and shadow and air that pressed down instead of up. The room smelled like herbs, rot, smoke, and metal. Cauldrons sat on tables in neat rows. Shelves held jars with things inside that Harry did not want to name yet. Slytherins filed in and took the left side automatically, like the room had invisible lines drawn in it from years of habit. Gryffindors trickled in more loudly, laughing and shoving, and the noise in Harry's skull spiked again because magic plus emotion always made the air louder. Ron entered with his friends and stopped when he saw Harry at a Slytherin table between Draco and Theo. Pansy in the row behind, eyes sharp as broken glass. Ron's face tightened like he was chewing something bitter. Hermione's eyes flicked to Harry's hand again, the ring, then to his face, and her expression sharpened into something like determination with a mean edge under it. Snape swept in, and silence dropped hard and fast, like a lid slamming shut. His eyes skimmed over the room, then landed on Harry like Snape had been waiting for this moment since the sorting finished. "So," Snape said, voice smooth and cruel, "Harry Potter has chosen to grace us with his presence on the correct side of the room." A few Slytherins smirked quietly. A few Gryffindors bristled. Snape's gaze moved to Ron and lingered, like he enjoyed the boy's discomfort. "Do try not to drool, Mr. Weasley. The fumes are already toxic enough without your contribution." Ron's ears went red so fast it was almost impressive. He opened his mouth, then shut it because Snape's stare crushed the argument before it began. Snape turned his attention back to the board, wrote ingredients with a sharp flick, and began explaining, tone bored, like he expected them to fail and he wanted them to do it quietly. Harry listened closely, not because he liked Snape, but because knowledge was a weapon and Snape was handing them knives in the open. They began brewing something simple, a basic cure for boils. But simple did not mean easy when your hands shook and your brain screamed with too much input. Harry measured ingredients carefully, fingers precise, breathing controlled. The ring dulled the noise, but it did not remove it, and the classroom's magic hummed like a swarm of insects under skin. Draco leaned in, voice low. "Don't look at him," Draco murmured, meaning Snape. "He'll think you're asking for mercy." Harry's mouth tightened. "I'm not." Theo watched the potion like it was a chess piece. "Heat lower," Theo said quietly. "It'll curdle." Harry adjusted without arguing, and their potion settled into the correct color, smooth and faintly steaming, like it was supposed to behave. Across the aisle, Hermione's cauldron bubbled too hard because she was overcorrecting, and Ron looked lost and angry at the same time. Snape glided past them, sneered, and said something that made Hermione's cheeks burn and her eyes flash with humiliation. She tried to hide behind logic. Then Snape stopped at Harry's table. He leaned over their cauldron, eyes scanning, and Harry felt the air tighten, like the room itself leaned in to see if Potter would fail. Snape's voice was quiet. "Passable," he said, like it hurt him to admit it. "For someone who likely thinks stirring is beneath him." Harry kept his eyes on the potion. "I like it when things don't explode," Harry said evenly. A few kids snorted. Pansy's laugh was soft and sharp behind him. Snape's eyes narrowed. He glanced at Harry's wand hand, then at the ring again, then at Harry's face like he was searching for James and finding something else that made him uncomfortable. "You will find," Snape said, voice low, "that potion making is not about force, Mr. Potter. It is about discipline." Harry met Snape's eyes and said, "Good," because discipline was the only kind of strength he trusted. Snape held his gaze for a moment, then moved away without another word. When class ended, the corridor outside felt less heavy, but Harry's head throbbed from holding himself together under Snape's scrutiny and the constant magic noise. He kept his posture steady anyway, because wobbling in public was the same as bleeding in front of wolves. They went to Charms next, a classroom brighter and louder, with Flitwick's cheerful voice bouncing off stone like it had nowhere to go. Harry tried to focus, but the noise in his skull rose, and he felt sweat on the back of his neck, cold and sticky under his collar. Flitwick demonstrated a simple levitation charm, and students began practicing, voices overlapping, wands flicking, magic sparking in messy bursts. Harry held his wand and breathed. His hand steadied. The ebony felt right, like a tool that belonged in his grip. Wingardium Leviosa, Flitwick called, voice bright. Swish and flick. Harry lifted his wand and made the movement, but he did not speak the incantation. Not because he wanted to show off, because his throat tightened every time the noise spiked, and forcing sound out felt like forcing air through a closed door. He flicked anyway, controlled and careful, and his feather lifted, smooth and steady, no wobble, no panic. The air in the room changed. Not dramatic, just enough that people noticed, like a sudden cold spot. Hermione's head snapped toward him. Her eyes narrowed instantly, the way they did when she thought someone had cheated. Harry's feather hovered calmly, obeying him like it understood the difference between control and chaos. Draco's mouth twitched. Pansy's eyes glinted with satisfaction. Flitwick blinked, startled, then looked pleased and slightly nervous at the same time. "Very good, Mr. Potter," he said, voice careful now. "Though I would appreciate the incantation, if only for your classmates' benefit." Harry lowered the feather gently and said nothing, because he did not owe his throat comfort for their sake. Hermione's hand shot up, immediate. "Professor," she blurted. He didn't say the words. Flitwick's smile tightened. "Silent casting is possible under certain conditions," he said, and he looked at Harry again like he was trying to decide whether to be impressed or worried. "It is not typical for first years, though." Hermione's eyes narrowed harder. "That's what I mean," she snapped before she could stop herself. "It isn't typical." Harry turned his head slowly and met her eyes. His voice was flat. "Stop staring at me." Hermione flushed. "I'm not staring," she said, which was a lie and they both knew it. "I'm observing. There's a difference." Pansy leaned forward in her seat, voice sweet and sharp. "Observe your own spell work, Granger. Your feather looks like it's dying." Hermione's cheeks went red, and her feather dipped violently, then shot upward in a wild jerk that made a few kids squeal. Flitwick clapped his hands quickly, trying to regain control of the room. "Focus, focus," he chirped, voice strained. "Everyone, back to practice." Harry turned away and forced his breathing steady again. The noise in his skull pulsed, the ring cooling it, but Hermione's attention felt like a spotlight, and he hated spotlights. By lunch, he was drained. His skin felt too tight. His eyes burned behind his glasses. He ate because he needed fuel, not because he wanted food, and Pansy shoved another bitter mint sweet into his hand without asking, like it was normal now. "You're going to make me addicted," Harry muttered. Pansy shrugged. "Then you'll stay alive." Draco smirked. "He's alive anyway." Pansy's eyes cut to Draco. "He's alive and suffering, which is different." Theo glanced at Harry and said quietly, "You should learn a grounding trick for crowded rooms." Harry's jaw tightened. "I'm learning," he said. Theo nodded once, like that answer mattered. Later, in Transfiguration, McGonagall's presence felt different from Snape's. Still sharp, still powerful, but not dripping with contempt like a slow poison. She watched Harry closely, eyes flicking to the ring, to his posture, to the way he held his wand like he expected to need it. When she called on him, it was not cruel. It was direct. "Mr. Potter," she said, "tell me the first principle of Transfiguration." Harry's head throbbed, but he answered anyway. "Intent and precision," he said, and then added, because he had read it in the grimoire's ruthless way of teaching, "and a willingness to accept consequences." McGonagall's eyes sharpened. "Consequences?" she repeated, and the words sounded heavier coming from her. "A wise addition." Hermione's jaw clenched visibly at that. After classes, Slytherins drifted back to the common room in groups, voices buzzing, gossip already spinning like webbing. Harry caught his name in whispers, felt it like insects on skin. He sat with Draco and Pansy at a table near the green light, and Blaise lounged nearby like he was supervising without caring. Pansy produced a small bag of sweets and shoved it toward Harry. "Eat," she said. Harry stared. "I already did." Pansy scowled. "You ate lunch. This is different." Harry's mouth twitched. You're insane. Pansy's eyes gleamed. I'm organized. Draco leaned back and watched the room like he was mapping threats. You're going to have people approach you, Draco said quietly. Harry's fingers tightened on the sweet bag. Let them. Pansy's voice was low. No, let us, she corrected. You don't handle introductions alone. You'll accidentally insult someone important and then we'll have a problem. Harry blinked. I don't insult people. Pansy stared at him like he was stupid. You insulted Weasley by breathing at him. Harry looked away, jaw tight, because that was not wrong. They were midway through arguing about which professor would be the worst in winter when a shadow fell across their table. A broad-shouldered older boy stood there, 5th year maybe, face rough, expression amused in a mean way. Marcus Flint, Draco whispered, and Harry filed the name away instantly. Flint leaned down, hands on the table edge, and looked at Harry like Harry was a new toy that might break or might bite. So, Flint said, voice loud enough that nearby conversations quieted a fraction. Potter joined us. Harry did not look away. Yes, Flint's eyes flicked to the ring. You're wearing that like you think it protects you. Harry's throat tightened. It's mine, Harry said, calm and cold. Flint's grin widened. It is. That's the point. You're claiming something. People will test that claim. Pansy leaned forward, chin lifted, voice sharp. If you're here to test him, Flint, pick someone your own size. Flint glanced at Pansy like she was a fly. Sit down, Parkinson. Pansy's smile turned sweet and dangerous. I am sitting. Draco's jaw tightened. Marcus, what do you want? Flint's eyes moved to Draco. What I want is to know whether the famous baby snake is going to embarrass Slytherin. Harry's pulse ticked faster. The noise in his skull rose slightly, responding to threat like it always did. He pressed his thumb against the ring and forced his breathing slow. I'm not a baby, Harry said. Flint laughed once. Everything is a baby next to a basilisk. Harry stared at him. Are you done? The nearby Slytherins went still, waiting. Not for Flint. For Harry. Flint's grin softened into something sharper. You talk like you've got teeth, Flint said. Do you? Harry's fingers curled under the table. That he thought of the cupboard. That he thought of shadows rising. Of Vernon stepping back. That he thought of the grimoire biting his hand like a test. Yes, Harry said simply. Flint held his gaze for a long moment. Then he straightened slowly, like he had decided the answer satisfied him. Good, Flint said, and it sounded like approval, not kindness. Keep them. We'll need them. He turned to leave, then paused and looked back at Harry. And Potter. Harry's jaw tightened. Yes, Flint's grin returned. Don't let anyone make you a mascot. If I see you doing hero speeches, I'll hex you myself. Harry stared. I don't do speeches. Flint laughed again and walked away. When he was gone, Pansy exhaled and rolled her shoulders like she had been holding tension in her spine. Draco's eyes were sharp, scanning for who watched that exchange and what it meant. Blaise looked mildly entertained, like he had been expecting the performance. Theo leaned toward Harry and murmured, That was a test. Harry's voice stayed flat. I know. Theo's eyes flicked to Harry's face. You passed, Theo said. Harry's stomach twisted. It did not feel like passing. It felt like being watched by something that could bite if you blinked wrong. Later, when the common room thinned and the noise softened, Pansy dragged Harry toward a corner seat by the green light, away from the main cluster. Draco followed, because Draco always followed when he thought something important was happening. Pansy sat first and patted the space beside her without looking at Harry like she was daring him to refuse. Harry hesitated, then sat, keeping a careful amount of space between them. Pansy snorted. You're still flinching like a kicked dog. Harry's jaw clenched. I'm not. Pansy leaned in, voice low, not mocking now, just blunt. You are. It's fine. You just have to stop doing it where people can see. Harry swallowed. His chest felt tight again, and he hated that she could name it so easily. Draco sat opposite, arms folded. You were about to snap in charms, Draco said, voice quiet. Harry's eyes narrowed. I wasn't. Draco lifted a brow. You were. Your hand was shaking. Harry clenched his fist, then forced it open. I don't like being stared at. Pansy's voice was dry. Then stop being interesting. Harry stared at her. That's not helpful, Pansy shrugged. Neither is being in pain. She reached into her pocket again and pulled out another mint sweet, then paused, eyes on Harry's face. Do you want it? Harry hesitated, then nodded. Yes. Pansy handed it to him slowly, like she was testing whether he could accept care without turning it into a fight. Harry took it and ate it. The bitter taste grounded him again. Draco leaned forward slightly. You can't keep doing silent casting in front of everyone, Draco said. Harry's jaw tightened. I didn't mean to. Theo's voice came from the side. Quiet. Meaning doesn't matter. Only what people can use. Harry exhaled slowly. What do I do then? Pansy smiled slightly, sharp and pleased, like she liked him asking instead of pretending he knew everything. You learn, she said. You train when you're safe, and in public you look ordinary. Harry's mouth twisted. Ordinary is a lie. Pansy's eyes held his. Ordinary is camouflage, she corrected. Harry swallowed. That made more sense that he could do camouflage, that he had done it his entire life just to survive breakfast. Draco's voice went quieter, and for once it carried something like worry. If Dumbledore restricted your vaults, he wanted you dependent. Harry's fingers tightened. Yes. Draco's eyes narrowed. He'll try something else. Harry looked down at his ring, cold and steady. Let him. Pansy's voice was low. No, she said. Don't let him. Watch him. Harry's throat tightened. How? Pansy tapped her own temple. You're learning occlumency. That's how. Don't let anyone inside your head, and don't let anyone guess what you want. Harry nodded slowly that he could do that. Wanting was dangerous. Wanting made you visible. That night, after dinner, the common room shifted into smaller clusters, and Harry felt the day's exhaustion land in his bones like weight. He was tired in a way sleep could not fix. The noise in his skull was lower now, but it still pulsed under his skin like a bruise. He went to the dorm, shut the curtains, and sat on his bed with the grimoire open on his knees. The book did not feel friendly. It felt like a teacher who did not care if you cried. He read the section on shadows again, slower this time. It talked about temperature and heartbeat and stillness, about letting the body mimic death without crossing into it. It called the technique Umbra Gratis. Step into shade not as a boy hiding but as a thing that belonged there. Harry's mouth went dry. That was exactly what had happened when he fell out of the cupboard into the yard. Like the darkness had opened a door and dragged him through. He did not trust it fully. But he trusted it more than he trusted light. He practiced the breathing, slow and controlled, lowering his pulse until his fingers stopped trembling. The ring helped, cooling him, making his body easier to control. Door. Lock. Quiet. He built the mental room again and held it. And for a moment, the castle's noise dulled like someone closed a window. Harry exhaled. Slow. Then he stood, careful, and slipped out of the dorm. He did not wake Draco. He did not wake Theo or Blaise. He was not ready to be watched while he tested something that might swallow him whole. The corridor outside was empty, lit by greenish lamps and the shimmer of lake light filtering through stone. The air was colder here, and Harry felt his skin prickle. Shadows were everywhere, thick in corners, pooled under arches, clinging to the base of statues like they belonged. Harry stepped toward one of them and stood half in the light, half in the dark. He swallowed hard. His heart hammered. Then he forced it lower, slower, steady. He held his wand loosely, not raised, because this was not a spell he wanted to shout at the castle. This was something older, something quieter. Harry shifted his weight and let the shadow touch his shoes. He felt cold creep up his ankles, clean and sharp, like plunging feet into winter water. His breath caught, but he did not step back. He lowered his pulse again. He made his body still. He imagined his skin turning to shade, his bones turning to smoke, his heartbeat muffling until it felt far away. For a second, nothing happened. Then the shadow thickened, like it recognized him. The world dimmed. Not darkness, not blindness, but a flattening, like colors lost their sharpness and sound muffled. Harry felt his own body go lighter, like weight dropped off him in layers. He took one step forward. He did not move across stone like a normal step. He slid, like the corridor stretched and then snapped him forward a short distance. His stomach flipped, Cold rushed through his chest. Harry sucked in air, eyes wide. He was farther down the corridor than he should be. He swallowed hard and forced himself to breathe slowly. He did it again. Smaller, controlled. Step. Slide. A quiet thrill curled in his stomach. Sharp and dangerous. It felt like power. It felt like escape. He did it again, and this time he heard something else. A faint whisper in the castle that was not voice. Not exactly, but awareness, like the castle noticed him moving wrong. Harry froze. His pulse spiked. The shadow around him thinned slightly. He swallowed and forced himself calm. Door. Lock. Quiet. He moved again, careful now, sticking to darker corridors, letting the shadow carry him in small hops. He did not wander randomly. He followed instinct. The same one that had dragged him out of the cupboard. Down. Not up. Toward heavier wards. Toward something buried. The dungeons stretched. Then staircases rose. Then corridors widened. Harry kept his presence small. Breath quiet. Shoes barely brushing stone. He nearly ran into a suit of armor when he slid too far. He caught himself and pressed into a shadowed alcove. Heart racing hard enough that the shadow tried to spit him back into light. He held still until his pulse settled. A voice drifted faintly from somewhere ahead. Not close, but close enough to sharpen Harry's nerves. 2 older students, walking, whispering, and Harry caught a few words, quick and tense. Potters in Slytherin. Flint said he passed. Black ring. Dumbledore's watching. Harry's jaw tightened. Even down here, his name traveled like smoke. The footsteps faded. Harry exhaled and moved again. Eventually, he reached a corridor that felt different. The air was colder, yes, but also thick, like it was layered with wards that pressed against his skin. The ring cooled, but even it could not stop the prickle at the back of his neck. He slowed. He took one normal step instead of sliding. The shadow around his feet stayed, eager, but he did not let it yank him forward. Ahead, a door. Plain wood, iron bands, and a faint line of magic across it that felt like teeth. Harry stopped a few feet away. He could hear something behind it. Not voice. Breath. A low rumble vibrated through the door, slow and deep, like a giant chest rising and falling. Harry's stomach dropped. He knew that sound. Not from life, but from instinct. Predator. Big. Hungry. Harry's hand tightened around his wand. He did not raise it. Raising it would be a challenge, and he was not stupid. He stepped closer anyway, slow, careful, and the wards on the door pushed against his skin like a warning slap. His scar tingled faintly, a prick of heat, like something inside him noticed the danger and woke up curious. Harry clenched his jaw. No, not now. He leaned his head slightly toward the door and listened again. The breath on the other side was joined by a second, then a third, overlapping, heavier, and then a deep growl rolled through the wood, low enough that it shook Harry's bones. Harry's eyes widened. 3.3 of them. His mouth went dry. He stepped back, slowly, not turning his back on the door. The shadow at his feet thickened like it wanted to protect him, like it wanted to coil and strike, but Harry did not let it. He breathed. Slow. Door. Lock. Quiet. The growl on the other side rose, sharper, like something sniffed the air and didn't like what it smelled. Harry felt the wards flare faintly, reacting. He backed away faster now, heart racing. The shadow tried to pull him into a slide, and he let it, because he did not want to be near that door when whatever was behind it decided to push. He slid down the corridor, cold ripping through him, vision flattening, and the castle whispered again. Aware, annoyed, maybe curious. Harry emerged into a safer corridor and nearly slammed into someone. He caught himself and snapped back into full light too fast. His stomach lurched. He gagged, hand flying to his mouth, and he had to swallow hard to keep from being sick on the stone. A voice said, calm and low, out after curfew. Harry froze. He lifted his head slowly. Professor Snape stood there, black robes blending with the corridor shadows, eyes like pits. His posture was relaxed, which somehow made him more dangerous. Harry's pulse hammered. The shadow under his feet twitched. The ring went colder. Snape's gaze flicked to Harry's face, then to Harry's wand hand. then to the way Harry's skin looked pale and damp like he had been running. Then Snape's eyes narrowed. "You smell," Snape said softly. "Like old wards and forbidden corridors." Harry swallowed. He did not lie. Lies were easy to smell in this kind of stare. "I was walking," Harry said. Snape's mouth curved slightly, not a smile, more like a thin cut. "You were not walking," Snape replied. "You were doing something far more interesting." Harry's jaw clenched. He forced his voice steady. "I couldn't sleep." Snape's eyes stayed on him. "And you decided the solution to insomnia was to explore the castle at night." Harry's throat tightened. "Yes," he said, because it was true, and because he refused to pretend he was a child who needed scolding like a puppy. Snape stared for a long moment. Then his gaze slid to Harry's hand, to the ring. "You have tools," Snape murmured. "You also have a talent for finding trouble." Harry's pulse ticked faster. "I didn't touch anything." Snape's eyes narrowed further. "You found the third-floor corridor." Harry's stomach dropped. So it was third floor. That meant it mattered. That meant he had just put his hand near something adults had hidden for a reason. Snape stepped closer. Harry did not step back. Not because he was brave. Because stepping back would look like fear, and fear was blood in water. Snape's voice went quieter. "What did you hear?" Harry swallowed. "A dog," Harry said. "Big." 3. Snape went still for a fraction of a second. Then his expression hardened into something like anger that had been locked down too long. "You will forget what you heard," Snape said softly. Harry's jaw clenched. "No." The word landed like a slap. Harry felt it as soon as he said it, felt the shift in the corridor, the way the air tightened. His heart pounded. The shadow under his feet thickened like it was ready. Snape stared at him, eyes dark and sharp. "No," Snape repeated, voice smooth. "You will not forget." Harry held his gaze. "I don't forget things that can kill me," Harry said evenly. Snape's mouth tightened. He leaned down slightly, close enough that Harry could smell potion smoke again. "This castle has layers," Snape said quietly. "Some are yours to learn. Some are not." Harry's throat tightened. "Then why put them where students can find them?" Snape's eyes flashed, and for a second Harry saw something behind the cold. Something like frustration at the world itself. "Because adults are often arrogant," Snape said, voice low and bitter. "And because children are often reckless." Harry's chest rose and fell fast as he forced it down. "Door. Lock. Quiet." Snape straightened. "Return to your dorm," Snape said. "Now." Harry swallowed. He started to move, then paused. He could not stop himself. "Professor," Harry said. Snape's eyes narrowed. "What?" Harry's mouth went dry. "If something is hidden behind that door," Harry said slowly, "it's important." Snape stared at him. Then Snape's voice went very soft. "It is important," Snape said. "And if you go near it again, you will not be lucky enough to meet me in a corridor." Harry nodded once. Slow that he did not ask what that meant, that he understood it anyway. Snape turned away and swept off, robes whispering, leaving Harry alone in the corridor with his heart hammering and cold sweat on his skin. Harry stood still until Snape's footsteps faded. Then he exhaled slowly and moved, faster now, back toward the dungeons. When he slipped into the Slytherin dorm and shut his curtains, his hands were shaking. Not from fear alone. From the tight, sharp thrill of knowing there was something in Hogwarts that could swallow a student whole and the adults were playing games around it. He sat on his bed, grimoire on his knees, and stared at the bite marks on his palm that were almost invisible now. Harry pressed his thumb against the ring and breathed until his pulse lowered again. "Door. Lock. Quiet." Then he whispered, barely audible, "So that's the real school." And somewhere above, behind a door layered with wards and arrogance, something large shifted and growled again, like it remembered his scent and didn't like that it had escaped into the night. Halloween in Hogwarts did not feel like a party to Harry. It felt like the castle had decided to dress itself up and wait for something to go wrong. Pumpkins sat on ledges with candles inside them. Their light flickered against stone and made the green lake light look sickly in comparison. Orange streamers hung in the great hall, but the air still buzzed with wards and old magic, the same constant noise that never left his skull. Harry sat at the Slytherin table and pushed food around his plate without eating much. The ring kept the worst of it down, but days like this made it harder. Too many students excited at once. Too many little bursts of accidental magic. Too many eyes. Pansy noticed, of course. "You're doing that thing," she said, low enough that only Harry and Draco could hear. Harry did not look up. "What thing?" "The thing where you pretend you're fine and you stop swallowing," Pansy replied. "Eat something." Harry's jaw tightened. "I ate breakfast." Pansy gave him a look like she was deciding whether to throw a roll at his head. "Then eat now." Draco leaned back with a smug little smile. "She's not going to stop." Harry finally took a bite just to make her shut up. His stomach turned, but he chewed anyway. Across the hall, Gryffindor was loud. Ron Weasley was louder than most. He laughed too hard at something Seamus said, then glanced over and locked eyes with Harry for half a second. Ron looked away like it burned. Hermione sat next to Ron, stiff as a board, and kept pushing him to eat properly. Harry saw her eyes flick to him once, then again, like she was checking if he still existed. He hated that she kept doing it. He hated that a part of him still noticed her at all. "Tonight's going to be annoying," Draco murmured, watching the Gryffindor table like it offended him personally. Theo sat a little farther down, quiet, listening more than talking. Blaise looked bored, like he could not be bothered to care about Halloween or Hogwarts or anyone in it. Pansy tapped Harry's hand lightly with her fingers. Not a grab, not a yank, just contact like a reminder. "Don't wander tonight," she said. Harry's eyes narrowed. "I wasn't going to." "You say that," Pansy replied, "and then you end up doing something stupid because you can't sleep." Draco made a soft sound of agreement. "She has a point." Harry stared at Draco. "You knew." Draco shrugged. "Snape knows everything." Harry's stomach tightened at the reminder of Snape catching him near that forbidden door. He had not gone back. He had not even thought about it too hard, because thinking about the sound behind the door made his scar itch. Harry forced himself to breathe slowly and finished the bite he had taken. Pansy's eyes stayed on his face. "Better, a bit," Harry admitted. "Good," she said, like that was the end of it. After breakfast, the day moved fast. Classes, corridors, noise, eyes. Harry kept his head down and his wand close. By the time afternoon ended, Harry's shoulders felt tight and sore from holding himself together. He was leaving a corridor near the Charms classroom when he heard Ron's voice before he saw him. "You reckon he's happy now?" Ron was saying, loud and bitter. "Sitting with snakes like he belongs there." Harry kept walking. He did not stop. He did not even turn his head. He tried to treat it like background sound. Then Ron said, "Bet his mum would be proud." Harry stopped. His body froze first, then his brain caught up. His pulse spiked. The noise in his skull flared like a knife. Pansy was a step behind him, talking to Daphne about homework, and she went quiet instantly. Harry turned. Ron stood with Seamus and Dean and a couple of other Gryffindors. Ron's face was red, eyes bright in a way that looked like anger and shame mixed together. He held himself like he expected to be backed up by the crowd. Hermione was not with them. Harry saw her farther down the corridor, talking to a Ravenclaw girl, but her head snapped up when she heard Ron's volume rise. Ron took a step forward. "Oi, Potter." Harry stared at him. He could feel the ebony wand in his pocket like a pulse. "What?" Harry said. Ron's mouth twisted. "You're enjoying it, aren't you? Being all secretive. Being all rich. Pretending you're one of them." Pansy stepped closer to Harry's side. She did not speak yet. Her presence was a warning. Harry's voice stayed flat. "I'm not pretending." Ron laughed, sharp and ugly. "Yeah? That ring says different." Harry's fingers twitched. Ron's eyes flicked to Harry's hand and the ring, then back to his face. "Bet you're dead pleased you've got a new family now, since yours are gone." Harry's chest tightened. His scar tingled faintly. Heat crawled under his skin. Pansy's hand closed on Harry's wrist, fast and firm. Harry looked at her, then back at Ron. Ron's voice rose. "Your dad would be laughing if he could see you. Or maybe he'd be sick. Slytherin. Wearing black stuff. Whole thing's disgusting. Harry's jaw clenched so hard it hurt. Ron kept going because Ron had found a line that worked. Or maybe they were always like that, Ron said, eyes bright. Maybe that's why they got themselves killed. Playing hero and getting burned for it. Harry moved. Not a step, not a slow shift. His hand shot toward his wand. Pansy tightened her grip and yanked his wrist down hard. Harry's breathing stuttered. The urge to strike was loud and hot. He could already feel the shape of a curse in his throat, the way the grimoire taught him to focus intent like a blade. Pansy leaned in, voice low and sharp. He's not worth the detention, Harry. Ron's eyes widened slightly, like he had not expected Harry to actually move. Harry's head pounded. He could hear his own heartbeat over the corridor noise. Ron swallowed, then tried to cover it with bravado. Yeah, listen to your girlfriend, Potter. She's got you trained. Pansy's smile turned sweet. Say that again. Ron flinched just a little, then forced his chin up. Touchy, aren't you? Harry stared at Ron and felt something in him settle into cold. Say my parents again, Harry said quietly. Ron hesitated, then grinned like he could not help himself. Your mum. Your dad. Dead. Harry's wand was in his hand. Pansy moved with him, not to stop him this time, but to shift his angle, to keep him from casting straight down the corridor where teachers could see. Harry, she warned, voice still low. Not here. Ron saw the wand and took a step back, then caught himself, angry at his own body. You going to hex me? Ron snapped. Go on then. Show everyone what you are. Harry's jaw tightened. His wand hand shook once, then steadied. Pansy's fingers dug into his wrist. Not here, she repeated harder. Harry forced himself to breathe. Door. Lock. Quiet. The cold in the ring pressed against his skin like a reminder. Harry lowered his wand slightly. Not because Ron deserved mercy. Because Pansy was right. Not here. Not in the open. Not with teachers around the corner and Gryffindors ready to scream. Ron's grin widened, relieved and smug at the same time. Knew it. All bark. No bite. Harry stepped closer, slow. Ron swallowed. His smile faltered. Harry leaned in just enough that only Ron could hear him over the corridor noise. I can bite, Harry said softly. I'm choosing not to. Ron's eyes flashed with anger and fear mixed together. You're mental. Harry straightened. Walk away. Ron bristled like a dog that hated being told what to do. You don't tell me what to do. Then Hermione arrived, breath quick like she had run. Ron, she said sharply. What are you doing? Ron turned on her. I'm talking. Hermione's eyes flicked to Harry's wand, then to Pansy's hand on his wrist. Her mouth tightened. Put it away, Hermione said to Harry, like she had the right. Harry stared at her. Pansy's hand loosened slightly, but she did not let go. Hermione looked between them and tried to sound calm. This is stupid. All of you. It's Halloween. We don't need. Ron cut in loud and bitter. He started it. Harry's eyes narrowed. I didn't say anything. Hermione's jaw clenched. She looked annoyed at Ron, but her eyes kept sliding back to Harry's wand like it was the real problem. Pansy spoke for the first time, voice sharp and clean. Move along, Granger. We're done here. Hermione's eyes flashed. Don't call me Granger like I'm one of your little friends. Pansy smiled. Then stop acting like you get to manage him. Harry's head throbbed. The corridor felt too tight, too loud. Hermione looked at Harry again, and her expression shifted. It softened, just a little, like she was trying something else. Harry, Hermione said, quieter. Can I talk to you? Properly. Ron made a disgusted sound. Why? Hermione snapped. Because you're acting like a toddler and I'm trying to stop you from getting us all punished. Pansy's grip eased. Harry's wand slipped back into his pocket, but his hand stayed near it. Harry watched Hermione carefully. Why? Hermione hesitated, then said, because I think you're making choices without understanding the consequences. And because you're still Harry. The words hit in a stupid place. A soft place. Harry hated that it existed. Ron scoffed. He's not. Hermione glared at Ron, then looked back at Harry. You're still the same person, and I don't like seeing you dragged into that. Her eyes flicked toward the Slytherins behind Harry, like they were dirt. Pansy's smile vanished. Draco's eyes narrowed. Harry's jaw tightened. Dragged. Hermione flushed. That's not what I meant. Yes, it is, Pansy said, voice flat. You think he's helpless. That's why you're talking. You want to pull him back like he's yours. Hermione's cheeks went red. That's not true. Harry watched Hermione's face. The way her eyes moved. The way her hands held her books too tightly. What do you want? Harry asked. Hermione swallowed. I want to help. I want to understand what's going on with you. You're doing things in class that aren't normal, and you have that ring, and everyone's saying dark magic, and I don't. Harry cut her off. You don't like it. Hermione's mouth tightened. I don't like not knowing. And I don't like the idea that you're getting involved with things that could hurt you. Pansy made a quiet sound of disbelief. Draco looked like he wanted to laugh. Harry's voice went low. You're worried about me. Hermione nodded quickly. Yes. Harry held her gaze. Then you can talk. Without Ron. Ron exploded. What? Hermione snapped. Ron. Shut up. Ron's face went red again. You're taking his side. Hermione looked like she regretted everything. Then she forced her shoulders back. Harry, meet me in the library later. After dinner, we can go over homework and you can explain what you're doing. Properly. No shouting. No drama. Pansy leaned in toward Harry, voice so low it was almost nothing. Don't. Harry's throat tightened. He did not look at Pansy. If he looked at her, he would listen. And a part of him wanted to listen because Pansy had been right before. But another part of him wanted something else. Something he had never had. A friend who did not look at him like a threat. A friend who talked about books instead of blood. A friend who might say his parents' names without turning them into a weapon. Harry's jaw clenched. He looked at Hermione. Fine. Pansy's hand dropped from his wrist immediately, like she was done arguing. Her face was cold now. Fine, Pansy repeated softly, mocking. Brilliant. Draco leaned in, voice tight. Potter. Harry did not look at him either. I'm going. Theo's voice came from behind Draco, calm and quiet. Lions don't play with snakes without biting. Hermione heard that and flinched, like it stung. Harry stared at Hermione. Library. After dinner. Hermione nodded. Quick. Yes. Ron looked furious. This is stupid. Harry turned away from Ron without another word and walked off with the Slytherins. He could feel Hermione's eyes on his back. He could feel Ron's hatred like heat. Pansy did not speak for a while. She walked fast, shoulders stiff. Draco waited until they rounded a corner, then hissed, Are you insane? Harry kept walking. No, Draco scoffed. That's a lie. Harry's voice stayed flat. I want answers. From her? Pansy snapped. From the girl who thinks rule books are holy. Harry finally looked at Pansy. You don't know her. Pansy's eyes flashed. I know her type. Harry's jaw tightened. And you know mine. Pansy's expression shifted for a second. Something raw and annoyed and almost worried. Then it hardened again. You're going to do what you want, Pansy said. Fine. But you don't go alone. Harry blinked. Yes, I do. Draco shook his head. No, you don't. Harry stopped walking. The corridor behind them was empty. The stone felt cold through his shoes. I'm not a child you can escort, Harry said, voice quiet but sharp. Pansy stepped closer. You are literally 11. Harry's eyes narrowed. And I'm not helpless. Pansy stared at him. No, you're worse. You're stubborn. Draco leaned in. Listen, if this is a trap, and it probably is, they'll pick a place where she can scream and someone will blame you. Harry's stomach tightened, because Draco sounded sure. I can handle it, Harry said. Theo appeared behind Draco, face calm. You can handle a lot. That doesn't mean you should walk into it. Harry's jaw clenched harder. He hated being told what to do. He hated needing anyone. Pansy's voice softened just a fraction. I'm not telling you not to talk to her. I'm telling you she doesn't do things without a reason. If she wants to meet, she wants something. Harry looked away. His head throbbed again, sharp and hot. He pressed his thumb against the ring until the cold grounded him. I'm going, Harry said. Draco's mouth tightened. Then we're nearby. Harry snapped his gaze back. No. Pansy's eyes narrowed. Then I'll tell Snape. Harry froze. Draco's lips curved slightly, satisfied. Harry's voice went low. You won't. Pansy held his gaze. Try me. Harry stared at her, chest tight, then looked away again. Fine, Harry said, through clenched teeth. Nearby. Not in my face. Pansy nodded once like she had won. Dinner was loud. The great hall smelled like roasted meat and sweet pumpkin pastries and melted wax. Harry ate more this time, partly because his body needed it and partly because he did not want to feel weak later. Across the hall, Hermione kept glancing toward him like she was checking if he still planned to show up. Ron sat rigid beside her, not speaking to her, staring at Harry like Harry had stolen something from him. Harry did not look back too long. He kept his face blank. He kept his hands steady. When the feast ended, students poured into corridors, chattering about Halloween decorations and ghosts, and how the pumpkins looked like they might bite. Harry slipped out with the crowd and headed toward the library. He did not tell Hermione he was coming. He did not owe her a warning. He also did not walk alone. He could feel it even without looking. Draco and Pansy were somewhere behind him, far enough to pretend they were not with him, close enough to matter. Theo was probably with them. Theo moved like a shadow. Harry hated that he respected it. The library smelled like paper and dust and ink. The air was calmer here, magic quieter, like the books swallowed sound. Madame Pants sat at her desk, hawk-eyed and angry at the world. She glared at students like she wanted to bite their fingers off for touching her shelves. Hermione waited at a table near the middle, books stacked neatly, quill ready, parchment out. She looked up when Harry approached. Relief flashed across her face, quick and genuine looking. You came, Hermione said. Harry sat down opposite her. He did not smile. I said I would. Hermione's mouth tightened. Then she forced a polite tone. Right? Good. She glanced around, then back at him. I thought you might not, after earlier. Harry stared at her. Why would I not? Hermione hesitated. Because Pansy Parkinson looked like she wanted to hex me through a wall. Harry's mouth twitched once. Not a smile. She might. Hermione frowned. Harry, you can't just let them decide what you do. Harry leaned forward slightly. I decide what I do. Hermione's gaze flicked to his hand. The ring. Always the ring. She tried to pretend she was not staring, then failed. That ring, Hermione said, quieter. It's really the House of Black. Harry's eyes narrowed. You said that already. Hermione's cheeks flushed. I know. That family is involved in so many terrible things. Dark artifacts, curses, blood magic. And you, Harry cut in. And me what? Hermione swallowed. And you've been doing spells without speaking. And you've been with Malfoy. Harry's voice stayed flat. Malfoy isn't my owner. Hermione flinched. I didn't say that. You implied it, Harry replied. Hermione's jaw clenched. She took a breath, like she was trying to reset her tone into something calmer. Look, Hermione said, quieter, leaning in. I don't trust Malfoy. I don't trust Parkinson. They were raised to believe people like me are lesser. Harry stared at her. People like you. Hermione's cheeks went pink. Muggleborn. You know what I mean. Harry leaned back slightly. His hands stayed on the table. And you trust Ron. Hermione's face tightened. Ron is. Harry waited. Hermione exhaled. Frustrated. Ron is emotional. He says stupid things. But he's not evil. Harry's mouth went dry. His head throbbed. He said my parents deserve to die, Harry said. Hermione flinched hard. He didn't mean it like that. Harry stared at her. How did he mean it? Hermione's mouth opened, then shut. Her fingers tightened around her quill. Harry watched her hand. He noticed the way her parchment was not blank. He noticed lines written already, neat and tight. Harry leaned forward slightly, eyes narrowing. What are you writing? Hermione startled. She pulled the parchment toward herself instinctively. Harry's stomach dropped. He had seen that move before. Adults hiding things. Vernon hiding letters. Petunia hiding keys. Dumbledore hiding money. Harry's voice went low. What are you writing, Hermione? Hermione's eyes widened. It's nothing. Harry held her gaze. Show me. Hermione shook her head fast. Harry, don't. Harry's hand moved across the table, quick and controlled, and he pressed his fingers down on the edge of the parchment before she could yank it away. Hermione froze. Madame Pants looked up from her desk sharply, eyes narrowing. Hermione swallowed, then lowered her voice. You can't just grab my notes. Harry's voice stayed quiet but cold. Then stop taking notes about me. Hermione's cheeks went bright red. I'm not doing it like that. Harry's eyes flicked down to the parchment. He read the first line. Subject Harry Potter observed anomalies. Harry's stomach twisted. He read another line. Possible dark magic influence. Black air ring confirmed. Silent casting observed in charms. Ebony wand. Harry's fingers went cold. Hermione's voice shook, but she tried to sound firm. It's for Professor McGonagall. She needs to know. This is serious. Harry looked up slowly. You're reporting me. Hermione's eyes flashed. I'm trying to protect you. Harry's jaw clenched. By telling teachers I'm dangerous. Hermione swallowed hard. By making sure someone is watching. Harry, you can't just walk around with dark magic and expect. Harry's head pounded. The ring cooled, but the anger was hotter than the ring. You lied, Harry said. Hermione's eyes widened, then hardened. I did not lie. I wanted to talk to you, and I wanted to understand, and I wanted to stop Ron from being an idiot, and I also. Harry cut her off, voice flat and sharp. You wanted evidence. Hermione's mouth tightened. Yes, because I don't know what you're doing, and you won't tell anyone, and you're acting like you're above rules. Harry stared at her. His breathing went too fast, then he forced it down. Door. Lock. Quiet. His voice came out steady. Is Ron part of this? Hermione blinked. No. Harry did not believe her. He could see it in the way her eyes flicked to the side. Harry's fingers tightened on the parchment until it crumpled slightly. Hermione gasped softly. Harry, don't. Harry leaned closer. Is Ron part of this? Hermione's eyes filled with frustration. He doesn't know about the notes. Harry's mouth went dry. But he knows I'm here. Hermione hesitated. Harry's stomach dropped again, deeper. Hermione whispered. He wanted to talk to you. Harry stared at her. He wanted to talk, Harry repeated, voice quiet in a way that scared him. Hermione flinched. He wanted to make you see reason. That's all. Harry's scar tingled faintly. The noise in his skull rose like a warning siren. He released the parchment slowly and sat back. His wand hand drifted toward his pocket without him thinking about it. Hermione saw the movement and stiffened. Harry, don't. Please. The library air felt too still, too staged. Harry did not look away from Hermione. Where is he? Hermione's eyes widened. Then she tried to deny it. He's not. The sound of heavy footsteps came from behind a bookshelf. Then Ron's voice, loud and smug, like he was proud of himself for being clever. There he is. Harry's chest tightened. Ron stepped out between shelves. Crabbe and Goyle stepped out with him, shoulders wide, faces dull and mean. They moved like they had been told where to stand and what to do, and they were happy enough to obey if it meant hurting someone. Harry's breathing went shallow. Hermione stood up fast, chair scraping. Ron, what are you doing? Ron ignored her and stared at Harry like Harry was a target. You think you're tough now? Ron said, voice shaking with anger he tried to hide. You think you can sit with Malfoy and act like you're better than everyone? Harry's fingers tightened around his wand in his pocket. He did not pull it out yet. Ron took another step closer. Crabbe and Goyle spread slightly, blocking the aisle. Hermione's voice rose, panicked. Ron, stop. I said we would talk. I didn't. Ron snapped. Shut it, Hermione. Hermione flinched like the words hit her harder than a spell. Ron's eyes stayed on Harry. You're going to listen now. Harry's voice came out low. Move. Ron laughed. Or what? Harry's head pounded. The ring felt colder. The shadows under the table seemed to deepen, like they were leaning toward him. Harry kept his voice steady. You brought them, Ron sneered. Yeah. And what? You scared of a bit of muscle? Crabbe cracked his knuckles, slow and stupid. Goyle grinned. Hermione looked horrified. Ron, I didn't lure him for that. I didn't. Harry turned his head slightly toward Hermione. He did not take his eyes fully off Ron, but he let Hermione see his face. You still told him, Harry said. Hermione's eyes filled with something like guilt and stubbornness. I didn't think. Harry's mouth tightened. That's not an excuse. Ron stepped closer again. Enough talking. Give it over. Harry's eyes narrowed. Give what? Ron's gaze flicked to Harry's hand. The ring. Ron licked his lips like he hated himself for wanting it and wanted it anyway. That, Ron said. Take it off. Harry felt something in him go still. You want my ring, Harry said softly. Ron's ears went red. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve any of it. You don't deserve your fame. You don't deserve your money. You don't deserve. Harry's voice cut through sharp. You want it. Ron's face twisted. I want you to stop acting like you're. Harry stood up. The chair scraped. Madame Pance's head snapped up again from her desk. Quiet! She hissed from across the library. Ron ignored her. Crabbe and Goyle moved closer, hands flexing. Harry's wand slid into his palm. Hermione's breath hitched. Harry! Harry looked at Ron and said, quiet as ice. You think I'm the villain? Ron's eyes flashed. You are. Look at you. Harry nodded once. Fine. Ron blinked, thrown off. Harry's voice stayed calm. If you want a villain, you can have one. Ron's face tightened. Crabbe. Goyle. Get him. They moved. Crabbe lunged first, big hands reaching for Harry's wand arm. Harry did not step back. He flicked his wand, fast and precise. Incarcerus, Harry said. Ropes snapped into existence and wrapped around Crabbe's torso with a loud whip crack. Crabbe hit the floor hard, breath punched out of him, ropes tightening as he struggled. Goyle froze for half a second, surprised. Then he charged. Harry's pulse hammered. The noise in his skull spiked. He forced it down, forced his breathing steady. Door. Lock. Quiet. Harry flicked his wand again. Stupefy. Red light slammed into Goyle's chest and dropped him like a sack. Goyle hit the floor with a heavy thud, eyes rolling back. Ron stared, shocked. Hermione gasped. Students nearby flinched back, chairs scraping, books slipping. Madame Pants shrieked. Out. Out of my library. Ron's face twisted into panic and rage. He yanked his wand out. You think you're so clever, Ron shouted, and he fired first. Harry moved sideways, quick. The spell missed and shattered a stack of books behind him. Paper burst everywhere. The noise in Harry's skull flared hot. He felt his body shake once. He forced it still. Ron fired again, wild. Harry raised his wand. Protego. The shield snapped up with a sharp crack. Ron's spell splashing against it like it hit glass. Ron's breathing was loud now. His hand shook. He was not trained for this. He was angry and messy and desperate. Harry was tired of being trapped. Tired of being watched. Tired of being pushed. Harry flicked his wand toward Ron's wand arm. Expelliarmus. Ron's wand flew out of his hand and clattered across the floor, spinning under a table. Ron froze, eyes wide. Then his face twisted and he did something stupid. He charged. He ran straight at Harry like a muggle kid in a playground fight, fists clenched, head down. Hermione shouted, Ron, stop! Ron did not stop. Harry's heart slammed against his ribs. For a second, the cupboard flashed in his head. Dudley charging. Vernon's shadow looming. Harry's body reacted before thought could. The air around Harry snapped cold. Shadows under tables stretched, thin and fast, like hands reaching. Harry lifted his wand and said, quiet and clear, Harry-o! The spell hit Ron mid-stride like a slap of invisible glue. Ron's shoes stuck to the stone floor so hard his body lurched forward, arms flailing. Ron yelped, trying to pull free. His feet would not move. The charm burned. Not fire, but a harsh sting that made him gasp and curse. It hurts! Ron shouted, panic cracking his voice. It hurts. Harry stepped closer, breathing hard, sweat cold at the back of his neck. You wanted a lesson. Ron's eyes were wide now. Stop it. Hermione moved forward, hands raised. Harry, please. You've proved your point. Stop. Harry turned his head slightly. His voice stayed cold. You set this up. Hermione flinched. I didn't want this. Harry stared at her, eyes burning. You still did it. Ron yanked again, face twisted in pain. Hermione, do something. Hermione looked helpless for half a second. Then her eyes flashed with decision. She raised her wand. Harry's grip tightened. He did not point his wand at her yet, but he could. Hermione's voice shook. Finite. The sticking charm did not break. It held. Harry felt it like a hook anchored in the stone. Hermione's eyes widened. What? That should. Harry's voice was quiet and flat. It's not a normal charm. Ron's breathing turned into a thin, scared noise. Harry stared at Ron and felt something shift in his chest. Not pity. Not guilt. Just a cold understanding. Ron had wanted him humiliated. Ron had wanted him helpless. Ron had wanted him to be the monster so Ron could feel righteous about hitting him. Harry lifted his wand again, and this time his spell was not from a textbook. It was from the grimoire, from Potter War instinct, from the part of him that hated being cornered. Harry flicked his wand at the stack of books Ron had shattered. Pages lifted off the floor, paper fluttering. Then the paper folded itself, tight and fast, turning into sharp winged shapes, dozens of them, edges like blades. Hermione stared, horrified. Harry, no. Ron's face drained of color. What is that? Harry's voice was low. Move again and they'll cut you. The paper birds hovered in the air, vibrating, waiting. The students around them backed up, some whispering, some gasping, some frozen. Madame Pants let out a furious shriek. That's it. That's it. I am getting a professor. Hermione's voice rose, panicked. Yes, get Professor McGonagall. Harry's eyes flicked to Hermione. You're calling her. Hermione's face twisted. You did this. Harry laughed once, short and bitter. I did this. Ron yanked again, crying out. Stop. Stop. Harry's hand shook once. He forced it steady. His breathing was too fast. His heart raced so hard it made his vision pulse. The paper birds flickered, edges cutting the air with tiny slicing sounds. Then the library door slammed open. Professor McGonagall strode in like a storm wearing a human shape. Her eyes took in the scene in one sweep. Ron stuck to the floor, face white. Crabbe tied up on the ground. Goyle stunned. Books shredded. Paper birds hovering like a weapon. Harry stood with wand raised. Hermione stood with wand raised. Students frozen. McGonagall's voice cracked through the room like a whip. Enough! Her wand snapped up. Finite! The air slammed. The paper birds fell at once, dropping to the floor like dead things. The sticking charm released with a harsh snap and Ron collapsed forward onto his hands, gasping. Crabbe's ropes loosened and vanished. Goyle stirred, groaning. McGonagall's eyes locked on Harry. Mr. Potter, she said, voice tight with controlled anger. Put your wand down. Harry's breathing was loud in his ears. His hand did not want to lower. His body wanted to stay ready. He forced it anyway. He lowered his wand slowly and held it at his side. McGonagall turned her gaze on Ron. Mr. Weasley, explain. Ron's face was red and blotchy. He looked scared and furious, like he could not decide which mattered more. He attacked me, Ron blurted. He used dark magic. McGonagall's eyes flicked to Hermione. Miss Granger. Hermione's voice shook, but she pushed through it. He did. Professor, he did. He used something that isn't on the curriculum. He made the books into blades. He stuck Ron to the floor and it hurt him. McGonagall's jaw tightened. Harry stared at Hermione. He felt something in him go colder than the ring. Hermione was scared. Hermione was also doing it anyway. McGonagall's gaze returned to Harry. Did you use non-curriculum magic? Harry's throat tightened. He could lie. He could pretend. He could twist it. He did not. Yes, Harry said. McGonagall's eyes flashed. Why? Harry's voice came out rough. Because he brought Crabbe and Goyle to attack me. Ron shouted. I did not. Harry's head turned sharply toward Ron. You told them to get me. Ron's mouth opened, then shut. McGonagall's eyes flicked to Crabbe, to Goyle, then back. Her expression tightened, but she did not look surprised. That made Harry's stomach drop. She already believed it could happen. She still came in ready to blame him first. McGonagall took a breath. All of you will come with me. Now, Madame Pants started to rant about her books. McGonagall cut her off with a crisp apology and a promise of restoration that sounded like law. Harry followed McGonagall out of the library with Hermione and Ron in front of him, Crabbe and Goyle stumbling behind, still groggy. The corridor felt too bright after the library, and the noise in Harry's skull surged again with every passing student that stared. Pansy and Draco were there, just down the hallway, leaning against a wall like they had always been there. Pansy's eyes locked on Harry's face, then flicked down to his hands. She saw the tremor he was trying to hide. Draco's jaw tightened. Potter. Harry did not speak. He followed McGonagall. Pansy moved to step forward. McGonagall's gaze snapped to her. Miss Parkinson, McGonagall said sharply. Back. Pansy's face went cold. She did not move. Draco grabbed her sleeve and tugged her back, just enough to stop a confrontation. Pansy's eyes stayed on Harry until he was gone. McGonagall's office smelled like parchment and old wood and strict rules. Harry stood in front of her desk, hands clenched at his sides. Ron sat in a chair, fuming. Hermione sat beside him, posture tight, eyes bright with leftover panic. Crabbe and Goyle were in the corner, half awake, looking confused and annoyed. McGonagall stood behind her desk and stared at them all like she wanted to turn them into matchsticks. This, she said, voice low, is unacceptable. Ron started to talk. Hermione started to talk. McGonagall raised her hand and shut them both up with one look. Miss Granger, McGonagall said. You asked Mr. Potter to meet you. Hermione swallowed. Yes, Professor. You did not alert a professor, McGonagall continued. Hermione's cheeks flushed. I thought I could handle it. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. Handle what? Hermione hesitated, then said quickly. I was concerned. About him. About what he's doing. I wanted to understand. I wanted to make sure he wasn't. Harry's voice cut in cold. She was writing a report. Hermione flinched. I was. But it was because. McGonagall's eyes flicked to Hermione. A report. Hermione's cheeks went red. Yes, for you. McGonagall's mouth tightened. You do not investigate other students. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue, then shut her mouth. McGonagall turned to Ron. Mr. Weasley, why were you in the library with Crabbe and Goyle? Ron's face went red. I was looking for Hermione. McGonagall's eyes sharpened. Crabbe and Goyle are not Gryffindors. Ron's jaw clenched. They were there. They came in. Crabbe muttered. He told us. Goyle nodded vaguely. Yeah. Ron's head snapped toward them. Shut up. McGonagall's eyes went cold. Mr. Weasley. Ron swallowed, face twisted. Fine. I wanted to talk to Potter. McGonagall held his gaze. Talk. Ron's voice rose, defensive. He's acting like a freak. He's using weird magic. He's in Slytherin and McGonagall cut in. And you thought the correct response was to corner him in the library. Ron's mouth opened, then shut. McGonagall turned to Harry. Harry met her gaze. His breathing was steadier now, but his hands still felt cold. Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, voice tight. Your response was excessive. Harry's jaw clenched. They were going to hit me. McGonagall's eyes flashed. And you responded with conjured blades. Harry's head throbbed. They were paper. McGonagall stared at him like she could not believe he said that. Harry's voice went rough. It stopped them. McGonagall's jaw tightened harder. It stopped them, yes. It also could have maimed someone. Harry did not look away. They wanted to maim me. McGonagall's expression shifted, just for a second. Like something in her face tried to become sympathy and failed. You are not allowed, she said, to take justice into your own hands in this school. Harry felt his stomach drop. The words sounded like Dumbledore, like adult rules that protected the people who already had power. Harry's voice went low. Then who protects me? McGonagall's eyes hardened. The staff. Harry stared at her. He remembered the cupboard. He remembered no one coming. He remembered teachers looking away at Muggle school too, because it was easier. He believed McGonagall wanted to mean it. He also believed the system did not care what she wanted. McGonagall took a breath. Points will be deducted. Harry's stomach tightened. From who? McGonagall's eyes held his. From Slytherin. Harry's heart slammed. Why? Because you used magic that was not appropriate, McGonagall replied, voice clipped. And because you escalated. Ron's mouth twitched like he was pleased. Harry stared at McGonagall. His throat felt tight. What about them? McGonagall's mouth tightened. Mr. Weasley will receive a warning. Harry blinked. A warning. Hermione's voice cracked in, quick and eager, like she saw an opening. Professor, he used dark magic. That should be. McGonagall snapped. Miss Granger. Enough. Hermione flinched, lips pressed tight. McGonagall's gaze returned to Harry. You will have detention. Tonight. Harry's jaw clenched so hard it hurt. Of course. McGonagall's eyes flashed at his tone. Mr. Potter. Harry forced his voice flat. Yes, Professor. McGonagall's shoulders stiffened. You will serve detention with Mr. Filch. Trophy room. 1 hour. Ron's eyes widened. Hermione looked uneasy, like she did not like the idea of Harry alone with Filch, then hardened again like she reminded herself he was dangerous. McGonagall looked at Ron. Mr. Weasley, you will return to your common room. Now. Ron stood fast, chair scraping. He shot Harry a look full of resentment. As Ron left, he muttered, Freak! McGonagall's eyes snapped. Mr. Weasley. Ron flinched and hurried out. McGonagall looked at Hermione. Miss Granger, you will also return to your common room. And you will not do anything like this again. Hermione swallowed. Professor, I was only trying to. McGonagall cut her off. No, you were not. You were trying to manage a situation you did not understand. Do not do it again. Hermione's cheeks burned. She stood up stiffly, looked at Harry, then looked away. Before she left, Hermione said, low and tight, I didn't want him to do that. Harry stared at her. You wanted me in a corner. Hermione flinched like he hit her. Then she turned and left. Crabbe and Goyle were dismissed next with threats about future consequences that sounded real. But Harry noticed they still walked out with their heads up. They would be fine. They always were. When the office was empty except for Harry and McGonagall, the silence felt heavy. McGonagall rubbed her forehead once, like she had a headache of her own. Mr. Potter, she said quietly. I understand you were provoked. Harry's throat tightened. Do you? McGonagall's eyes narrowed. Do not take that tone with me. Harry forced his jaw unclench. He swallowed hard. I'm sorry. McGonagall stared at him for a long moment. Her voice softened slightly, but her eyes stayed sharp. You cannot, she said, respond to every insult with force. Harry's voice came out rough. It wasn't an insult. McGonagall's mouth tightened. I know what he said. Harry froze. McGonagall's eyes held his. I know. Harry's stomach twisted. She knew, and she still gave him detention. She knew, and she still took points from Slytherin. Harry's voice dropped. Then why? McGonagall's expression hardened, and for the first time she looked tired. Because the moment you conjured blades in my library, she said, the moment became about your magic, not about what they did to push you there. And that is how this world works, whether you like it or not. Harry's chest tightened. He tasted bitterness. McGonagall's voice went quieter. You are powerful. People will be afraid. They will use that fear to justify anything they do to you. Harry stared at her. His hands trembled slightly at his sides. He clenched them into fists. McGonagall leaned forward. Be smarter than them. Harry's throat tightened. I tried. McGonagall's eyes stayed on his. Try again. Harry swallowed hard and nodded once. McGonagall straightened. Go. Dinner is finished. Detention is after the feast ends. Harry left without another word. By the time he reached the Slytherin common room, the green light on the ceiling felt like a bruise. It made everything look colder than it should. Draco and Pansy were waiting near the entrance like they had been guarding it. Theo sat in an armchair nearby, eyes half-lidded, listening. Blaise leaned against the mantel, arms folded, looking bored but present. Harry stepped inside. Pansy's eyes flicked over him fast. His posture, his hands, his face. She saw the tension in his jaw. "What happened?" Pansy asked, voice sharp. Harry did not answer right away. His throat felt tight. Draco stepped closer, jaw clenched. "They punished you." Harry nodded once. Pansy's eyes flashed. "Of course they did." Harry's voice came out flat. "Detention." Theo's voice was quiet. "With who?" Harry swallowed. "Filch." Blaise made a low sound of disgust. "That's cruel." Pansy took a breath, like she wanted to scream, then forced it down. "Did Granger report you?" Harry's jaw tightened. "Yes." Draco's face went pale with fury. "She set you up." Harry nodded again. Pansy stepped close and grabbed Harry's wrist. Turning his hand palm up, she saw a faint red mark, like the sticking charm had rebounded a little when McGonagall broke it. She saw the slight tremor. "You're shaking," Pansy said, voice suddenly softer. Harry yanked his hand back. "I'm fine." Pansy's eyes narrowed. "No, you're angry." Harry's chest rose and fell too fast. He forced it down. Draco leaned in, voice low. "Tell me exactly what happened." Harry looked at Draco, then at Pansy, then at Theo and Blaise, watching like they were trying not to look too invested. Harry did not want to tell it. Saying it out loud made it real, made it heavier, but he also felt something else. A strange tight relief. They were not laughing. They were not judging him. They were waiting like it mattered. Harry spoke, voice controlled, and told them. Ron, the parents, Hermione's notes, the ambush, Crabbe, Goyle, the sticking charm, the paper blades, McGonagall. When he finished, the room was quiet for a beat. Then Draco said, voice shaking with rage, "She had notes." Harry nodded once. Pansy's face was cold enough to crack stone. "I told you." Harry's jaw tightened. "I know." Theo's voice came low. "This is why you never meet alone." Harry stared at Theo. "I didn't go alone." Theo's eyes flicked to Pansy. "You went alone into the table." Harry's stomach twisted because Theo was right. Blaise sighed like he was tired of everyone. "So the lions bit." Harry's voice came out bitter. "And the teachers helped them." Pansy stepped closer again. "Detention. Tonight." Harry nodded. "Yes." Pansy's eyes flicked to Draco, then back to Harry. "You're not going alone." Harry's jaw clenched. "I have to." Pansy's voice dropped. "Dangerous. Try stopping me." Draco lifted a hand slightly. "Pansy. Filch will throw a fit if we show up." Pansy snapped. "Then let him." Harry's head throbbed. The noise in his skull rose. He pressed his thumb against the ring. "Door. Lock. Quiet." Harry looked at them. "I'll do it." Pansy stared at him. "Harry." Harry forced his voice steady. "I'll do it. And I'll come back." Pansy's eyes searched his face like she was checking if he meant it. Draco's jaw tightened. "If Filch touches you." Harry cut in, voice flat. "He won't." Pansy's expression did not soften. "He will try." Harry swallowed. "Then I'll handle it." Theo's eyes stayed on Harry. "No spells in the corridor. No hero moves. You keep your head down, finish, and come back." Harry nodded once. Tight. Pansy stepped forward suddenly and pressed her forehead to Harry's for 1 second. Quick and fierce. Harry froze. Pansy pulled back just as fast. "That's for luck," she said, voice rough. Then she added, like she remembered, "Is that all right?" Harry's throat tightened. He nodded. "Yes." Draco looked like he did not know what to do with his face. Blaise muttered, "Merlin." Pansy threw Blaise a look that shut him up. Later that night, the Halloween feast ended with loud cheering and ghost songs and students stumbling out full of sugar and excitement. Harry walked the corridors alone toward the trophy room, wand in pocket, shoulders tight. He could feel eyes on him like rumors had already spread. He kept his face blank. Filch waited outside the trophy room door, hunched and bitter, lantern in hand. His eyes gleamed with the kind of mean joy Harry recognized instantly. "Potter," Filch rasped. "Finally. Thought you'd run." Harry stared at him. "No." Filch's thin mouth twisted. "In you go. And mind the cases. Touch anything, and I'll have you polishing the whole castle with your toothbrush. Harry walked in without answering. The trophy room smelled like metal polish and dust. Rows of glass cases lined the walls, full of awards and old plaques. The lantern light made everything look yellow and sick. Filch shoved a bucket and a rag at him. Polish. Every case you can reach. No magic. Harry's jaw clenched. 1 hour. Filch grinned. We'll see. Filch sat in a chair near the door like a guard. Eyes locked on Harry's hands. Harry started polishing. The rag squeaked against glass. The sound scraped at his nerves. His head still pounded from the library fight and from McGonagall's office. He forced himself into routine. Wipe. Breathe. Wipe. Filch watched him like he wanted Harry to slip. You think you're special, Filch muttered. Harry did not answer. Filch's voice rose slightly, like he wanted a reaction. Your dad used to strut around like he owned the place. Your mum too, with her clever little smile. Bet they never thought they'd have a kid scrubbing trophies like a common. Harry's hand froze. The noise in Harry's skull flared hot. His scar prickled. Harry forced his hand to keep moving. He wiped the glass again, hard enough that his knuckles went white. Filch chuckled. Oh, touchy. Harry kept polishing. Filch leaned forward slightly, eyes gleaming. Funny, isn't it? You're famous and you still end up doing what you're told. Harry's breathing went shallow. His throat tightened. Door. Lock. Quiet. Harry kept polishing. He focused on the cold of the ring. He focused on the simple goal. Finish. Leave. Filch muttered insults for a while, then grew bored when Harry did not react. He started humming off key instead. The lantern hissed softly. Harry worked until his arms ached. When Filch finally stood, stretched and said, Time, Harry did not trust him, but he was too tired to argue. Filch opened the door. Get out. And don't you dare track Mud back in. Harry walked out and did not look back. The corridor outside felt colder, quieter. His hands shook slightly from fatigue. His shoulders hurt. His head pounded. He walked back to the dungeons like his body was moving through thick water. When he reached the Slytherin common room, the wall opened and the green light hit his face. Pansy was there immediately, like she had been pacing. Draco stood behind her, arms folded, jaw tight. Theo sat on the sofa, eyes sharp. Blaise lounged nearby, pretending he did not care. Pansy grabbed Harry's wrist and pulled him closer. She turned his hands palm up, inspecting them. His skin was raw from polishing. Red. A little cracked. Pansy's mouth tightened. Filth. Harry tried to pull his hands back. It's fine, Pansy snapped. No, it isn't. Draco leaned in. Did he say anything? Harry hesitated. Then he said, Quiet. He talked about my parents. Draco's eyes flashed with anger. Of course he did. Pansy's voice went low and sharp. Sit. Harry stared at her. Pansy pointed at an armchair. Sit down, Potter. Now. Harry sat. Pansy shoved a small jar into Draco's hands. Open that. Draco did it without arguing. He held it out. Pansy dipped her fingers in balm and pressed it onto Harry's raw skin. Harry flinched at the sting. Pansy paused instantly. Too much. Harry swallowed. It's fine. Pansy's eyes narrowed. Stop saying that. Harry's throat tightened. He looked away. Pansy rubbed the balm in with firm, careful motions. The sting faded into warmth. Draco crouched in front of Harry, voice low. Tell me what Granger wrote. Harry swallowed. She wrote observations. Silent casting. Ring. Wand. Dark magic. Draco's jaw clenched. She's building a case. Theo's voice was calm. She thinks she's saving the school. Blaise's voice was lazy. Or saving herself. Harry stared at his hands as Pansy worked. She looked scared, Harry said quietly. Pansy snorted. Good. Harry's jaw tightened. She wasn't always like that. Draco's eyes narrowed. You don't know her, Harry snapped. Neither do you. The room went quiet for a beat. Pansy kept rubbing balm into his hands, not stopping, like she refused to let the tension win. Theo's voice was quiet. Betrayal hurts more when you wanted it to be real. Harry's throat tightened. He hated that Theo said it like he understood. Harry exhaled slowly. His voice came out flat. I wanted to believe she could be normal. Pansy's hands paused. Then she looked up at him, eyes sharp but not mocking. You can have normal, Pansy said. Just not with people who need you to be small to feel safe. Harry stared at her. Draco's voice went low. They want you in Gryffindor because it makes you predictable. Because it puts you under Dumbledore's eye. Harry swallowed. His chest felt tight. Blaise shrugged. You chose Slytherin. They hate that you chose. Harry's jaw clenched. I didn't choose to be watched like a weapon. Theo's voice was steady. But you are. Harry's head throbbed again. He pressed his thumb against the ring. Door. Lock. Quiet. Pansy finished with his hands and then, without warning, leaned in and kissed him. Not a long kiss. Not anything soft and dreamy. Just a quick press to his mouth, warm and real. Harry froze completely. Pansy pulled back immediately and held his gaze. Consent, she said, voice rough. Was that all right? Harry's heart hammered. His mouth went dry. His brain felt like it stalled. He swallowed hard. Yes. Pansy nodded once, like that settled it. Then she said blunt. Good. You look like you needed something that wasn't pain. Draco made a strangled sound. Merlin, Pansy. Pansy shot Draco a look. Shut up. Blaise actually smiled, small and amused. Theo looked away like he was giving Harry privacy by pretending he did not see. Harry's cheeks felt hot. He hated that it felt good. He hated that it felt safe for half a second. He forced himself to breathe. Pansy's voice softened slightly. You're not alone here. Harry stared at her. His throat tightened in a way that felt dangerous. He did not want to need it. He wanted to be a closed door, a locked room, quiet. But he was tired. And his hands hurt. And Hermione's notes kept flashing in his head like a warning. Harry nodded once. Draco leaned forward, voice tight. You're done with them, right? Harry's jaw clenched. Yes. Pansy's eyes narrowed. No more library meetings. No more trying to be their good boy. Harry's voice came out cold. No more. Theo's voice was calm. Good. Now you train. Harry looked at Theo. Train what? Theo's eyes flicked to Harry's face. Control. Camouflage. When to strike. When to stay quiet. Harry swallowed. Draco's voice went low. And occlumency. Properly. Not just little tricks. Harry's head pounded. I'm already doing it. Draco shook his head. Not enough. Not if Dumbledore is paying attention. The name landed like a weight. Harry's fingers curled. He already is. Pansy's eyes sharpened. Then we make sure he doesn't get in. Harry stared at his ring, cold and steady. He thought of McGonagall's words. People will be afraid. They will use that fear. Harry's voice went quiet. He wants me dependent. Draco nodded. Yes. Blaise shrugged. Then be inconvenient. Harry almost laughed. Came out as a rough exhale. Pansy stood up and held her hand out to Harry. Come on. Dorm. Harry hesitated, then took it. She pulled him up, quick and steady. They walked him toward the stairs like it was normal. Like protecting him was just what they did now. When Harry reached his bed and pulled his curtains shut, the dorm was quiet. Draco's bed was nearby, and Harry could hear him shifting, restless. Harry sat on his mattress and stared at his trunk. His chest felt tight. His head throbbed. His hands still stung faintly. He opened his trunk and reached for the grimoire, then stopped. Not yet. Not right now. Something else caught his eye. A folded piece of fabric, darker than the rest of his things, tucked neatly on top like it had been placed there after he left. Harry's stomach dropped. He pulled it out slowly. A cloak. Soft. Heavy. The fabric looked plain, but the air around it felt wrong in a quiet way, like it refused to be noticed. Harry's breath hitched. He unfolded it a little more and felt the magic in it. Old and deep. A small note slipped out and landed on his blanket. Harry picked it up and read. Use it wisely. Do not trust gifts. No name. No signature. Harry stared at the cloak until his eyes burned behind his glasses. His scar tingled faintly, like it recognized the shape of this kind of trouble. Harry swallowed hard and whispered, almost soundless, So that's your move. Then he folded the cloak back up, careful, and set it on his bed like it was a sleeping thing that could bite if he handled it wrong. Outside his curtains, Draco shifted again, and Harry heard him whisper, half asleep, "You all right?" Harry stared into the dark of his own little space and forced his voice steady. "Yes," Harry said. It was not true, but it was close enough to keep going. Harry was pressed against a cold shelf, cloak pulled tight around his shoulders, trying not to breathe too loud. The restricted section smelled different at night. Not just old paper, wet earth, iron, that dusty, sharp sting like someone had scraped a quill across dried blood and left it there for years. The kind of smell that made his teeth itch. Mrs. Norris padded past the end of the aisle. Her eyes caught the candlelight and flashed like two tiny coins. Filch's muttering followed her. "I heard it. I did. Little rats think they can sneak about. I'll have your hide." Harry didn't move. He kept his hands flat on the shelf so he would not grab his wand by reflex. The black ring on his finger felt cold, heavier than it should, like it was pulling heat out of his skin. The noise inside his head rose anyway, that whine. High-pitched, thin, like a kettle left on too long. It had been creeping up on him for weeks. Sometimes it faded when he slept. Sometimes it did not. Tonight it sat behind his eyes, steady and mean, like it had picked a spot and decided to live there. Mrs. Norris paused. Harry's stomach tightened. He could feel the cat's nose working, scenting the air. He could almost see her whiskers twitching. "She's got you," Filch whispered, delighted. "Got you now." Harry's fingers flexed. He could not run. Running made noise. Running made the whine spike until his vision blurred. Mrs. Norris took one more step, and her head turned right toward him. Harry did not think. He just let the dark slip. It was not a spell like Charms class. It was a choice, a pull, a door opening. Shadows thickened at his feet, seeping out under the cloak like ink. The smell of wet earth deepened. The whine stopped, like someone had cut a string inside his skull. Mrs. Norris jerked back and hissed, for spiking. Her eyes narrowed, confused, like the air itself had changed texture. Filch stumbled forward. "What's that, then?" Harry pointed a finger through the cloak. No wand, no incantation, just intent. The shadow snapped up, not like a snake, not like anything alive, just a strip of darkness that slapped across the stone floor between Filch and the cat. Filch yelped and fell backward, lantern swinging wildly. Light skittered across shelves, turning book spines into quick, panicked shapes. Mrs. Norris bolted, claws scrabbling. Filch scrambled after her. "You stupid beast! Where are you going? Come back here!" His footsteps retreated fast, muttering, fading into the corridor. Harry stayed frozen until the last echo died. Then the shadows slid back under the cloak like they had never been there. The whine did not return immediately. His head felt too quiet, too empty, like the castle had swallowed all the sound. He exhaled, slow, through his nose, and forced his hands to stop shaking. "That was messy," he whispered to himself. It was the kind of thing Ron Weasley would call wicked, and then act like that proved something. Harry did not care what Ron thought anymore. He shifted his weight and looked down the aisle again. The book he wanted was still there, half hidden behind a row of thicker volumes. A thin spine, cracked leather, no title, like it was embarrassed to exist. Harry slid it out carefully. The moment his fingers touched the cover, a tiny prickle ran up his arm. Not pain, more like static. He opened it. The pages were blank. He stared for a second, then felt the ring on his finger pulse once, cold and certain. Harry's mouth went dry. Right? Of course. He closed his eyes and listened, not to the corridor, but to the magic. The air tasted wrong around the book. Something clung to it. A thin thread, barely there, like someone had tied a fishing line around the spine and pulled it through the castle. His stomach turned. Tracking. Not on the book. On him. On the cloak. He felt it then, like a faint itch along the edge of the fabric on his shoulders. It had been there since the morning. He had ignored it because he had been busy pretending he did not care about presents. That was stupid. He knew better than that. Harry shut the blank book and shoved it under his cloak with the rest. Then he backed away from the shelf, careful, eyes on the corridor. He did not go back the way he came. He went the way shadows liked. He stepped into the darker space between two shelves, where the candlelight did not reach, and let his feet sink into it. Umbra Gratus was not walking. It was falling sideways. The library vanished. For a heartbeat he was in a place that was not a place, cold and thick, pressure on his ears, like being underwater without the wet. Then he stumbled out into a corridor near the dungeons. Cloak still wrapped around him, heart hammering. He leaned against the wall and swallowed hard. The whine started again, softer, irritated, like it had been interrupted and wanted to remind him it existed. Harry clenched his jaw, adjusted the cloak so it did not drag, and headed for Slytherin. Not because it was home, not in the soft way other kids meant it, because it was his. By the time he reached the stone archway, his hands were steadier. His face had gone back to blank. The Slytherin common room was quieter than usual. Christmas had sucked half the house out of the castle. Only a handful of kids had stayed behind, and most of them had the sense to keep to themselves. Draco Malfoy was sitting near the fire with a book open on his lap. But he was not reading. He was staring at the flames like they had offended him. Pansy Parkinson was on the other sofa, legs tucked under her, writing a letter with sharp, angry strokes. The moment Harry came in, she stopped and looked up. Her eyes flicked to his cloak. "You're late." Draco's head snapped up. "You said you were going to be back before Filch did his rounds." Harry let the cloak fall off his shoulders. The fabric pooled around him, soft and heavy. He did not put it on the floor. He held it like it mattered. "It was fine," Harry said. Pansy's mouth twisted. "That's what people say right before they bleed on something expensive." Harry lifted an eyebrow. "I'm not bleeding, yet," she shot back. Then her gaze sharpened, like she could see through his calm. "Your hands are shaking." Harry looked down. One finger was tapping against the ring without him noticing. He stopped it. "I found what I needed." Draco leaned forward, voice lower. And Harry walked to the table between them and set the cloak down carefully, like it was a thing that might bite. "It's tagged," Harry said. Pansy blinked once. "Tagged?" Draco's face tightened. "By who?" Harry's eyes went to the surface of the cloak. It looked normal. Gray, soft. Old magic threaded through it like it had been woven with secrets. "It reeks of Headmaster," Harry said. His voice stayed polite. His jaw did not. Pansy let out a small laugh that did not sound amused. "Of course it does." Draco's fingers curled on his book. "He gave you the cloak, and he wants to know where I go," Harry said. Pansy leaned forward, elbows on her knees. "He's not subtle." Harry's mouth twitched. "No. He thinks he's clever." Draco's expression went sharp. "So what are you going to do?" "Not use it." Harry stared at him. Draco huffed, like he hated the answer he already knew. "Right? You're going to use it anyway." Harry nodded once. "But not for him." Pansy reached out and touched the edge of the cloak with two fingers. "How did you notice?" Harry hesitated. Not because he did not want to tell her, because saying it out loud made it more real. "It itches," he said finally. "Like someone's watching the back of my neck." Draco's lip curled. "That's disgusting." "It is," Harry agreed. Pansy's eyes flicked to his face. "And the noise." Harry's fingers tightened on the ring. Draco's gaze sharpened instantly. "What noise?" Harry kept his expression steady. "Nothing." Pansy snorted. "You're terrible at lying, Potter." Draco sat up straighter. "Tell me." Harry looked from Draco to Pansy. They were watching him like they had decided he was their problem. Not in a pitying way, in a possession way, like he was an asset they did not want cracked. Harry exhaled. "Slow." "The madness," he said. Draco's throat bobbed. He had seen Harry's magic up close. He had smelled it, that wet earth and iron that made normal spells feel childish. He had watched Harry go too still and too cold, like a switch flipped. Pansy's voice softened, just a fraction. "It's worse." Harry nodded once. Draco's hand tightened around the spine of his book. "How bad?" Harry stared at the fire. The flames were bright, too bright. "It sounds like a high-pitched whine," he said. "It doesn't stop." Pansy's face did not change, but her fingers dug into the cloak. Except when you do that. Harry nodded again. Draco swallowed. So you need to keep doing it. Harry's gaze snapped to him. No, Draco flinched. Not because Harry raised his voice. Harry did not, because Harry sounded like an adult when he said it. Cold. Final. Pansy cut in fast. He needs control, Draco. Draco's nostrils flared. I know that. Pansy tilted her head. Do you? Or do you just want him to be useful? Draco's cheeks flushed. Don't make it sound like that. Pansy's eyes stayed sharp. Then don't act like it. Harry watched them argue over him like he was not sitting there, and something in his chest eased. It was ridiculous. It was also real. Harry cleared his throat. Both of them snapped back to him. I'm cleansing it, Harry said, tapping the cloak. Tonight. Draco's eyes narrowed. Can you? Harry's mouth went flat. Yes. Pansy leaned back, studying him. That was quick. Harry met her gaze. I'm not letting him leash me. Pansy's smile was small and sharp. Good. Draco's voice lowered. You should be careful. Harry's eyes flicked. I am careful. Draco shook his head once. Frustrated. No, I mean, if he notices you removed it, he'll know you noticed. Harry stared at him. Pansy's eyes widened slightly. He's right. Harry's stomach turned again. But this time it was anger. Draco leaned in, voice tight. If he's tracking you, he expects you to be a child. If you cut it clean, he'll know you're not. Harry's fingers curled. The wine sharpened, reacting to his irritation. Pansy reached out and lightly tapped his knee, just once. Hey! Harry forced his shoulders to loosen. Draco exhaled. So you need to be sneaky. Harry blinked. Sneaky. Draco looked offended. Yes, sneaky. Pansy rolled her eyes. Merlin, you sound like you're going to tell him to steal biscuits. Draco snapped. It's a word. Harry's mouth twitched again. He can keep thinking he's tracking me. Pansy's smile turned genuine for half a second. That's better. Harry nodded once. I'll redirect it. Draco's eyebrows rose. Can you do that? Harry did not answer right away. He reached for the cloak and pulled it into his lap. The fabric felt like old protection, like something that had survived generations. Magic is a language, Harry said. Some people shout. Some people whisper. Dumbledore thinks he's whispering. Pansy's eyes narrowed. And you're going to whisper back. Harry looked down at the cloak. I'm going to lie to it. Draco let out a breath that sounded like a laugh but was not. That's insane. Harry's voice was calm. It's necessary. Pansy stood abruptly. Fine. Do it. Just not on my rug. Harry glanced up. Do you have a Persian rug? Pansy's lips pressed together. No. But I'm not letting you bleed on anything I own. Draco's mouth quirked. She's serious, Potter. Harry stared at them both, then nodded toward the back of the common room. We'll use the practice alcove. Pansy sniffed. Of course we will. They moved, not slowly, but not rushed either. Pansy took the lead, wand out, checking corners out of habit. Draco followed, shoulders tight like he expected someone to jump out of the lake and accuse them of treason. Harry walked last, cloak folded in his arms like a quiet threat. The practice alcove was a shallow space carved into the stone, half hidden behind an old tapestry. It was meant for dueling drills, for the kids who wanted to show off without the prefects seeing. Pansy flicked her wand. A small green light appeared, soft enough not to carry. Sit, she ordered like she owned him. Harry sat on the stone bench without arguing. Draco leaned against the opposite wall, arms crossed. What do you need? Harry pulled the black grimoire from inside his robe. The leather looked too dark in the green light, like it ate color. Pansy's eyes flicked to it, fascination and wariness mixed. I still hate how it looks like it might bite me. Harry opened it carefully. The pages smelled like old parchment and iron. The wine in his head rose, then steadied, like it recognized something familiar. Draco's voice went quieter. Does it always do that? The sound. Harry did not look up. Yes. Pansy's gaze stayed on his face. You're used to it. Harry's jaw tightened. No. Draco pushed off the wall. What do you do when it gets bad? Harry's fingers paused on the page. He could lie. He could keep it to himself. That was safer. But he had done that before. Privet Drive. In the cupboard. It did not help. Harry exhaled. I cast, he said. Or I used the ring. Pansy's eyes dropped to the onyx band. And if you can't? Harry looked up then. His eyes were flat. Then it gets loud. Silence stretched. Draco swallowed. All right, we do this properly. Pansy flicked her wand again, and a thin shimmer spread across the mouth of the alcove. A privacy ward, simple but effective. Harry watched the shimmer settle. Clever, Pansy shrugged, chin lifting. I'm not getting expelled because you wanted to play with forbidden fabric. Draco snorted. That's rich coming from you. Pansy shot him a look. Do not start. Harry flipped through the grimoire until the ink on the page looked slightly raised, like it had been written with something thicker than normal. He traced the words with a finger. The letters felt cold under his skin. This cloak has a thread charm, Harry said. A tether. It reports position, direction, time, and intent. Draco's eyes widened. Intent. Harry nodded. It knows if I'm trying to do something. It's not just tracking feet. Pansy's mouth tightened. So he didn't just want to know if you were out of bed. He wanted to know what you were looking at. Harry's voice stayed calm. Yes. Draco's hands clenched. That's not normal. Harry looked at him. He's not normal. Pansy's eyes flashed. He's a control freak with a beard. Draco let out a startled sound that was almost a laugh, then stopped himself like he was afraid someone would hear. Harry almost smiled. Almost. He set the cloak on the stone floor and spread it flat. In the green light it looked like a pool. Hold the edges, Harry said. Draco hesitated. Pansy did not. She dropped to her knees and grabbed one side. Draco followed, slower, like he expected the fabric to bite. He grabbed the other side. Harry placed his palm on the center of the cloak. Cold raced up his arm. The wine spiked hard, sharp enough to make his eyes water. He clenched his teeth. His vision blurred at the edges. Pansy's voice snapped. Harry! Harry forced a breath. Fine. He pressed his fingers harder and let the dark slip again. The smell of wet earth and iron thickened instantly. The wine cut off mid-spike. Silence slammed in. Draco's eyes went wide. Merlin, Pansy swallowed. That's better. Harry did not answer. He listened to the cloak. At first it felt like nothing. Then he found it. A thin thread of foreign magic stitched along the hem, looping back on itself like a knot. He followed it with his mind. It led outward, not to the headmaster directly, but to a point high above, near the towers. A relay. Harry's stomach tightened. He's using the castle. Draco's voice was tight. Of course he is. Harry's fingers curled. He did not rip the charm out. That was what Draco had warned him about. He did something else. He bent it. He let his own magic seep into the thread, slow and careful, like dye spreading through cloth. He did not break the loop. He just tied a second loop into it, one that fed it a different answer. He lied to the cloak the way he had said. When the charm asked where he was, it would hear a place that existed but was useless. The trophy room. When it asked what he was doing, it would hear something dull. Studying. When it asked intent, it would hear something bland. Curiosity. Harry held the lie in place for 3 long breaths, then let go. The wine crept back in, softer. Not as angry. Pansy's shoulders loosened like she had been braced. Draco exhaled. Did it work? Harry blinked hard. His eyes burned. Yes, he said. Mostly. Pansy narrowed her eyes. Mostly. Harry looked at her. It still knows it's being used. Draco's face went pale. So he'll still watch. Harry nodded. But he'll watch the wrong thing. Pansy's smile was vicious. Good. Harry pulled the cloak back into his lap and folded it with careful hands. The wine in his head stayed low, irritated but manageable. He looked up at them both. Draco's expression was tense, but there was something else there too. Respect, maybe, or fear dressed up as respect. Pansy looked like she wanted to poke him and check he was real. Harry's voice stayed even. I'm going back tonight. Draco stiffened. Back where? Harry hesitated. He could lie, but lying to them felt pointless. The castle, Harry said. I found something. Pansy's eyes sharpened. In the restricted section. Harry nodded. Draco groaned softly. You are going to give me gray hair. Pansy rolled her eyes. You don't have enough hair to go gray. Draco shot her a glare. I have plenty. Harry's mouth twitched again. Pansy leaned forward, voice lower. What did you find? Harry held her gaze. A mirror. Draco blinked. A mirror. Harry nodded. It's not normal. Pansy's lips parted slightly. Where? Harry looked down at the cloak in his lap. Then back up. Near the old classrooms. Upper corridor. Draco's fingers tightened. And what did it do? Harry's throat went tight in a way he did not like. He did not want to talk about it, but he could still see it, even with his eyes open. The glass, the shape of it, the way it felt like it looked straight through him. It showed me what I want, Harry said. Pansy's voice was sharp. That sounds like a trap. Draco nodded fast. That is absolutely a trap. Harry's gaze stayed steady. I know. Pansy's eyes narrowed. So why are you going back? Harry's voice went colder, more polite. Because I don't like being used. Draco's brows drew together. You think someone put it there for you? Harry did not answer immediately. The truth was he did not know. But his instincts had been screaming. That mirror did not feel like an accident. It was too easy to find, Harry said finally. Pansy sat back. So you want to see what it is before it bites you? Harry nodded. Draco's mouth twisted. You want us to come? Harry looked at him. Draco lifted his chin. Don't act like you weren't going to ask. Pansy scoffed. He was going to go alone and then pretend it was fine when he came back half dead. Harry's eyes narrowed. I wouldn't be half dead. Pansy's smile was sweet and fake. Of course not. Draco looked between them. We're going. Harry's fingers tightened on the cloak. You don't have to. Draco's eyes flashed. Yes, we do. If that mirror is a trap meant for you, it's a trap meant for us now. You're not the only one in this house. Pansy nodded once. And if you get caught, I'm not letting Gryffindor celebrate it. Harry stared at them. Something in his chest eased again, uncomfortable and warm. All right, Harry said. Later tonight. Pansy stood. Fine. But I'm not wearing my good shoes. Draco blinked. Why would you wear good shoes? Pansy looked offended. Because I have standards. Draco groaned. It's a castle, not a ball. Pansy snapped. It's always a ball if you're being watched. Harry let them argue for a moment, then closed the grimoire and tucked it back into his robe. He kept the cloak in his lap. The wine in his head was still there, quiet but present, like a warning. Later that evening, the castle felt too empty. Harry sat at the Slytherin table in the Great Hall and watched the last of the students leave. Owls swooped low, delivering final letters. Teachers stood near the doors, talking in low voices. The decorations were normal for Hogwarts, but empty hallways made everything feel sharper. Holly hung from the ceiling. The trees glittered. The enchanted snow drifted down and melted before it hit anyone's head. It should have felt festive. It did not. Ron Weasley walked past with his trunk floating behind him, cheeks red from cold and resentment. He did not look at Harry until he was almost at the doors, and then he did, like he could not stop himself. His face twisted. Still pretending, then, Harry turned his head slowly. Mr. Weasley. Ron flinched like Harry had slapped him. Don't call me that. Harry's voice stayed calm. Then don't talk to me. Hermione was beside Ron, arms full of books as usual, like she was afraid the train would steal them if she set them down. Her eyes flicked to Harry's ring, then to his face. You should be careful, she said, voice tight. This isn't safe. Harry stared at her. I did not ask. Hermione's mouth tightened. I'm trying to help. Harry's eyes went flat. You reported me. Ron barked a laugh. Because you're doing dark magic. Harry's gaze shifted to him. And you'd rather I be weak. Ron's face flushed. That's not what I said. Harry leaned forward slightly. Not threatening, just present. It is what you mean, Harry said. Hermione's voice went sharp. Harry, you don't have to be like this. Harry's fingers tightened around his goblet. He could smell her magic when she got upset, clean and bright, like parchment warmed by sunlight. It made the back of his throat itch. I have to be alive, Harry said. You can keep being brave on purpose. I'm tired of it. Ron's expression twisted. You think you're better than us now. Harry's gaze did not change. Yes. Ron's mouth fell open. Hermione went pale. Harry stood, chair scraping softly. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. I don't want to fight, he said. Go home. Ron's hands clenched. You're mental. Harry looked at him like he was a bug under glass. Enjoy Christmas. Ron's face went red, and he spun away, storming toward the doors. Hermione lingered for a second, eyes searching Harry's face like she expected to find the old version of him hiding behind the new one. She did not. Her shoulders sagged, just slightly, and she turned and followed Ron. Harry sat back down. Draco and Pansy were at his sides without him noticing, like they had been watching from the moment Ron walked over. Pansy's mouth curled. Enjoy Christmas. That was cold. Draco's eyes were narrowed. You meant it. Harry took a sip of pumpkin juice. Yes. Pansy's gaze flicked after Hermione. She looked like she wanted to cry. Harry did not answer. Draco shifted closer, voice lower. Are you all right? Harry's fingers tightened around the goblet again. The wine buzzed a little louder. No, Harry said. But I'm functional. Pansy made a face. That's not a real answer. Harry looked at her. It's the only one you're getting. Pansy stared back, then huffed. Fine. Draco's eyes flicked to the teachers near the doors. Headmaster's watching. Harry's gaze slid that way. Dumbledore stood with McGonagall, smiling like the castle was his favorite joke. His eyes were on the students leaving, but Harry could feel his attention like a hand. Harry's stomach tightened. Pansy's voice dropped. He's still trying to make you look at him like he's safe. Harry's jaw clenched. He's not safe. Draco nodded once. We move after curfew. Pansy stood, smoothing her robes. We move after curfew. Harry looked at them both. The decision settled in his chest like a stone. After dinner, they did not do the stupid things kids did at Christmas. They did not sing. They did not play games. They did not pretend. They waited. Draco packed his wand, a small vial of potion tucked into his sleeve. He would not say what it was, but Harry could guess. Pansy pulled her hair back, neat and practical, and shoved a handful of sweets into her pocket like she might need sugar for war. Harry put the cloak on, feeling the fabric settle over his shoulders. Still itched faintly like an insect trying to crawl. But when he focused, he could feel the lie he had tied into it. A false path. A false report. Dumbledore would be looking at the trophy room tonight, thinking Harry was reading. Harry almost laughed. They slipped out of the common room one at a time, timing their exits so no one would notice 3 first years moving together. The dungeon corridors were quiet, lamps low. The lake outside the windows pressed dark and heavy against the glass. By the time they reached the stairs, Harry's head was buzzing again. The wine had climbed, eager, like it knew what he was about to do. Harry kept walking anyway. They made it to the upper corridor without being seen. Pansy held up a hand, stopping them behind a suit of armor. Her eyes narrowed. Listen, she whispered. Footsteps, slow, measured, a soft swish of robes. Draco's face tightened. Professor. Harry leaned forward slightly, peering around the armor through the cloak's edge. Snape walked past, black robes blending into the shadows, wand in hand. His face was sharp, eyes scanning. He paused, just a second, and looked right at their hiding place. Harry's stomach dropped. Pansy went still. Draco's breathing went shallow. Snape's eyes narrowed, like he could smell them. Then he kept walking. Harry did not move until Snape's footsteps faded down the corridor. Pansy exhaled quietly. That was too close. Draco's voice was tight. He knows. Harry's jaw clenched. Maybe. Pansy shot him a look. Do not say maybe like that, makes it less terrifying. Harry did not answer. The wine in his head sharpened. Impatient. They moved again, faster now, tension pressing them forward. The mirror was where Harry had found it the first time, in a disused classroom with a door that did not quite fit its frame. The corridor outside was colder than it should be, like the stone had been sitting in shadow for too long. Harry put his hand on the door. Pansy whispered, Are you sure? Harry nodded once and pushed. The room was dim, lit only by moonlight leaking through a high window. Dust hung in the air, drifting slow. The mirror stood at the far end, tall and ornate, gold frame curling like vines. It did not belong here. It looked like it had been placed carefully, like an altar. Draco's voice was barely a breath. That's it. Harry stepped forward, cloak brushing the stone. The wine in his head rose like it recognized the mirror too. He stopped a few feet away. Pansy moved to his right, close enough that her shoulder almost touched his. Draco stayed slightly behind, wand out, eyes scanning corners like he expected something to lunge. Harry stared at the mirror. The glass shimmered, then cleared. First he saw nothing. Just himself, pale in the moonlight, cloak hood shadowing his face. His glasses caught a faint reflection. Then the image shifted. His parents were there. James Potter, messy hair, grin too wide. Lily Potter, red hair bright even in the dim room, eyes soft. Harry's breath caught. His hands tightened on the edge of the cloak. His chest hurt in a way he was not used to, but they were not reaching for him. They were standing behind him, like attendants, like ghosts. Harry's stomach turned. In the mirror he was sitting on a throne. It was not a childish fantasy throne with jewels. It was black stone, carved sharp, heavy, like it had been built to last longer than people. Harry sat on it like he belonged there, posture straight, eyes flat and calm. Draco stood at his right side, one step below the throne, chin lifted, expression proud and obedient in equal measure. A lieutenant. Pansy stood on his left, closer, fingers resting on the throne's arm like it was hers too. She looked sharp, dangerous, satisfied. At their feet, shadows pooled, thick and alive, curling around the base of the throne like guard dogs. Harry's stomach tightened so hard he thought he might be sick. Pansy whispered, "What do you see?" Harry swallowed. His voice came out rougher than he wanted. "Me." Draco's eyes flicked to him. "That's not helpful." Harry forced himself to speak like he was discussing homework. "I'm on a throne." Silence snapped tight. Pansy's voice went quiet. "Of course you are." Draco swallowed. "Who's with you?" Harry's jaw clenched. "You. Both of you." Pansy let out a small breath. That's a choice." Draco stared at the mirror, then at Harry. "Your parents." Harry nodded once. The image in the mirror stayed steady, like it had found the right answer and was satisfied. Harry's chest felt tight. His eyes stung. He hated that. He hated that the mirror knew. He did not want a family that could be taken away. He wanted a position no one could touch. He wanted a kind of power that meant no cupboard ever again. No hunger, no fear, no hand grabbing him in the dark. Sovereignty. The word landed in his head like a verdict. Pansy's fingers brushed his sleeve, light, grounding. "Hey!" Harry blinked hard and dragged his gaze away from the mirror. Draco's voice was tense. "This is not just a mirror, is it? This is a test." Harry nodded. Pansy's mouth tightened. "Who put it here?" Harry looked toward the door. The room felt too still, like it was waiting. He could smell something under the dust. Clean, bright, like old lemon sweets. His stomach dropped. "Headmaster," Harry whispered. The door behind them creaked. Draco spun, wand lifting instantly. Pansy's hand grabbed Harry's sleeve. Dumbledore stepped into the room like he had been invited. He did not look surprised to see them. That made Harry's skin crawl. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to Draco's wand, then to Pansy's face, then to Harry under the cloak's hood. "My," Dumbledore said softly. "I had wondered how long it would take." Draco's voice was sharp. "What are you doing here?" Dumbledore smiled like Draco had said something cute. "Walking, thinking, enjoying the quiet." Pansy snapped, "That's rubbish." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Miss Parkinson, your manners are improving." Pansy's face darkened. "Don't talk to me like you know me." Harry's hands clenched under the cloak. The wine in his head rose, furious now, like it wanted to scream at the headmaster until the walls cracked. Harry forced it down. Dumbledore's gaze shifted fully to Harry. "Harry." Harry's voice was calm, polite, aristocratic. "Headmaster." Dumbledore's smile softened. "I see you found my little curiosity." Harry looked at the mirror. "You placed it." Dumbledore did not deny it. "It can be quite Enlightening. Draco's wand stayed pointed. You want to see what he wants. Dumbledore tilted his head. We all want to know what people want, Mr. Malfoy. It tells us who they are. Harry's jaw tightened. It tells you what you can use. Dumbledore's smile did not fade, but his eyes sharpened. That is a bleak view. Harry stared at him. It's accurate. Pansy's hand tightened on Harry's sleeve. Draco shifted closer, like he was ready to shove Harry behind him if Dumbledore moved. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to their positions, then back to Harry. The mirror does not give. It reflects. Harry's voice stayed steady. It reflects desire. Dumbledore nodded. Yes. Harry took a step forward, cloak brushing stone. Then you know what I saw. Dumbledore's expression was gentle. Perhaps. Harry's fingers tightened on the ring. The wine screamed in his skull. Harry kept his voice even. You wanted to remind me I'm a child. Dumbledore's smile flickered. No. I wanted to remind you that you are not alone. Harry let out a short laugh that held no humor. You tracked me. Dumbledore's eyes softened again. The cloak is a dangerous thing in the wrong hands. Harry stared at him. So you put it in mine and tied a leash to it. Dumbledore's gaze held steady. I put it in your care. I ensured I could find you if you needed help. Pansy snapped. He doesn't need your help. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to her. That remains to be seen. Harry's voice went colder. You don't get to decide that. Dumbledore's smile returned. Mild. You are young, Harry. You are powerful. You are angry. Those three things together have ended many lives. Harry's fingers curled. The smell of wet earth rose around him without him meaning it to. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly, like he felt it. Harry held his gaze. Then stop poking it. Silence stretched. Draco's wand did not move. Pansy's grip stayed firm. Dumbledore sighed softly, like he was disappointed. I see. Harry waited. Dumbledore's voice stayed gentle. The mirror is not for you tonight. Harry's voice was flat. You don't own it. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled again, but there was steel behind it. In this castle I do. Harry's magic surged. Hungry. The wine screamed. Harry's vision blurred at the edges. Pansy's voice cut through it, sharp. Harry, look at me. Harry forced his eyes to her. Her face was pale, but her eyes were steady. She did not look scared of him. She looked scared for him. The wine softened. Harry swallowed hard. Draco's voice was tight. We're leaving. Dumbledore stepped aside slightly, giving them the path to the door like he was generous. Go, Dumbledore said. Enjoy your holiday. Harry stared at him for a long second. Then he turned. They left the room together, not running, but fast. The moment the door shut behind them, Pansy let out a shaky breath. That was disgusting. Draco's voice shook with anger. He knew we'd be there. Harry's head throbbed. The wine was loud now, furious, like it wanted to tear itself out of him. He kept walking anyway. They did not speak again until they were back in the dungeons, safe behind stone and water and distance. In the practice alcove, Pansy slammed her palm against the wall once. He's playing with you. Harry's voice was flat. Yes, Draco paced, agitation rolling off him. He wanted you to see that. He wanted you to see what you want so he can point at it later and call you dangerous. Harry leaned against the stone, eyes closed. Yes, Pansy's voice softened, just slightly. What did it feel like? Harry did not want to answer. His chest still hurt. His eyes still stung. That made him furious. He opened his eyes. Like someone looked inside my ribs. Pansy's mouth tightened. I hate him. Draco stopped pacing. So what now? Harry stared at the floor. The wine rose again, sharp. He clenched his jaw. Pansy watched him closely. It's worse. Harry's fingers tightened on the ring until it hurt. It's loud. Draco's face tightened. We need to do the ritual. Pansy's head snapped. You don't just say that like it's tea. Draco's eyes flashed. Do you have a better idea? Pansy's mouth opened, then shut. Her gaze flicked to Harry. Harry's expression stayed blank. We do it. Draco stared. You're sure? Harry nodded once. I need an anchor. Pansy's voice went sharp. You need to sleep too. Harry's gaze flicked to her. Sleep doesn't stop it. Pansy swallowed. Then the ritual. Draco's jaw tightened. Where? Harry looked at the shadows pooling in the corner of the alcove. He could feel them like a second skin. The room, Harry said. The one I found. Pansy frowned. What room? Harry's voice stayed calm. A room that appears when you need it. Draco blinked. That's a myth. Harry looked at him. It's real. Pansy's eyes sharpened. Show us. Harry nodded once. Now, they moved through the dungeons, then into a quieter corridor on the 7th floor, away from teachers, away from the main staircases. Harry's head throbbed the whole way. The wine dug in, sharper with each step, like it was trying to punish him for not giving in. He stopped in front of a blank stretch of wall. Pansy stared. That's a wall. Draco looked annoyed. This is your plan. Harry ignored them. He focused on what he needed. Silence. Space. A place where no one could see him fall apart. A place where the wine could be cut off without anyone watching. He walked past the wall slowly, thinking it again and again. The stones shifted. A door appeared. Pansy's eyes widened. Merlin. Draco's mouth fell open for half a second. Then he recovered. Of course you can do that. Pansy shot him a look. Shut up. Harry pushed the door open. The room beyond was warm. Not cozy, not friendly. Just warm enough to breathe. Candles lined the walls, flame steady, not flickering. Cushions were piled in the center like someone had planned for collapse. A shallow stone basin sat near the cushions, clean, empty, waiting. Pansy stepped inside first, eyes scanning. This is creepy. Draco followed, wand still in hand. It's perfect. Harry stepped in last and shut the door. The moment it closed, the wine in his head dipped slightly, like the room muffled it. Harry exhaled. Pansy turned, arms crossing. All right, tell us what to do. Harry pulled the grimoire out and opened it on the floor near the cushions. Draco crouched beside him, peering over. Which one? Harry flipped pages, fingers steady despite the tremor in his hands. He stopped at a page marked with a smear of dark ink that looked like dried blood. Sanguis vinculum, Harry said. Pansy's eyebrows rose. That sounds cheerful. Draco's voice was tight. Blood bond. Harry nodded. Pansy's gaze flicked to his face. This is permanent. Harry's voice stayed calm. It's an anchor. It's what the Blacks used when they trusted someone enough to share risk. Draco's jaw tightened. And you trust us. Harry looked up. He did not know how to say it without making it sound like weakness, so he said the truth plain. I need you, Harry said. Silence. Pansy's expression softened for half a second. Then she covered it with a scoff. Obviously. Draco's ears went pink. Right? Fine. Harry's mouth twitched. Yes, fine. Pansy sat on a cushion, posture straight like she was trying not to show nerves. What's the catch? Harry traced the ink with his finger. Pain. Blood. A link. Draco's eyes narrowed. Telepathy. Harry shook his head slightly. Not constant, says empathic bond. Danger sense. Sharing, pressure. Pansy swallowed. Pressure. Harry's voice stayed steady. If one of us is in danger, the others know. If one of us is overwhelmed, the others feel the edge. Draco's face tightened. That could be awful. Harry nodded. Yes. Pansy stared at the basin. So we all suffer together. Harry's voice was flat. Better than suffering alone. Pansy's eyes flicked to him, sharp. That was pathetic. Harry did not flinch. It was honest. Pansy's lips pressed together. Draco cleared his throat. What do we need? Harry pointed to the basin. Blood. Mixed. Pansy stared at him. With what? A knife. Harry's gaze flicked to the basin's edge. 3 small silver blades lay there, like the room had read the grimoire over his shoulder and decided to help. Draco's eyes widened. The room provides. Pansy's voice was tight. That's unsettling. Harry reached for one blade. It was cold. He looked at Draco. Are you sure? Draco lifted his chin. Yes. Harry looked at Pansy. Are you sure? Pansy rolled her eyes, but her hand shook slightly as she reached for her blade. Do it before I change my mind. Harry nodded once. They stood in a rough triangle around the basin. Harry's heart hammered. His palms were damp. The wine in his head buzzed, excited now, like it sensed blood coming. Harry hated that. He forced his breathing steady. Palms, Harry said. Draco stared at his own hand like he was insulted by the idea of cutting it. This is barbaric. Pansy shot him a look. You're a Malfoy. You've probably bled on a ritual rug before. Draco snapped. We don't do ritual rugs. Pansy's mouth quirked. Sure. Harry did not let them spiral. He raised the blade and pressed it to his palm. He did not hesitate. The cut burned sharp. Blood welled fast, red against pale skin. The smell hit him instantly, metallic and warm. His stomach lurched, not from squeamishness, from the way his magic reacted, hungry and thrilled. The wine in his head spiked. Harry clenched his teeth and held his hand over the basin. Blood dripped into stone with soft taps. Pansy hissed as she cut her palm. Draco made a sound like he was trying not to swear. Their blood fell into the basin, mixing slowly. Harry's hand throbbed. The cut was not deep, but it stung like a promise. Draco held his palm over the basin, face tight. Now what? Harry looked at the grimoire. The words were clear, but the meaning felt heavier than ink. We place our hands together, Harry said. Over the basin. Pansy's eyes narrowed. And then, Harry swallowed. And then we mean it. Draco stared at him. Mean what? Harry's voice went quiet. That we are bound. That we protect. That we do not lie to each other about danger. Pansy's face went still. That last part is going to be difficult. Harry met her gaze. Try. Pansy let out a shaky breath, then nodded once. Fine. Draco's jaw tightened. All right. They leaned in. Harry placed his bleeding palm over the basin. Pansy placed hers against his, warm and shaking. Draco placed his on top, colder, fingers tense. Blood smeared across their skin, slick and hot. Harry's chest tightened. The wine in his head rose like a scream. Then the room changed. Not visually. The candles did not flare. The walls did not shake. But the air thickened, pressing against Harry's skin like a hand. The smell of wet earth and iron surged. Old parchment layered over it, like the black magic had stepped into the room and claimed it. Harry's ring went cold enough to sting. Pansy gasped softly. Draco sucked in a breath like it hurt. Harry felt something snap into place. Not a chain, a thread. He felt Pansy like a flicker of heat and sharpness. A constant evaluating presence, like she was always looking at the room for threats. He felt Draco like a tight coil of pride and fear, controlled but ready to lash out. And they felt him. Harry knew they did because Pansy's fingers tightened on his hand, and Draco's shoulders jerked like someone had spoken into his ear. Draco whispered, "What the hell?" Pansy's voice was tight. "I can feel you." Harry's throat went dry. Yes, the wine in Harry's head dipped, not gone, but muffled, like someone had placed a hand over a screaming mouth. Harry almost sagged with relief. Pansy made a small sound, sharp. "Oh," Draco's voice went strained. "That noise. That's been in you." Harry swallowed. "Yes." Pansy's grip tightened. "For how long?" Harry's voice was quiet. "Since Privet Drive." Draco's jaw clenched hard. "Merlin." The bond pulsed once, like it was settling. Harry's palm throbbed. The cut stung. Blood stuck between their fingers. He forced himself to focus. "We seal it." Pansy's brows knit. "How?" Harry nodded toward the basin. "Touch the blood again, then touch the ring." Pansy looked offended. "Your ring." Harry's eyes stayed flat. "It's the anchor." Draco exhaled sharply. "Fine." They pulled their hands apart slowly, skin sticking for a moment, then separated. Harry dipped his fingers in the basin and smeared the mixed blood across the onyx ring. The ring drank it, not literally, but the blood darkened and vanished into the stone like it had soaked through. The room went quiet. The wine in Harry's head faded to a distant hiss. Harry's shoulders dropped before he could stop them. Pansy sat back hard on a cushion, breathing fast. That was intense. Draco sat too, eyes wide. "I can still feel it. Like a hum." Harry flexed his hand, wincing. "It'll settle." Pansy stared at her palm. "It hurts." Harry glanced at her. "Yes." Pansy shot him a look. "Helpful." Draco's voice went quieter. Can you feel me? Harry closed his eyes for a second. He felt Draco's anxiety like a tight knot. He felt Pansy's sharp attention like a blade. He felt his own exhaustion like a weight. Yes, Harry said. Pansy's voice went softer, despite herself. Can you feel me? Harry opened his eyes and looked at her. Yes, Harry said again. Pansy's cheeks flushed. She looked away fast. Gross. Draco let out a weak laugh. You're a liar, Pansy snapped. Shut up. Harry's mouth twitched. The room felt warmer now. Not friendly, just safe enough. Harry's eyelids were heavy. The bond had taken something out of him like blood loss without the dizziness. Pansy shifted closer, tugging at his sleeve. Your hand. Harry looked down. Blood still streaked his palm. The cut was open. Pansy pulled a small roll of bandage from her pocket like she had been waiting for this. Hold still. Harry stared. You planned this. Pansy glared. Obviously. Draco watched, expression unreadable. Then he pulled his own sleeve up and hissed at his palm. Mine too. Pansy flicked her wand, and the basin cleaned itself. Blood gone, stone spotless. Harry watched the blood vanish and felt a faint tug in the bond, like it approved. Pansy wrapped Harry's palm carefully, fingers precise. She tied it off and pressed his hand gently. You're not bleeding on anything, she said, voice sharp like it was a threat. Harry stared at her face. Under the sharpness, her eyes were worried. Harry's throat tightened. Thank you. Pansy froze like she had not expected that. Then she scoffed, too loud. Don't get sentimental. Draco's mouth quirked slightly. He said thank you, Pansy. Write it down. Pansy snapped. Do not. Harry actually smiled, small and tired. Draco blinked, like the sight surprised him. The bond pulsed softly, warmth threading through it, settling. Harry's head felt quieter than it had in weeks. Pansy leaned back against the cushions and yawned, trying to pretend she was not exhausted. Draco sat stiffly for another moment, then finally sank down too, shoulders slumping. Harry stared at them both. They looked like kids again for a second. Not heirs, not weapons, not chess pieces. Just tired 11-year-olds who had done something adults would call dangerous and then survived it. Harry's chest tightened again, but this time it was not pain. It was relief. Pansy's voice was sleepy. If you start screaming in my head, I'm hexing you. Harry's eyes closed. I won't. Draco's voice was low. If someone touches you, we'll know. Harry's eyes opened slightly. Yes, Draco swallowed. That's useful. Pansy muttered. That's the point. Harry shifted, his shoulder brushing Pansy's arm. She did not pull away. She just made a small annoyed sound and leaned into him like she hated that it felt good. Draco watched them for a second, then looked away, embarrassed. Harry's eyelids grew heavier. The wine in his head was almost gone. Not silence, but quiet enough to breathe. Pansy's fingers found Harry's unbandaged hand and grabbed it, squeezing once, hard, like she was warning him not to drift too far. Harry squeezed back. Pansy huffed. You're sweaty. Harry's voice was sleepy. You're mean. Pansy's mouth quirked. And you like it. Harry's eyes opened a fraction. Do I? Pansy's cheeks flushed again. Shut up. Harry let out a soft laugh. Pansy leaned in suddenly, quick and decisive, and pressed a small kiss to his cheek. It was not dramatic. It was not slow. It was like a stamp. Then she leaned back like she had done nothing. Harry stared at her. Pansy glared. Don't make it weird. Draco made a choking sound. Merlin. Harry's cheek felt warm. The bond pulsed, and Harry felt Pansy's embarrassment like a spark, sharp and hot. Harry's mouth twitched. I won't. Pansy muttered. Good. Draco rubbed his face. I hate you both. Harry's voice was calm. No you don't. Draco glared. Yes I do. Pansy yawned again. Stop whining. Draco snapped. I'm not whining. Harry let his eyes close fully. The room was warm. The cushions were soft. The bond was steady. For the first time in a long time, Harry felt safe enough to sleep without fighting it. He drifted off with Pansy's hand still gripping his, Draco's presence a steady pulse nearby, and the high-pitched whine in his skull reduced to a distant hiss. He did not dream of cupboards. He dreamed of stone corridors and traps and a mirror that had tried to show him weakness. When he woke, the candles were lower, flames steady. The room smelled faintly of wax and old parchment. Harry blinked and realized he could feel them even before he opened his eyes. Pansy was curled against his side, hair a dark spill on the cushion. Draco was on the other side, half sprawled, arm over his eyes like he had tried to keep dignity and failed. Harry's bandaged palm throbbed. His head felt quiet. Harry exhaled slowly. Pansy stirred, eyes cracking open. "Are you awake?" Harry nodded. Draco groaned. "If you say anything about this, I'll kill you." Pansy blinked. "You can't kill him. We're bound." Draco sat up, blinking hard. "That's not what I meant." Pansy's mouth quirked. "Sure." Harry pushed himself upright, shoulders stiff. "We need to talk." Draco rubbed his face. "About the bond." Harry nodded. "And about the headmaster." Pansy sat up too. Fixing her hair with quick fingers like that would erase the fact she had been sleeping against Harry. Pansy's voice was sharper now, back in control. "He baited you." Harry's jaw tightened. "Yes." Draco's eyes narrowed. "He wanted you to find the mirror. He wanted to see what you'd do when you saw it." Harry stared at the basin, now spotless. "He wanted me to feel." Pansy's expression hardened. "He thinks feeling makes you easier to steer." Harry nodded once. The bond pulsed faintly, and Harry felt Draco's anger like a hot coil. Draco leaned forward. "We need leverage." Pansy's eyes sharpened. "We need information." Harry's voice stayed calm. "We need to know what he's protecting." Draco blinked. "What?" Harry looked at them both. The mirror wasn't just a mirror. It was placed. The cloak was given. The tracking charm was there. "He's setting a path." Pansy's lips pressed together. "For you." Harry nodded. "And for whoever is watching him." Draco's face went still. "You think someone else is in the castle?" Harry did not say the name. He did not need to. The bond pulsed again, and Harry felt Draco's mind jump to the same conclusion. He felt Pansy's attention sharpen like a knife. Pansy whispered, "Quirrell." Draco's jaw tightened. "Or someone worse." Harry's voice was flat. "Yes." Pansy's fingers dug into the cushion. "So what's the plan?" Harry stared at the grimoire. He could feel the bond giving them something new already. Their thoughts did not merge, but they brushed. Ideas slid closer. Logic lined up easier. Harry spoke slowly. "The mirror is in the castle. The cloak is in the castle. The headmaster expects me to move." Draco's eyes narrowed. "He expects you to go where the plot is." Pansy snorted. "Plot?" Draco shot her a look. "You know what I mean." Pansy's mouth twisted. "He expects you to walk into whatever trap he's set." Harry nodded. Pansy's gaze sharpened. "So we don't walk. We cut across." Harry's eyes flicked to her. "Yes." Draco leaned forward, voice intense. "What does he have that's worth all of this?" Harry thought of the strange things he had noticed this year. Teachers whispering. A three-headed dog rumor. A corridor sealed on the 3rd floor. Snape limping once after Halloween. Harry's eyes narrowed. "The stone," Harry said. Pansy blinked. "What stone?" Draco's face went pale, then angry. "The Philosopher's Stone." Harry nodded. Pansy stared. "That's not real." Draco's voice was tight. "It's real. My father talks about it like a bedtime story when he wants to frighten people." Harry's gaze stayed steady. "It's here." Pansy's mouth went dry. "How do you know?" Harry tapped the grimoire. "The mirror. The bait. The way he's watching. He's not watching me because I sneak out at night." Draco's jaw clenched. "He's watching you because he thinks you'll go after it." Harry nodded. Pansy's eyes narrowed. "And he wants you to meet whoever else is hunting it." Harry's voice was flat. "Yes." Draco exhaled sharply. "So Voldemort's trying to get it." Harry did not flinch at the name. He nodded once. The bond pulsed, and Harry felt Pansy's fear spike, then harden into anger. Pansy's voice went low. "I am not letting that thing come back." Draco's eyes flashed. "Neither am I." Harry stared at them both. There it was. Not heroism. Not prophecy. Not light. Self-preservation. Real. Harry nodded once. "Then we take it first." Silence fell. Pansy swallowed. Steal it. Draco's voice was tight. From the headmaster.